And very good morning to you all. So much to talk about as we start the third day of the second Ashes Test match. It's a lovely day too. We've got some high cloud, a nice gentle breeze blowing down the ground, sun's shining. We're all set up again for, well, another potentially exhausting and exciting day's cricket. Who knows where this game is going to go. Following on from yesterday, just a quick reminder, England will resume shortly in about half an hour from now. 138 runs behind Australia, so they're 278 for 4. Ben Stokes and Harry Brook will resume their partnership with 56. Stokes on 17, Brook on 45, and I say 138 to go until they can wipe off that deficit. 19 overs till a new ball. Just talking around a bit, it does seem as if Nathan Lyon really is going to be struggling, not just for this match, but for the whole series, which is very unfortunate for him. He arrived on crutches today, and the prognosis isn't good. So, from an English point of view, again, that really does open up prospects of a victory here on the last day, and that despite all that rather crazy cricket that we witnessed here yesterday afternoon, and lots of different thoughts on that, different opinions and so on, and we'll reflect on that over the next half hour or so. But first, I think most important of all, as always, is our weather forecast. How's that for a build-up for you, Simon King? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Agus. It's certainly pretty important, isn't it? And you mentioned the sunshine, the hazy sunshine you've got at the moment, but there is generally a lot of cloud around it, and I think you will see the cloud rolling its way in. It is going to turn quite overcast today. Now, I know you're eagle-eyed on your weather apps, Agus,
yes.
And the radar. If you look at the radar at the moment, we have got a bit of patch of rain just towards Oxfordshire and Berkshire at the moment. Now, that's drizzle. It's moving eastward, and I think the cloud will be thick enough to produce a little bit of drizzle at times today. So don't be surprised if there are a few interruptions. But, you know, it is drizzle. It'll be fine. It'll be light. Hopefully it's not going to cause too many issues, but just be aware of that kind of aspect of the forecast, because some of the weather apps, you know, they won't show that at all today. Sure. Because it's just the way it is, the way drizzle is. Turning humid again today. Temperatures getting up to about 20, 21 degrees Celsius. As we go into the weekend, though, sunny spells expected, and a rather brisk west to northwesterly wind. It should be dry both on Saturday and Sunday with those sunny spells, and temperatures getting to about 22, 23 degrees.
Lovely. Thank you, Simon. That means that we should get a result here at Lords at least, and of course any time, if we do lose any today through that light drizzle, can be made up at the end of the day anyway. So that all sounds very promising indeed. The crowd coming in, of course, as we've mentioned, do come early, because there is very tight security, I think at all sporting occasions this year, but certainly here at Lords that's the case. So if you're coming tomorrow, I know many of you are, then do come here early. The Aussies are in place already. I think they've changed their shirts up there. They've gone for the lighter gold colour rather than the olive green, way up in the top of the Compton stand there. They've got a tremendous view, and people are coming into the ground generally. So who have we got here? We've got Stephen Finn, Alistair Cook, Phil Tufnell, who was quite animated yesterday. I was listening back to that Tuff, as I wasn't on commentary with you yesterday. You were quite far. The dander was up there at one stage.
Well, I mean, it was just an incredible sort of 35 minutes, wasn't it? 40 minutes. England got themselves into such a wonderful position. I think it was 180 for 1. And then you see who I'm calling Australia's strike bowler, Nathan Lyon, go off with a calf pull. And I don't know whether we're going to be seeing him for the rest of the series. And then, you know, we had the Australian bowlers backed into a corner, and they went short and put all the men on the leg side, and the English batters just sort of obliged. And I've been in those positions before, and they never used to give it away when I was playing. And so, yeah, you know, we got a bit emotional and a bit frustrated and whatever, because we want to see England go out there and perform, and they've done such good hard work early on. They kind of just threw it away for me.
Yeah, interesting. Cookie, you've had a night to reflect on it. I was looking at Ben Duckett over there. He's just been playing football. 98, chance of an Ashes 100 at Lords. They talk about the honours board and all that. And he got caught just down there. We can see it, but not too far away from the place where David Warner was standing. I can't help but feel he would have been replaying that and replaying it. He gave quite a sparky, feisty interview. We'll hear that in a minute afterwards to defend it. But in the real cold light of day, how are you going to feel?
Gutted. He will be absolutely gutted, because 100 at Lords in an Ashes Test match, they're so rare. You know, they are when you walk in 20 years' time and you're like, you know, I did something very special. So yes, he he was spiky last night, and he was trying to front up and put this bravado on. But actually, when you shut the hotel door last night, and you lie in bed on your own, you think, oh God, what have I done? Looking at like now, with the I don't think I've ever been in a commentary box. We're kind of feeling the same emotions as probably the players are feeling. It was such a strange hour. Like the Nathan Lyon, like when he went down, and it's horrible to see anyone get injured, but it's the same in 2005 with Glenn McGrath. Like, everyone kind of looked around and was like, oh gosh, England have got what an opportunity. He ain't bowling again. And I remember looking at Tuff's eyes, looking at your eyes, and I was like, you can't help it, but that Englishness comes through, and a little glint, thinking, what an opportunity England have got. And then what followed was this mad 45 minutes of carnage where we are feeling the same emotions probably as the players. And I think if the players could have stepped out of that emotiveness, because I reckon they thought the same as we did, there was an opportunity, and they almost forgot what they had to do there in the present, and they got it, and they did get it wrong. You don't mind losing one wicket. Say the Pope shot, right, I'm taking it on, that's what we're doing. Then you think, actually, the next guy in, which happens to be England's most experienced player, so who's it for me to criticise Joe Root? Yeah. But actually, then it was the time for him to play the Ben Stokes. We can't afford to lose another one because we've got ourselves in such a good position. Actually, we've got to say how well Crawley and Ducky batted. Yeah. They batted absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, and at this stage, England was still 200 behind. Those three absolutely key wickets. I just got the feeling that Australia sort of like burgled them a little bit.
Yeah. Steve Finn's here as well, and because we haven't got Glenn, I think he's doing the telly or something. Give it from an Australian perspective. You're the big fast bowler here.
Okay, yeah.
You're the big fast bowler.
You feel shortchanged.
It's the first time ever you could be a substitute for Glenn McGrath. Yeah. But from their perspective, we've been in that position before where you've come on and bowled like that. So the mindset from the Australian perspective.
Well, I think you're looking and searching and praying for wickets, and by doing that, you're putting all your eggs in the basket of England are going to make a mistake here. You're not doing it to skillfully get someone out. You're asking to play on the England batters' egos to try and get themselves out. And I agree with Alistair. I didn't mind the way Ollie Pope took it on. He stepped inside the line and tried to hit it to the shorter boundary towards the mound stand, and he Q-ended it. And at that point, I completely agree that's where England probably missed an opportunity to, and not necessarily just pat back the rest of the day, but it's just ride out that initial spell where the Australian bowlers had their tails up. They haven't got their holding bowler anymore in this test match. Travis Head, a part-time off-spinner, is going to have to do it. So in that moment, as an Australian, seeing as I'm playing the Australian
you
here,
are.
Good day, yeah. I'll play the Australian. You're just desperate to take wickets because you know that if you don't take wickets doing this, and you've struggled to take wickets bowling normally on that track, if you don't take wickets through mistakes from the England batters, you're really, really up against it in the game, and you're so aware of that.
I just wonder what Pat Cummins thought when Lyon was hobbling off, and what was going through his mind as well. That's worth considering, isn't it? You see your main man being led off.
You do, and that as a captain, in one way, you probably almost freed him up because he had nothing to lose then. Because we know Australia's tactics. He's been in for 100 test matches. Lyon, he holds in the first inning, attacks in the second inning, seamers rotate. Because that can't happen anymore, he kind of had that haymaker punch is what he went for. And actually, sometimes when you play like that, we think, actually, if we lose this game, you've got the excuse already lined up. And sometimes that's very liberating as a player and as a captain. And they'll be saying that in their meeting today. Look, we've lost 2 tosses. We've had this Lyon injury. We've had actually the worst conditions of batting and bowling. Let's be fair, but we're still in this game. Imagine the damage we can do if we win this game. That's what their huddle will be, kind of backs to the wall things. They'll be dangerous this morning. Someone asked me for a prediction. Someone said, "What's going to happen today?" and I just laughed. Said, "You can't predict this England team.
No.
There is such a crucial morning. Harry Brook, if he gets going." And he's going to play very aggressively. There's 19 overs till the new ball. He will be looking at that as an opportunity to get in quickly and then go hard, because he'll be thinking that's my opportunity to score so quick runs and take the game forward to Australia.
Okay. Well, we've sort of set it up, and we've got to move down to the ground anyway. We're going to talk everyone through the pavilion and what it's like to play here when we get down to that far end of the ground. So while we do that, let's have a listen to my conversation with Ben Duckett last night.
Yeah, I made that quite a slow walk off. yeah, it's never nice falling short. You know, especially on the occasion Ashes Test at Lords. You know, and I strive myself on scoring big runs and big hundreds. So yeah, it's a strange one. I mean, if you'd have offered me 98 at the start of the day, I'd have been over the moon with that. So yeah, I'm very happy with how I played. Just gutted I couldn't be there overnight.
You did play well, but I wonder, are you going to be reliving that shot in your mind for, I don't know, for hours, for days, for weeks, for ages?
No, not the shot. That shot's got me plenty of runs in my career. So yeah, that was how I was scoring runs before it got me out. Yeah, not at all. I'm just gutted that I didn't get over the line, but you know, if I'd have gone away from my natural game, I'd have been more frustrated.
Yeah. Did you feel that the odds were rather against you though, with the way that the bowling was and the field that was set?
You know, only in the same way that a new ball with 3 slips and, you know, you shouldn't be driving the ball. You know, that's the way I play. It's the way, you know, it's how I got 98 runs today. Yeah, I'm just gutted. You know, I didn't carry on, but no, I'm certainly not disappointed with the shot.
Okay. What about the actual general mood in the dressing room that, you know, 3 frontline batsmen get out in that fashion with such an obvious Australian plan, and with the spinner off the field too, injured?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm surprised about the question. I mean, we've played positive cricket for the past 12 months, and we're certainly not going to change. I'm pretty sure we went at maybe 4-5 and over for that period as well. So, yeah, we're very happy with the position we're in. You know, if we can eke closer to them and even get a lead, I think we're on top in this game.
Yeah, okay. So there's not a question of adapting the game at times when you think you're in a strong position, and that you know, playing with a little more caution might be acceptable, advisable.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I tried to hit that ball on the floor. I didn't try and hit it in the air. So, yeah, if I'd have tried to slap that over mid-wicket for 6, fair enough. But, yeah, that's a shot I play. I was playing that for the 5-6 overs before that and felt very comfortable. So, yeah, not at all.
Okay. There seemed to be a bit of a change towards the end, though. You know, the captain getting his head down. 54 balls for 17, and Brook as well. That was an important. Well, it felt like a change of tempo.
What, Brookie's 45 or 45?
45 or 51. Yeah, he was dropped on 25, wasn't he? No, well, Stokes in particular, 17 off 54.
Yeah, I mean, Stokes, that's how he generally starts an innings, doesn't he? He's very calm. You know, everyone individually has their own plans. You know, Brookie was to go out there and take the attack to them, and Stokesy, the calm captain. You know, he's played beautifully there, and hopefully in the morning, yeah, he can kick on.
With Lyon likely to be out of the rest of the game, then, I mean, you'd feel you have a very good opportunity in the 4th innings if you can get up to at least parity with Australia tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. I think that pitch is going to potentially get better and better. There were no demons really in it today, so, you know, you never want to see a man in the opposite side go down, and fingers crossed it's not too bad. But yeah, as you say, if we can eke closer to their score, and, you know, as I said, if we can go past them and, you know, bowl well, I think we were blessed with conditions today. You know, fingers crossed, second innings the clouds come out and we get a bit of help in that sense.
There we go, Ben Duckett, who scored 98 yesterday, and as we said at the time, did play really well. I'm looking at him playing football here as England warm up, and I just wonder how he'll feel about not having his name on that board this morning. But there you go, these things happen, and England are in a good position. You can't argue about that. But I think the theme from the commentary box and elsewhere in the press box, it might have been a better position. Should we sort of hold it at that?
Yeah, I think yes, if we're being ultra critical, but there's also an element of accepting that England have played in this manner for 12 months and had a lot of success doing so. So on the days where there are little periods where it doesn't come off, I think it's difficult to be ultra critical. We have to judge it at the end of the game when we're reviewing. But yeah, certainly England have found themselves having a fantastic day overall yesterday when you look at the cold figures of yesterday in total. And this morning again is a big moment in the game for what happens moving forward, especially without Nathan Lyon for Australia.
Cluffers.
Yeah, I think also, John, if you're looking to become one of the best sort of test playing teams, you know, in the world and what have you, and all this kind of stuff, I don't know too many test playing teams who just play one way. You know, you've got to be flexible. You've got to absorb pressure. You've got to understand situations and when to go hard and when to just slightly take your foot off the gas. So I think that's something that I think this England team just need to learn. I love the way they're playing. I think that England are in a fantastic position this morning. If they can go out and go past Australia, who knows? Put some real pressure on them. But I just think that they need to adapt a little bit better.
And what do you think? I know we said it's impossible to predict, Cookie, but the traditional approach would be they haven't got a spinner. They've only got 3 seam bowlers. England are still 130 runs behind. We're not even halfway through the game yet. You get out there and you bat today, don't you? And not only scoring runs, obviously, but you're giving them time out in the field as well, time that they're going to feel when it comes to the 4th innings when England are chasing a target.
Absolutely. That's how we've been brought up. That's how conventional cricket. This team is pushing the boundaries. They won't be looking at that. They'll be looking at just one thing, which is runs. How many runs can we get in the first innings? And probably how quickly we can do it. And that is what they've done so far. They try and buy time later on in the game. So that's their way of looking at it. If they would rather be bowled out by lunch with 200 more runs, well, we'd be thinking if we grind a bit longer, that will do more damage later on. They're not bothered about later on. They're thinking right here and now. The danger for England is a couple of quick wickets and Stuart Broad's in. And, you know, that advantage, well, it's pretty even Stevens to the game now. You saw Australia, they lost 5 wickets in the morning session yesterday. So England have got to be aware of that. But it's going to be exciting, and that's why it's so hard to predict and so intriguing to be able to commentate on and for all these people to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And people are coming in to watch too. So we've got about 12 minutes to go until the first ball of the day will be bowled. Just reminding you of the situation, 138 is the deficit at the moment. There are 19 overs to go until that second new ball. So there's an opportunity there for Brook and Stokes to make the most of. They put on 56 so far and did rather change the tempo from those the shot playing of earlier on. Certainly Stokes, 17 from 54 balls, looked very determined and got his head down. Now here we are, we're standing in front of one of the most, iconic sports pavilions, structures in the world, really. I think there are many, many countries you can go to around the planet and show people this Lord's Pavilion. People say, that's the MCC Pavilion or Lord's Pavilion or something. They'll associate it with this. Both you two, Steve and Finn and Tuffy, you spent many years playing in here. It's interesting in the light of this week as well, and the report that's been published and so on. I mean, it is very traditional. It is a very traditional place to be. It feels sort of old-fashioned when you walk in. It smells old-fashioned. It's a bit sort of fusty and stuff. But what's it like to actually be a player? I'm looking up at what would be the Middlesex dressing room now. There's a little white balcony there sitting out. You can actually sit out. Rowan Ahmed sitting out at the moment. Actually, you're almost amongst the crowd, aren't you? What did you enjoy about playing in here and working out of this place?
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, best office in the world here for 18 or 19 years for Middlesex. Loved every minute of it. Little bit daunting when you first turn up. I can remember sort of turning up with my plastic bag over my shoulder with my boots and everything in it. And you do get that feeling of, crikey, well, where have I just landed? But very, very quickly you get also then to feel the tradition and the history of it. It's almost dripping off the walls, and you sort of then buy into it. And from a bit of a sort of a young scally, so to speak, who didn't particularly sort of care about cricket or anything like that, it sort of wraps around you, you know. And to walk down those steps and through that long room, even if you're playing against Derbyshire, no disrespect to Derbyshire, but you know, and you walk out onto the middle, you just get that feeling of you're somewhere special.
Were you a bit rebellious of all that stuff when you first arrived?
A little bit. Yeah, I wasn't. You know that, John. But I mean, but you know, not to that extent. But you know what I mean. I was sort of like had the earring and the dyed hair and everything like that. But I'm glad that it did come over me, really, because then you sort of like get the benefit of all those years and all the rivalries and all the fantastic cricketers that have walked down those steps and onto the hallowed turf.
Are you, Finney?
Yeah, but very similar. I think it's actually difficult to not take it for granted when you're here all the time playing for Middlesex, and it's days like this that make you realise really how special it is when the long room's full. You walk through there for domestic games so frequently, and it's an empty room on your way out to with the odd ripple of applause out to the middle. But these are the games where you get that real hairs on the back of your neck stand up, and it's so exciting to be there. But yeah, the domestic stuff here, sometimes you can walk in and you just sort of walk up the stairs and you go and have this really lovely fancy lunch, and take it for granted every now and again, but the more that you can remind yourself that it is a really special place to play, and to make the most of it, once you're finished and once you don't play here anymore, you'll be glad that you did.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree with you there, Phil. It's when you retire and those memories come flooding back. You know, like, I dragged myself off here when Australia were about 600 for 4, and, you know, you don't really care where you're playing. But then when it's all gone and you come back and you can just sort of remember it all flooding back to you, yeah, hairs on the back of the neck stuff.
And you're right about taking it for granted, because I know, as a visitor here, you feel a little bit intimidated by it, because I think Leicestershire played here probably every other year or something like that, and that would be our only visit here unless we're lucky enough to play a test match or something. And so it does take you a bit of a while to settle down until you walk into the visitors' dressing room over there, and it sort of feels the same. You think, and you can't help but just remember all of the people who have sat there before, but also, I think particularly the Australians somehow are inspired by playing here, and they've read about this place, they've seen matches, but also India as well. You can go back through virtually all England's opponents, really. They do tend to lift themselves here. You look at Australia's record at Lord's over England's. I mean, it's much more impressive, actually.
Yeah, no, it's worked against the England side, really, coming to play for Lord's, because everyone seemed to raise their game, and similar-ish to Middlesex. Sometimes you'd get that intimidation factor and then crumble, but sometimes people, who hadn't particularly been having a great season would all of a sudden come out and sort of like, well, this is my one chance. I'm here at Lord's and I'm going to get myself 100. So I'd say it has worked against England a little bit over the past years, for sure.
We talk about the honours boards. Well, they were never there. They're relatively new. They were never there when we were playing. So that's actually quite a nice idea as well, and it's been picked up by lots of other grounds across the world too.
Yeah, well, the honours boards, they've changed them again. So they were above the row of pegs in the dressing room, but now they've made it a huge honours board, so there's no pegs. So there's a whole row of players now that have no pegs to hang their clothes on, because the honours boards are more important than the players' clothes that are changing there. Yeah,
really?
yeah. It's funny. There is a charm, and it's amazing, but it's not your home when you play here for Middlesex. You're tenants. There's no locker. Like, your locker is the boot of your car, and it's very difficult sometimes as a domestic player to create that atmosphere here. And you do find that other people raise their game, and Australia, when they come here in international stuff, they've had some amazing test matches here, and we just hope that they don't have another one this week.
Yeah. It is worth remembering that, though, that this is not the home of any county. This is a club, and it's 25-year waiting list or something to become a member, and they queue up outside and they get admission to come in and sit. When you're playing here for Middlesex, I mean, do you have a regular spot? We're quite superstitious cricketers, aren't we? But if you're presumably having to clear your kit out all the time, and you say put it in the boot of your car, bring it back again when you're playing again. It's not like our dressing rooms at Grace Road, where you're going to hang your old dirty stuff up for days and no one will come in. But here, I guess you're constantly moving in and out because the MCC are playing different games.
Yeah, and there's always, if there's a young 18-year-old that's come into the squad, he doesn't know that that's your spot. You just move him along when you get into the dressing room and say, that's my spot, young man. It is a very funny place to play, but there are always special parts of the ground. Like, I've got some really special little parts of the entire ground where you've made memories over the years. So I was just inside the door on the right as you walk into the dressing room. After we'd win for Middlesex, we'd go to the bowler's bar there where people ring the bell and have a drink there and just celebrate whilst you're in your whites with all the fans and the people who are here watching. My parents loved watching at the top of the Warner stand. It's just a really, really special place to play, and so many good memories here.
I'm just going to move because I've just got wind of who's ringing the bell, and it's one of our good friends. So we've got to go and see how he gets on, Tuffers, because we always like to keep an eye on this. It's a lovely ceremony, and again, it's relatively recent, but the bell at the moment is actually hiding him, which is quite something. He's a big lad these days. It's Merv, and he's there with he's looking very smart, and he's fully suited up. He's got his grey moustache. He's smiling at you. And what about Merv Hughes, the great Australian fast bowler, is going to ring the bell. And here he is, waving to the crowd. He's been introduced. Here we go. 6 solid rings from Merv. It's such a silly thing, and yet it's such a, I don't know, it feels so proud doing it.
Absolutely, I was very honoured and proud when they asked me to do it. I've done it a couple of times now, I think, and yes, you don't realise when I play, because we were usually sitting up there getting the boots on and going, oh, there's the worker, you know what I mean, and off you go. And you don't really realise who's actually giving the old bell a bit of a ding. But that was Big Merv. Oh, he used to be a bit scary, Merv.
I know. It's a lovely one. He had a huge smile on his face. It's just one of those little traditions that again, is relatively new. So we're walking in front of the members now, and then we've got some array of stripy blazers and more orthodox clothing too, of course. But this is where the MCC members sit down below us, and then they'll rise in the long room behind us, because the Australians are coming out now, not actually to take the field as such. I guess they'll come out and have a little bit of a huddle here. But there's Alex Carey and Marnus Labuschagne coming out first of all, and yeah, they're going to gather on the boundary edge. David Warner there coming out too, and Usman Khawaja. It's a big morning for Australia as well. We talk about England's vote, but in the situation that they are without their spin bowler, they need a really good session. They need to wrap this innings up.
Yeah, and the only difference between the 2 days, yesterday and today, is that Australia's ball is 60 overs old. England had a brand new ball yesterday morning, and Australia will be saying, if we have a similar morning to England, we can bowl them out for 60 or 70 runs, and then we put them under pressure with the ball in their hand again. But if they don't take wickets this morning, and the way that England play, the game can get away from Australia quite quickly. The wicket looks good. There's no rough out there. There's plenty of grass holding it all together. The outfield will be quick, and England will have intent here when they come out to bat, especially Harry Brook.
Umpire Raza gives his colleague there, Chris Gaffney, a little slap on the back as the umpires take the field, just walking away from us here. Now we're on the boundary edge in front of the pavilion as the Australians continue to gather, and they're ready to take the field. They'll wait until everyone's together. Pat Cummins, actually the captain, has just appeared now with the enormous Cameron Green. I mean, he makes you look small, Finney. I mean, can you imagine facing that?
I know, it was unpleasant. I was out there this morning doing a piece about bowling, and he stood next to me. I thought, good Lord, this fellow's absolutely humongous. They'd scare the living daylights out of me if I had to face him.
He's huge. So anyway, they're gathering now by the boundary edge. We've got England's undefeated batsman as well, Ben Stokes, and Harry Brook about to take the field. And as Jerusalem comes to its climax, let's hand over to Isha Guha up there in the commentary box. Good morning, Isha.
Good morning to you, Aggers. Yeah, very much looking forward to today. Day 3 here at Lord's. England managing to get themselves back into the Test match yesterday. We've got grey skies once again. A bit of blue in the distance over towards Maida Vale. Well, we spent the morning, the Test match special team, over at Abbey Road Studios. It was a truly memorable occasion to be able to go into the home of the Beatles, so to speak, but spend some time with Giles Martin there, the son of Sir George Martin, the record producer, most famously working with the Beatles, and that innovative sound of Sgt. Pepper's. So a lovely morning to come here at Lord's, and we've got plenty of people in anticipation of what today is going to bring. Merv Hughes ringing the bell, someone who I consider to be, I guess, a typical Aussie, that rough and ready kind of player with his big moustache in your face. Very different to the man sat next to me, clean cut, not as boisterous. Glenn McGrath, welcome along to you this morning.
Well, thank you for that compliment there, Ish. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, clean cut. I don't have the moustache. I don't know. Am I not your average Australian of what your perception of one would be? But no, you're right. I'm looking forward to this morning as well. It's a big morning for both sides. Australia need to take early wickets, and England with these two and Bairstow, if they can really get a good platform here this morning, they could push towards Australia's lead and maybe even past it. It's about how long they're going to bat for, and if they bat for a long time, they'll score quickly. And the tactics this morning look like they're going to be quite similar to what we saw most of yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, field spread. There was a period of play yesterday afternoon. England were right on top. just 1 wicket down. They lost 3 for 34, and Mitch Starc came into the attack. He started bowling short. He's starting with 3 men back in the deep on the leg side for Harry Brook. He's going to be bowling over the wicket, the left armour. A man down at third and a man at deep point. There is a gully catching as he's in now for the first ball, and Brook is tucking it around the corner. I think he might have been struck on the pad. Half appeal from Starc as they come through. Just see whether that signalled a leg by. No, it's a run. So first run off the bat, 279 for England. And a bit of drama yesterday as well, Glenn. Do you believe in history repeating itself? We talked about that a lot in the first Test match at Edgbaston.
Yep.
The number of runs scored on day one, 407, same as 2005 on day one. And then in the final innings, it was 182 required. In 2005, it was 181. In this Test match, Nathan Lyon going down on ground yesterday. And he walked out onto the field this morning on crutches, so I don't think he's going to be taking any further part in this Test match. Glenn, was it the Glenn McGrath moment of this series?
Slightly different. I did it before the Test match, so we could actually bring another bowler in. Yeah, it's a big blow for Nathan Lyon there and the Australians. He's a massive player for them. In his 100th consecutive Test, 122 Test matches, 496 wickets. So, yeah, unfortunately, I can't see him playing any part the rest of this series.
Here comes Starc to Ben Stokes, back and across, edges and caught. Cameron Green, what a grab that was. That was a reflex catch to his right. He almost fell on the ball. He stuck his arms out. And Ben Stokes is out with the first ball he's faced this morning. And Mitch Starc has brought about the wicket. That will give them a boost. 279 for 5.
Well, what a start for the Australians. Just what they needed this morning. Mitchell Starc, brilliant ball. It just bounced off a length. Got a bit big on Ben Stokes there, but Cameron Green, how good is he in the gully region there? I don't think any other player playing this match today would have got near that. He's just got long arms, big mitts, just in the fingertips. Ben Stokes, 17, a solid 17. And the 5th wicket down. So, yeah, this match has been a highlights package from ball one, hasn't it?
It really has. And, well, it's been so entertaining from the first ball of the first Test match. England on the back foot yesterday. They bring themselves back in. Now Australia strike early in the first over of the day. Trailing by 137, Ben Stokes out for 17. He was looking to turn it down towards mid-wicket. It was a brilliant delivery. Pitched up, good length, and it's gone up the slope. Catches the outside edge, and it flew to Cameron Green. I actually thought he was too close, but he managed to take it beautifully as Johnny Bairstow has emerged from the long room onto the field. And Mitch Starc, well, Pat Cummins absolutely delighted with that, no doubt. It's exactly what you want, isn't it? First over of the day. Remove Ben Stokes, who we know can be so dangerous when he gets in.
Yeah, and this ball is 61 overs into the 62nd over now. We saw yesterday morning the ball flew through a little bit quicker. Wonder if the pitch overnight makes a big difference. The rollers, on the pitch overnight makes a big difference. That ball just carries through a bit quicker. Just got a little bit big on Ben Stokes, as I said there before. And now with Johnny Bairstow coming out, we're back to a more conventional field. 2 slips, a gully. Just see how he wants to start, because Bairstow's another guy that likes to play his shots. Maybe not quite the same as the other players, but yeah, Mitchell Starc coming around the wicket as well.
That's interesting. There's always a lot of focus on Johnny Bairstow on his pads early on in his innings, and he has had troubles against left-arm quicks in the past with that ball swinging back into him. But Stark's decided to operate round the wicket. He's got 2 slips in a gully, a deep point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down at long leg as Starc is in. He bowls. Bairstow leaves. He did think about it, but lets it go in the channel. Slightly fuller from Starc. Bit of a tempter, first ball.
A bit of a tempter, full, wide outside off. Johnny Bairstow is batting an off stump as well, sort of getting right across to cover those stumps. So should be a good little contest, this.
Yeah, bit of excitement first up. And you can hear people rushing to their seats to make sure they don't miss the action here at Lord's. Pretty packed already as Stark shuffles forwards. Here he comes now, bounding in, white towel poking out the back of his trousers. He bowls, Bairstow pats the ball back down the pitch. Gets right on top of that one. Doesn't come forwards, doesn't go back, but just kind of hangs in his crease and gets on top of the bounce.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark, he likes bowling around the wicket to left-handers, which I would have preferred to see him start over the wicket, just angling that ball across. Yesterday we saw him just swinging that new ball, just bringing it back into the left-hander, which brings in LBW bowls and maybe then just see him down the slope. But he likes coming around the wicket.
Bairstow upright, back and across, drives, pierces the gap, and he should find a four with his first scoring shot. Jonny Bairstow is away. And England are 283 for 5 as Bairstow goes to 4.
Yeah, and that shot there, because he's coming around the wicket, it's angling into him and he can hit through the line a little bit more outside off stump, where is Mitchell Stark's over the wicket, that one's angling away a little bit more danger sort of towards the slips. So obviously the Australians, they come up with plans for every batsman, every bowler to every batsman. This is a plan they've come up with for Jonny Bairstow.
Now we've got the perfect vantage point right behind the bowler's arm here as Stark is in and Bairstow leaves in the channel again at the end of the over. What's so noticeable though, you can see where Jonny Bairstow's setting up, and as he plays that, he's almost outside the line of off stump. He's not really on off, it's more outside the line, so getting close to the ball there. 283 for 5 then, Bairstow 4. Brooke will continue on 46. Good morning to you, Andy.
Morning. Isha, you mentioned Jonny Bairstow's record against left-arm pace bowling. Over the course of his career, he averages 30 against left-arm seam, around about 35 against right-arm seam. And Mitchell Stark has been a significant part of his problems against left-arm. Stark's got him out 9 times for 154 runs in Tests, so he averages just 17 against Stark's bowling. Stark also has a tremendous record against Ben Stokes, which I was just about to highlight before he got him out with the first ball of the day. He's now got him 7 times for 110 in Tests. Also bowled him out with one of the balls of the tournament in the 2019 World Cup group match on this
That's
ground.
right, it was a full Yorker, wasn't it? So the Australian skipper has brought himself on from the pavilion end. And similar sort of field. We've got 3 men back on the leg side for Harry Brook. Field spread, there is a deep point as well in that catching gully from...
Not quite a mirror image, is it? We've got the guy a little bit squarer down there between square leg and fine leg. But the rest of the field sort of mirrors one side to the other.
Yeah. Here comes Cummins then. Past the stumps to Brook, who's, well, he sort of tried to play at it, but then I think he did leave it. He just dropped his left shoulder. It was a short ball that goes straight through to Alex Carey. I think he thought about tucking it around the corner, but then decided against it. And, well, yesterday, a few former English players getting very frustrated with England and the way they were playing the short stuff. Losing 3 for 34, Glenn.
Yeah. It's modern day cricket. Baseball at its best.
Brook back and across. This time he does take it on. It goes just in front of the man down there at deep backward square. Fortunately for Brook, he's rolling the wrists over the top of that ball. And he's off strike. He moves to 47 with that single, 284 for 5, trailing by 132. So he will take it on.
Well, there's a surprise, isn't it? We didn't expect that.
Well, I just wonder, though, when I look at the way Ben Duckett was playing, he was looking to play it into the ground. And if you are going to play, I just wonder whether they should, if they're going to commit to this play and this aggression, should they just be looking to whack it for 6?
So you want to get it up and underneath it and get it right over the top. Well, it depends on the individual, how they play the short ball. You know, we spoke to Ben Duckett there yesterday afternoon. He said he likes to play that shot. It's one of his favourite. He thinks he's good at it, tries to hit it down. So I guess you still have to play it the way you see it, but have to be a little bit smart about it as well.
Bairstow's first ball to Cummins. He's in. Bairstow defends to the offside. Really zoning in on that channel on off stump there, Pat Cummins. That natural angle into the right-hander. You enjoyed bowling from that end, didn't you, Glenn?
Yeah, no, just the slope of Lords is brilliant. You feel like you're coming downhill from that end. It's pushing you in towards the wicket. And then the pitch itself. Just keep it simple. Outside off stump, some will hold their line, some will come down the slope. Though the wickets I played on here had a little bit more life in it, a little bit more seam movement. This one seems a pretty good batting track.
Cummins in to Bairstow driving to extra, no run. There is no mid-off. There is a big open gap on the offside, and that's what Cummins wants. He wants Bairstow driving through there with the potential for the ball to just nip back down the slope. Just sending square leg out to the boundary now.
And Australia looking to start. A couple of early wickets. They need to. This is a big partnership for England now. We've got the fast bowlers coming in next, and without a frontline spinner, Australia looking to make early inroads, pick up another wicket or two here. They'll be right back on top.
Bairstow back and working the ball to mid-on, off the front foot. No run. Gentle breeze blowing. See the flags blowing over on the far side of the ground, above the Red Brick Pavilion, which is absolutely packed with members on the front benches and up on the first and second tier. Busy morning here at Lords.
Quite a pleasant morning too, isn't it? It's not too hot out there. Good day for cricket.
Lovely day for cricket. Cummins in to Bairstow, patting at the ball in front of him. Looking a little bit uncomfortable as he tried to fend it away off a good length again at the end of the over. 284 for 5, trailing by 132. You a Beatles fan?
Yeah, I don't mind. Don't mind the Beatles. We trying to think when it was. I think it was 2005. We came over and the cover of one of their albums,
right. Yeah.
Walking across the
Abbey
pedestrian
Road.
cross
Yeah.
Abbey Road. We all the fast bowlers sort of got the picture where we're walking across the road
I remember
ourselves.
that picture.
That's pretty cool. But yeah, unfortunately didn't make the breakfast this morning.
So that would have been you, Dizzy,
Brett
Lee,
and
Casper Witz. No,
Casper. Yeah,
Was
I think
it?
it was.
So Warney didn't get it.
No, Warney that didn't get the run. He wasn't quick
He would
enough.
have been
Not quick
devastated with
enough.
that. As Stark is in to Brooke, who's playing the ball to square leg. He got up on his toes and then had to bring his bat down because it didn't bounce up as much as he anticipated it.
He wasn't used to one being pitched up to him.
Just having a chat with Bairstow now. I had a look at the pitch this morning, and a lot barer than it was on day one, where it was very green indeed. Couldn't really tell where the pitch was on day one. Yeah, I'm just having a look at it now. So you're leading the charge, Glenn, as Stark is in to Brooke, pushing to the offside. They'll come through for one. Loads of space out there as it's an easy, casual single, 285 for 5. Trailing by 131, Brooke to 48.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start, isn't it, Ish? We're used to shots being played all around the ground, boundaries, balls flying.
There you are with your big stride. At the front with your baggy green. Then you've got Brett Lee close in behind you. Jason Gillespie, no shoes. Just like John Lennon.
Yeah, well, there we go. We try to replicate it as close as possible. They obviously weren't
So was
wearing...
was he the John Lennon of the quartet, was he?
Potentially. It is, could have been, yeah.
Start round the wicket to Bairstow, down the leg side. He's appealing for that one. Did he get something on it, Bairstow, as it goes through to Carey? He looked to flick it away down to the boundary. I think he just missed it altogether.
Yeah, some good memories there at Lords and around Lords as well.
17 wickets falling on day one. You can see pictures of the TMS team at Abbey Road on our social media, at BBC TMS on Twitter or at BBC Cricket on Instagram. As Stark pushes away. Round the wicket to Bairstow, who's driving again, finds Usman Khawaja, who falls on the ball. That went rapidly, and he just gets there in time to stop it from going away for 4.
Yeah, no, Johnny Bairstow's shown his hand. He's prepared to take that ball on that's outside off stump. Like I said, coming into him, probably a little less danger of nicking that unless it just bounces a bit more than he expects.
Stark in again. Bairstow pulls the ball out to long leg. Slightly more back of the length and angled into the hip as England goes to 286 for 5, trailing by 130. Bairstow to 5. If you're just tuning in, Ben Stokes out in the first over of the day to Mitch Stark, looking to work the ball to mid-wicket, caught the outside edge. It was a stunner of a catch from Cam Green. I'm sure you'll be able to see in-play clips of that on the BBC website. And our highlights available for you this evening at 7 o'clock as well, as Stark pushes forwards. Past the umpire to Brook, up on his toes and playing it into the ground. No run at the end of the over, 286 for 5. 64 overs bowled, 16 then to that second new ball. We often talk about this Australian attack as the Beatles, and Nathan Lyon, the drummer in the band, Ringo Starr, but they are a man down.
They are a man down, but they've gone in with Cameron Green. Allows their fast bowling, fast bowlers just to have a break if they're continuing with this short ball stuff. Normally you'll have 3 fast bowlers, spinner, and then a couple of part-timers, but they're lucky they've got Cam Green there, but they do have a couple of part-time spinners. You know, Travis Head, we saw him bowl yesterday. He's got 7 wickets at Test level. Steve Smith, I think, he's got 19. Marnus Labuschagne's buying a little bit of leg spin as well.
Cummins to Bairstow, just gets his bat down in time, angled in down the slope. He was up on his toes, but then had to bring his bat down before it hit the pad.
Yeah, that wasn't far away. And that's what Lords does, the pitch here. Just outside off stump, pitch, and then it just angles in. Bairstow good enough to keep that one out.
As a quick look over to the leg side, Bairstow, that deep square field has come up inside the circle. Cummins pushing forwards. He bowls to Bairstow, who pushes at the ball to the offside. With an angled bat, sends his partner back, who's interested in the single. This was the scene, Glenn, last year when Ben officially took over as captain, and they were talking about this new approach, this new style, with Brendan McCullum coming in as coach, and Johnny Bairstow had a big wide open gap on the offside as Cummins bowls short to Bairstow. He thinks about it but lets it go. It's signalled a wide.
That's harsh, because there's been quite a few very short ones this match already not called. But yeah, no, it's interesting about Bazball. How to get the name Bazball? Is it just Brendan McCullum's idea? Ben Stokes doesn't get a run in the name?
I think it was labelled Bazball on the back of the journos. And Brendan, to this day, does not like the term, as Cummins pushes forwards again. Strongly built, and Bairstow playing at the ball in front of him, a good length delivery. It hits the pad and trickles away to the offside as Cummins comes to collect it. And
I think it was Andrew Miller from Cricinfo who first used the term. If they don't like it, got Stokes and McCullum. It's a type of cricket that can damage the opposition but also hurt yourself, so maybe S&M cricket would be better.
But that's the thing with nicknames, isn't it? The more you dislike it, the more it will stick.
Bit early for that, Andy. Cummins is circling at the top of his mark. But just going back to Johnny Bairstow, so there was a moment and his eyes were going and he was smashing the ball through covers as Cummins bowls to Bairstow, now working it to mid-wicket, no run. And he kept hitting the boundary, and New Zealand kept the field up and eventually was dismissed, edged. And a lot of pundits got stuck in, actually. We were all... I guess pretty surprised at the fact that he kept going, because England were in a really good position, but he went straight into the dressing room and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes said absolutely fine. And because of that backing, he then went on to do some tremendous things that summer, and I think that really changed his mindset and the rest of the teams as well, to know that he had the support to keep going as Cummins passes the stumps to Bairstow, who's patting at the ball again outside the line of off, as Cummins just changing the field once more, sending that man back at deep square.
Yeah, so no, I don't mind the concept. I quite like baseball. I like the aggressive, putting the pressure back on, backing yourself, playing without fear. But if you can combine it with a bit of, probably a little bit smarter play, I think it's a no-brainer.
And that's the conundrum, isn't it? Can you have both? Is it possible to have both? I think a lot of people here feel that you can, as Bairstow works it to mid-wicket, but that would make England the ultimate team, I think. 287 for 5 at the end of the over, if they are able to recognise moments when they're on top and be ruthless.
Exactly, and it's pretty easy sitting up here watching, isn't it? You know, we can give our opinion and how it is, but unless you're down there in the middle, it's quite a bit different.
A few more words from you, Glenn, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ish. And yeah, as I said, baseball, I'm a big fan. We saw it at its, not say interesting best, but it was something we hadn't seen before. And the way they challenged our theories and thoughts on the game of Test cricket yesterday, it was very exciting. And I think it will always be very exciting, Simon.
Yeah, it is exciting. They challenged a few people's patience yesterday afternoon. Here's Stark bowling to Brook. Excellent delivery, short outside the off stump. Okay, you might say that's pretty bowling, but forcing Brook back, he looks to be played at it and past the outside edge on its way through to Alex Carey. Different feel about the day's cricket so far today. That early wicket making a big difference. Bairstow trying to get in, Brook doing the same. 48 not out. Field is deep set though. 4 fielders out in catching positions on the leg side, 3 of them in the deep, 1 at square leg. The umpire's over at point, and here is Stark running away from us at the nursery end and bowls to Brook, and that's a nasty delivery, and Brook reacts to it, manages to keep it down. It's one of those that might have gone to short leg if there'd been a short leg fielder in, but he took one hand off the bat, and that was an excellent delivery from Stark. Real hurry up for Brook, in behind it, taking one hand off the bat as if it really leapt. I thought Stark's been excellent in the second part of his bowling so far in this innings. First up, he was a bit innocuous, but he's enjoyed, I think, having the freedom to play or to bowl short, really, with men back, and it's helped him. And that struck Brook on the glove. Stark tries again and bowls to Brook, and Brook fences at that one. That flies through as well. Stark's getting it to go here.
Yeah, no, the first ball just seemed to bounce a little bit more and sort of went away from Harry Brook there. The next one seemed to bounce again off a length, that one too. So there's a bit of a length there. Mitchell Stark, I've always thought, is not a big fan of bowling bounces. He prefers to get the ball up there. If you watch him compared to Hazelwood, Cummins, it takes him a while to get the bouncer on line. We see him here, they're not bouncers, they're just short of a length, but they're carrying through nicely.
He's bowling with good pace, nice rhythm, goes in now and bowls to Brook. Brook takes this off the hip down towards fine leg, in front of the Warner stand. They're off for one. Brook was looking for 2 and he slips over, so they can't come back for the second. Brook was looking for his 50th run there. Now, Nathan Lyon, as is no surprise, has been diagnosed with a significant calf strain. He will require a period of rehabilitation after this match is concluded. A decision regarding his availability for the remainder of the series will be made at the conclusion of the game.
Yeah, well, there you go. Sort of when he did it, he was running in and he sort of slowed down and it looked a bit innocuous, but it must, as soon as he just running in, just relaxed, it must have just torn. So hopefully it's not too bad, but the calf always takes
does take a while, doesn't it? Yeah. Start round the wicket, bowls to Bairstow, full, driven by Bairstow, but straight to mid-on. It's a good-looking shot, but he's picked out the fielder. Those who haven't seen and haven't heard us mention it, he did arrive on crutches today with his legs strapped up.
Yep.
they can scan it eventually and see how it's healing, but it's one of those that it's often in the back of your mind, and you come back and then I just feel it again, it's gone again. So you have to be very careful with your rehabilitation. 288 for 5. Bairstow on 5 on strike. 2 slips in the gully in. Start round the wicket, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow swings this away. Is this in the air towards deep back with square leg? Well, it was for a while. 2 fielders back for Bairstow. He got away with it. He gets a single. Well, Australia continuing to bowl short, and England taking it on. He was not in control of that. Bairstow gets a single, takes him to 6. 289 for 5 at the end of the over.
A little bit of luck there for Bairstow. That stayed up in the air for a long time, but those fielders out deep just fell exactly in between them. I guess if you're going to play baseball, you chance your arm. Some days you're going to have a bit of luck and you have to ride with it. But I'm just curious why Mitchell Starc is going around the wicket to Bairstow, whereas over the wicket to Brook, he looked very dangerous.
Well, that's his way of operating. So far, the 1 wicket to go to Starc. Stokes leading edge, really well caught by Green in the gully area, or 4th slip area. Stokes out first ball today for 17. It's going to be Cummins to continue. It's enthralling cricket on this 3rd morning. Cummins was about to bowl then, and Bairstow pulled away, but someone moving in the pavilion. I can see a gentleman with a white jacket there, just to the right of the sight screen. Might have stood up and moved, and he acknowledged, sat down.
At least he had a white jacket on. Wasn't red.
It must have been quite difficult for the players yesterday, although Smith blacked out a couple of good ones. Labuschagne missed a skimmer that came out of the grandstand, so whether that was an issue. I normally expect him to drop one. Cummins goes in, bowls to Bairstow. That one seemed to bounce a bit more than Bairstow expected as well. He played it away into the offside. Fidgety defensive shot off the back foot, gets a single. Finds that small gap away on the offside. Bairstow goes to 7. And England to 290 for 5. Andy Zaltzman very, very disappointed with that wicket of Ben Stokes early on this morning, because he's probably up till 1 o'clock looking back at the stats, and he discovered that no match is in the history of Test cricket.
Well, at Lords?
At Lords. No Test match at Lords have both sides reached 300 for the loss of fewer than 5 wickets.
In both first innings.
Both first innings. Bit niche, but there we go. Here's Cummins bowling, and Brook gets a short ball. He gets into a tangle with that one as well. Pushes it back down the pitch after a fashion.
That'll teach him not to play a hook shot against it. It looked like a little bit uncomfortable, got a bit big on him.
Did that take him in the helmet area?
Must have.
It did, yeah. Well, he's looking really uncertain at the moment, Harry Brook. Yeah, he hit him in the grill. Actually, I thought he played that with the bat or the glove to get it down. But this is excellent from Australia. They're right at England this morning and testing Brook out. And so we're going to have a doctor out, physio, whatever, to go through the concussion protocols. That rattled the cage, that did, of Harry Brook.
Not quite as nasty as last Ashes Test match here with Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne copying one in the helmet from Jofra Archer, but still nasty nonetheless.
You can talk about England's tactics against Australia, but I thought Australia bowled really well for that hour yesterday. Fast and short at the batters, and you could say they should have bobbed and weaved, but they got their tactics right, and they sort of sensed what England would do. And England lost 3 wickets to that short ball. They could easily have lost more. Brook was dropped by Labuschagne at square leg.
Just what Glenn was saying about Mitchell Starc going round the wicket to Bairstow but over the wicket to Brook. He's had some success around the wicket to Johnny Bairstow. He's got him 4 times for just 42 runs when bowling around the wicket at Bairstow in tests. Over the wicket, also quite successful, but not quite as successful, 5 for 118. So I guess it's something that has worked for him in the past. They're trying to exploit that weakness. Bairstow has sometimes had the ball coming in on his stumps from an angle.
And how's he got him out, sort of bowled LBWs?
Just check that. Brook is going through the concussion protocols out there. Well, he's struggling at the moment, Harry Brook, from the short ball. He's got the fielders back. He's not taking it on. We saw him yesterday They're going out towards the leg side and trying to swat it and pull it through mid-on, swat it through the offside, pull it through mid-on. He's not done that so far. I think Cummins and Stark have been excellent right at England. Australia a bowler down, effectively playing with 10. I mean, Lyon will also be restricted when it's his turn to bat as well. He won't be able to use a runner.
Stark has bowled Bairstow 4 times and had him LBW once out of the 9 dismissals, 1 caught and bowled, and 3 other catches.
Right, the backup staff are running off the field, and Brook is going to continue, and Australia put a short leg in. So we've got a short leg and a gully, no slips, 3 men back on the pull, a deepish mid-on for that swatting pull well in front of square that Brook plays. There's also a deep backward point, and there's a deep third as well. Cummins roaring in, bowls to Brook, another short ball, helped on its way, along the ground, Steve Smith diving away to his right, a deep backward square leg, stops it, Brook gets the single that takes him to 50. Well, it's been tough for him this morning, but he's got there. Dropped yesterday. It's the first Ashes 50 for Harry Brook, and it continues his excellent start to his Test match career. It's come from 63 balls.
63 balls with 4 forwards. It's his 8th 50-plus score in just 9 tests, 4 of which he's converted to centuries.
291 for 5. Bairstow on strike now. Cummins moves in and bowls. Bairstow nudges it away. There's an air of calmness about that stroke. It's not the same feel for Bairstow, not that same leg trap. He's able to nudge it towards deep backward square leg. Travis Head came in to pick up. And there is 1 more to the total. 292 for 5. England are 124 runs behind in what promises to be another, well, highly watchable, potentially dramatic, intense day of Ashes cricket. Tuffers is here. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Simon.
Morning.
Yeah, looking forward to today. Well, we just keep turning up, not quite knowing what's going to be going on, do we? It's edge of your seat stuff, helter-skelter stuff. And Australia seem to have just got a little bit more Uchki out of the pitch.
I was just thinking that myself. Uchki.
I think it's called Uchki.
They have absolutely got some Uchki. Cummins round the wicket, bowls a short ball, he pulls at it, Brook, there's appeal for a catch behind. Cummins is past the stumps in his appeal. Nothing from the short leg fielder, nothing from the gully fielder.
Or the keeper much.
Not much from the keeper, and
mildly embarrassing that.
Well, it's bizarre that, because Cummins was past the stumps by the time that appeal ended, and he's not going to review it. Again, it could easily have been another wicket. Short ball, and Brook going for the pull shot. Swat, really. What has this hit, if anything? Obviously, they heard a noise, but
the bowling. There's just a bit more bounce in this pitch, isn't there?
Well, the new ball is still 13 overs away, so we're in the 67th over. What have we got? Anything on ultra edge? No, nothing. Oh, squeaky gloves or something, was it? Here's another ball from Cummins that's short, and Brook has a swat that one and misses as well. He's going to get himself into trouble in a minute, Brook. He's looking really unconvincing at the moment. He was leaving Stark, or trying to play him, defend him, and now against Cummins he's taking it on. And I think this has been really good from Australia. They're right at England today.
Absolutely, and bowling fast, bowling aggressive, hostile, and in the right areas if you're going to bowl short, in that sort of like throat area where you start losing control of it. And it just seems to have got a bit quicker and a bit pacier, this pitch, this morning. Mitchell Stark's absolutely flown in.
Yeah, and England, do they stick, do they twist? That's the issue for them. I mean, they know that they can, well, one tactic is to wear the opposition down and duck and weave.
6 overs.
Yeah, because you can't keep bowling this all day.
You can't, it's tiring.
England only scored 14 runs this morning in 35 minutes. It's far more conventional.
Sorry.
You're not supposed to be with
us. Not supposed to be here.
Just
Bye.
just so excited by the prospect of being on Test Match Special. Tuffers has nipped in ahead of Michael Vaughan. So we've got 3 Sunrisers in 5 minutes. It's a bit like playing short pitch bowling. 3 wickets in 5 minutes to short pitchers. That was yesterday, not today. Just 1 wicket so far. Stark bowls, turned away by Bairstow off the hip. And towards deep backwards square leg. So 3 out for Bairstow now. Fine leg, deep backwards square leg, deep forward square leg. But you've got to get it up, really. Stark wasn't able to do it there. It was on the hip of Bairstow, who goes to 9. England to 293 for 5 in overcast conditions at Lord's. Heard Simon King earlier, so there might be 1 or 2 showers today, brief showers, light ones, a bit of drizzle around. Those who've got a ticket for today, I'm sure, came an extra skip in their step this morning, looking forward to this. Hasn't disappointed so far. It's been full throttle Test match cricket with Australia holding sway at the moment. Start bowls, and Brook gives himself some room and tries to smash this through the offside and hits it hard into the pitch, and it bobbles away back 2 or 3 yards. Maximum effort for very little reward there. 293 for 5. Perhaps Brooks has said, I'm not going to be a sitting target anymore. I'm going to play a few shots, not necessarily get in line. Michael Vaughan is the replacement for Phil Tufnell, who was the replacement for Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, good morning. That delivery that Ben Stokes received, first ball that he received this morning, was a beauty. What a catch.
Yeah, fabulous from Cameron Green. Stark moves in. Shark-like this morning, Mitchell Stark at Brook there. Brook defends into the offside towards backward point.
It's
and
amazing,
no run.
Isn't it, how, the clouds have arrived, and already today we've seen more balls bounce steeply off a length. Yesterday it was doing nothing, absolutely nothing. It was flat, no lateral movement. There certainly wasn't any extravagant bounce.
Do you think there's an element of Pat Cummins saying in that dressing room or whatever in the huddle, look, we're a bowler down, we've got to really put it in this morning, this matters, this hour is going to possibly decide the Test match. Start bowls, and Brook is going to be caught. He spotted it to cover, caught by Cummins. He gave himself some room, swatted it away into the offside. The short ball tactics work again, and Brook was struggling. It's no surprise that he's holed out. He's gone for 50. It's 293 for 6.
No surprise.
Well, no surprise at all for me.
Shocking shot,
It's a shocking shot. It's no surprise that he's gone and played it. I mean, he was struggling against that short ball. He's played it once in the over, and he's played it again, and he's miscued it. He was under the pump there, Harry Brook, and he succumbed.
Well, wow. England clearly like losing because I mentioned yesterday afternoon when the pitch was playing pure and they gifted Australia three wickets in the perfect conditions for batting, and then they arrive on day 3 and it's just done a little bit more, and the captain gets a beauty. Can't do anything about the ball that Ben Stokes received, and then to see that wicket, knowing now that Australia bowl into the tail. Mitchell Stark's now on so he got 3 for, and he's got, I'm sure Robinson will come in number 8, or is it Stuart Broad? I'm not too sure which of the two is going to be strolling out there, but whoever it is, and it's Stuart Broad, it's not going to be easy facing 90 miles an hour rockets from Mitchell Stark, and we've seen him in the past. He can just clean up tails within 10 or 15 minutes. I'm sorry, look, playing expansively and aggressively, it's great entertainment, and when they're playing it the right way, playing proper cricket shots, I hold back and go, that's fantastic. But seeing a player like Harry Brook play a shot like that is, it's just not good enough at this level. To play that stroke and to gift Australia another cheap wicket so easily, and he's not able to just say, you know what, for this period, Stark's probably got, 1 over more, maybe 2. Just ride it. Try and see it out. You get a new bowler to face in a 10 or 15 minutes, and you might capitalise then. It's Test cricket. You're allowed to ride bowlers and just see bowlers off.
I think he was unsettled. That ball that hit him in the grill, Stark had bowled an excellent over to him earlier, and I think my reading of it was that, look, I'm going to have to take this on. I'm not saying it's the right way to play. I'm just saying that's...
But Pat Cummins, Simon, can't believe his luck.
No, of course
he sets
he can't.
the field for that, and it goes straight to him at deep extra cover.
Of course he can't believe his luck, no.
It's Jeffrey Boycott's on the telly, and he's just shaking his head. I mean, look at this. They've got a silly point for Stuart Broad. There's 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. There's a cover point on the boundary. There's a real fine third.
A silly point in. He's very close. Here's Stark. Broad's first ball. And it's full from Stark. And Broad puts the bat there and gets a single into the onside. So he's underway. 294 for 6.
Brooks' innings 50 off 68 balls with 4 fours. Mitchell Stark had 0 for 70 from his first 11 overs, 0 for 55 from his first 7. He took a wicket in his last over yesterday, including the now 3.5 he's bowled today. He's taken 3 for 16 in his last 4.5 overs.
Brook today 5 runs in how many balls? He looked so uncertain for the most part, really.
He faced 17 balls today.
Well, this England team come up with some strange theories, but maybe their theory is the clouds are around and they want to be bowling today.
I bet declare then.
And the sun's going to shine tomorrow and they can chase whatever.
Yeah, declare behind and have a go. Have a chase, final innings.
Johnny Bairstow's going to have to face the music now, and 3 fielders on the onside boundary. I've already seen him play the pull shot once. He's fortunate, just looped short of Marnus Labuschagne.
Right, here's Stark then to complete the over. A lot for Bairstow to do now. Stark bowls to him. It's a short ball, he evades it. And it's through to Carey. 294 for 6. Mitchell Stark has been the man for Australia today. That was 88 miles an hour, that delivery, right at Bairstow. 294 for 6. And Jim Maxwell's coming in.
Yeah. Stuart Broad, Johnny Bairstow. Can they just get a partnership going? It's not easy trying to score quickly when Australia are bowling short and all the fielders are on the boundary. Very difficult to get the boundaries going and the scoreboard ticking. It's such a high risk to hit the boundary with the field set as it is. It's been a really good move by Pat Cummins yesterday afternoon to go to the short stuff, and I think what England are basically now offering to Australia, when the ball's not moving laterally, well, Australia will just bowl the bouncers. There's only been one player, and that's the captain, who ducked under a few last night, and he just calmed the situation down. Every other player has been playing the pull shot, and then the pull shot, and then the pull shot, and then a bit of baseball.
It's entertaining.
That's what it's about, Jim, isn't it?
It seems to be. Hang the consequences. Just go for it.
Have a dash.
Just have a yes. Here's Broad. And Cummins runs in around the wicket and he gets a bouncer, which he gets out of the way of. It was sharpish going at his helmet and the way down the leg side. So you give and you take, and at the moment Australia seem to be giving most of what's going on here with a couple of wickets and just 16 runs added. And England have slowed to a crawl. This is not the England we've come to expect. We'll see. Broad can play some interesting shots. They could go anywhere. As Cummins bowls 2 minutes, gets another bouncer that goes for 4 byes, does it? No, beautifully cut off down on the boundary by David Warner. Are they wides? No, byes. That seemed to go a long way over.
They gave a wide, the umpire, to a bouncer to Harry Brook, which didn't look a wide. And that looked a lot higher than the previous one that he gave a wide.
Yes.
That was high.
That was very high. He's lucky to get it. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Good stop on the boundary. David Warner just hustling down to the left. Johnny Bairstow, how's he going to play it now? It looks like the Aussies are going to go for what tactic are they going for here? It looks like more of a traditional tactic to Johnny Bairstow. They've got 2 slips.
There's no fly third man.
Yeah, they're going back to a bit of... it's because of Johnny Bairstow and that gap he can create between bat and pad. They fancy getting one to nip down the slope. Potentially bowl him LBW. That's what they're going to try and target Johnny Bairstow with.
Conventional field for Cummins, who runs up. Bairstow's looking, pushing and getting a run out through the vacant square because Travis Head's in the deep. So Broad exposed to the strike here as England shuffle along here a bit fitfully at this point after losing their captain to the second ball of the day. A sharp lifting delivery, and again Cameron Green's hands in the gully. It went very quickly to his right and he snared it magnificently. A beautiful bit of cricket from Stark and Green to get that wicket. Now back with Broad. Cummins is over the wicket this time. And Broad is back and he's playing the ball well. Gets a single. He watched the ball. He watched the bounce and he poked it gently to the offside.
Well, the traditional way of playing Test cricket is for Stuart Broad just to hang in there and hope to survive long enough for Bairstow just to play. But this is England, and the New England is not generally an England side that plays with the tradition of the game at heart. It's an England side that's just trying to do things completely differently. So I expect Stuart Broad to start trying to play all the shots in the book.
What will Bairstow do? Cummins bowls too many forward. He can't score there. He had to respect the length of that and just dropped it down behind him. So 297 for 6. Bairstow's 10.
We just keep
Broad 2.
Just reminding everyone that Nathan Lyon, Australia's world-class spinner, is off the field. You know, he's clearly not going to be able to bowl in the match. So it makes it even, more bizarre, the tactic that England have gone to.
Under a bit of high cloud. Cummins goes in. Bairstow's back. Wants a single. No. Broad's not interested, is it? Wobbles out to Renshaw just behind point. The end of the over from Cummins. So tight bowling from Australia. A bit of bounce and a couple of wickets. We've gone almost 45, 46 minutes today with Stokes out for 17 and Brook for exactly 50. You're going to keep going with this pace duo?
Yeah, well, I think Stark will continue for certainly, obviously, this over and maybe another. You've got Josh Hazlewood, you've got Cameron Green, who... His hands are too big, Jim. I'm going to make a complaint. Cameron Green's hands are just far too large. It makes catching look too easy.
Yeah, he's like a tarantula in the gully there. Around over the wicket he bowls. Down the leg side he tries to just send that down to fine leg and misses out. That's 6 for 297. Yes, it's hard to believe that he actually dropped one the other day. It went straight to him. Probably that was why. He only takes them when they're left or right. And
where was that?
Where did he drop one? Was that in the Oval?
Yes.
Yes, went straight at him.
Must have missed
that. Well, we were too busy raving about the ones he took left and right.
He only takes them with one hand.
Stark goes in and Broad is back and he plays it just on the bump in there to the man in close under the lid, very nearby.
I think I'd be tempted to go a bit more orthodox to Stuart Broad. You can still have a square leg on the boundary, bowling the odd bouncer, but there's just a bit there, and you see such a big gap between obviously the keeper and that Khawaja at Gully.
He likes to play a few speckies to the short ball. Let's see what happens. Sometimes he steps a long way away to do it. Renshaw's at chatting distance under the nose as Stark bowls again, and that short, ouch, goes over his right shoulder. He got out of the way of it, just got out of the way of it. He could see it coming, and it was sharp. I don't know what the pace was, but I think Stuart Broad thought it was pretty rapid.
Well, this is what Mitchell Stark does. It's high, it's gone a long way over his head, but he's 3 for 86, and when you think about his first 7 overs, went for 50.
Yeah.
And he was travelling all the way around the ground. Mitchell Stark's the kind of bowler that just sweeps up the tail, and he's got it in him to just bowl one spell that changes the course of the Test match. He's done it this morning.
He bowls again, and well played. Broad up and over, getting behind the ball, watching it. That's the key thing. He didn't take his eye off it, and it wasn't as menacing as some of the other shorter of a length deliveries. He played it very well. But scoring at the moment's a problem for England. They've been besieged by this lively pace bowling and just getting the ball off the square to anyone for a 1 is not easy. No slips, just a gully, and there's under the nose on the offside. Stark tears in again, and it's right up in the block hole and watched again by Broad. He kept it out of his pads.
Well, that was good batting because it was a full-length delivery that just came back down the slope. Stuart Broad is right in front of all three.
It's a no ball. Another posthumous no ball, which we're getting used to seeing. The umpires, I don't think they even look at the front line anymore. And the third umpire's got to be awake. He's got to watch every ball. Can't just doze off like they used to and wait for the DRS. 6 for 299. Stark in again. Back goes Broad, plays it well. Up over the bounce, steering it into the gully. So some care being taken. This might be Stark's last over in this spell. Cameron Green surged in after giving us a hint during the tea break that it was going to happen when he had a warm-up over here bowling bounces.
Yeah, Stuart Broad's getting nicely in line. That's we've seen him kind of back away, but he's getting right behind it. It's not easy as a tail-ender coming in to face this kind of pace.
Where's this one going? As Stark rushes in and bowls on the stumps, and once more Broad is watching and pushing the ball away, getting over it and behind it. So he's doing a good job here if Bairstow can find a way to keep the board moving, because it's stalled pretty much with only 21 runs added in almost an hour of play here. So one more to come in this over from Stark under the cloud cover. He's got some of his own wind behind him as he goes in. Bowls short, and that's an awkward one, and it goes over his shoulder, just past his gloves and his shoulder down the leg side. So another lively Stark over, survived by the watchful Stuart Broad.
Well, he's bowled beautifully, Mitchell Stark. He's just got that extra bit of bounce out the surface, whether it's just the overheads, whether it's the Australians realising that this morning was such a key morning for them, whether they've had a chat in the dressing room that, we just got to up the ante. That's what really good teams can do when it matters, and you have to win an hour. Really good teams just know how to switch on and make sure that they get the job done.
Yes, the difficulty from now on without line, of course, is to keep getting through some overs as well. And they may be a bit behind. Andy, what have you got? Is Hazelbrook's ready to bowl?
Mitchell Stark is moving up the all-time Test wicket takers list. He's now got 313. He began the game tied with Brett Lee on 310. He's overtaken Zahir Khan and Ishant Sharma this morning. And he's now the joint fifth leading Test wicket taker for Australia, level with his sort of left-arm predecessor, Mitchell Johnson, who also had 313 Test wickets.
Now throw your line after Wasim Akram. Is he number 2 in the left-hand quickies? As Hazelbrook, with a slip and about a fourth slip, is in from the pavilion end. He comes to Bairstow, who's forward, checks himself on the front foot as Hazelbrook hits the length. Yesterday in the sunshine in the afternoon, the pitch looked as bland as ever.
I have to say, Jim, let's just dissect the conditions that England have had so far in the Test match. They've had them all in their favour. They won an amazing toss. It was just gloomy all day on day one. They didn't bowl well enough. Wasn't sharp enough in the field. The body language wasn't good enough. Yesterday they had pure batting conditions, purely in their favour.
Hazelbrook goes in and he chases this wider ball, clips it down to Renshaw, who's behind point. He wants the second, but it's not there. He went too quickly. It didn't go to the boundary. And the 300's up.
Yeah, 300 up for England. And also, Australia's fine off-spinner, who got 8 wickets in the first Test match, is off the pitch. So everything has been in England's favour so far this week. In terms of the conditions and the fortune, that element of luck that you always need. You always need a little bit of the rub of the green. Well, it's certainly been with England this week.
So, I'm back in the Blue Mountains. Sorry, folks. Hazelbrook's a lovely place. But he's not actually bowling. It's Hazelwood, the boy from Bendemeer.
Hazelbrook could be a good cricketer.
It's a good name, isn't it? Yeah.
Bowl like Josh and bat like Harry.
Oh, dear. It's that orange juice. It gets you every time. Hazelwood comes up and bowls. He swings at this, and that's gone up the top edge. And where's it ended up? In front of the fly slip. He swung so lustily at it, I thought he got a good piece of it, but he didn't. And it was well in front of the man down there, in front of us, Mitchell Stark. And
It's an old ball, isn't it?
Like a
soft.
single.
I reckon a harder ball, and that would have flown down.
Yeah.
To Mitchell Stark on the boundary. There's been a number of England's pull shots that have landed short of fielders. They've got out to 4 of them.
A single. Bairstow's back on strike. Hazelwood bowls, and he's punched down towards mid-on. And there's no run there. 6 for 301. And Broad getting venturesome when he saw that short ball.
Yeah, Stark is one of 6 left-arm seam bowlers with 300 or more test wickets. Zahe Khan, I mentioned 311. Stark and Johnson, 313. Trent Bolt, New Zealand, 317. Chaminda Vas, crafty Sri Lankan medium pacer, 355. And Wasim Akram, 414.
Thank you, Andy. Hazelwood comes up and cramping up Bairstow. He's looking for some room to manoeuvre the ball, but it was right in at him and he could only defend.
Yeah, you've got Johnny Bairstow who's just trying to hope for any kind of width to whack it through the offside, but Australia trying to get the ball to nip down the slope because they know he creates that gap between bat and pad. A couple of points going to come up and try and save a single as his square leg to Johnny Bairstow. The last ball of Hazelwood's, should I say Hazelbrook's last ball of the over.
Yeah, that's going to stick.
Now, a couple of points gone back.
Yeah, there's a single out there. Where's he going to bowl it? A bouncer? Hazelwood bowls, and it is run away down towards third man. A neat stroke. It's going for 4. He didn't get the 1, he got the 4. A nice little glide, an off glide. He just used the pace of it, opened his bat, and ran it down to third man. So Bairstow's 15. It's the end of Hazelwood's first over of the day. It's 6 for 305.
Yeah, it's going to be Cameron Green to replace Mitchell Stark. A few no balls yesterday. Cameron Green, he bowled that no ball that Joe Root was out to.
Why is Joe Root getting so caught up in this Baz ball? He's such a good player. To see the way he played yesterday, wasn't it reckless?
Well, the one thing, Joe Root for me is England's greatest ever player. I mean, in terms of a player that can play across all the formats so well. He's such a pure player. He certainly doesn't need to change anything that he does. But, you look at his dismissal in the second innings at Edgbaston. Dismissal, he was out twice yesterday. I just don't think he needs to take such high risks.
Well, he's obviously caught up in the latest philosophy or whatever it is that's got England playing this way. Now, Green bowls short and he pulls it around to the man at short leg. He pulled it straight into Renshaw, who's near the bat. He had to wait on that in the end. It came off quite slowly.
Yeah, and that's, when you're facing short balls on a slow pitch, it's hard to... Oh, it's gone straight into Renshaw's chest. It was a chance.
Yes. You're not putting that down as a chance, are you, Andy? Didn't get a hand on it. Whacked it straight at him. He bowls again, short, and it's hit for 4. Way through the covers. That's a good stroke from Stuart Broad, and it runs up to the extra cover boundary. A little bit of width. That was the kind of ball that Bairstow would love to get. Short, wide, and he played a good shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Nice flow at the bat. Just saying that playing the short ball on a slowish pitch can sometimes be quite difficult. You're not quite sure the pace of the ball coming off the surface.
Can Broad keep it going? Make a partnership here. 6 for 309. Around the wicket, Green bowls. He's back and he steers it into the ground. Just wide of a diving Khawaja towards third man for a single. Again, just getting over the bounce. A little uppishly played wide of Khawaja. And Bairstow's got the strike to Green.
If England can get a partnership and get to within 30 or 40 of Australia, the conditions as they are with the clouds around, it is a good day to be bowling. And over the weekend, I mean, the forecast looks to me like the sun's going to shine once again. We saw yesterday, as soon as the sun came out, the pitch just looks so flat. What England can't afford Australia to have is a 70, 80 run lead. It's just too many.
106 the difference at the moment. A slip and a gully, and Cameron Green at this nursery end. He runs in and Bairstow whips it away to the onside, and it's well saved out there by a diving Renshaw. And Bairstow just waited and used his wrists, but couldn't get it through the field. So they've added 32 runs for the loss of 2 wickets this morning, and we are up on the hour, and a drinks break no doubt at the end of this over. Cam Green, a spread field other than the slip and the gully, and he comes up again. Bairstow ducks a bouncer, doesn't take up the offer. He did earlier to Stark, and he miscued it. He was a bit lucky. It landed in between the 2 men in the deep off a top edge, but he was playing carefully there as Green banged it in. 6 for 310. Drinks imminent here under the cloud.
Certainly looks a little bit easier with Hazelwood and Cameron Green bowling.
Green bowls pitching up, and away goes Bairstow, working that out to deep backward square, and they collect a run, and that will be the end of the over. Chris Gaffney says, "Righto, fellas, time for the valet. Bring on the drinks. The butler is coming." 6 for 311 as we go to a drinks break. Bairstow 16 and Broad 8. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and on the ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. See you, folks. See you, Michael. I think who's coming in? Oh, here she is. Little Red Riding Hood's in white today. Ishigu is going to join you in a moment.
Yeah, I think Australia will be delighted with that hour's play. This partnership between Bairstow and Broad has just started to look a bit more comfortable. Bowling changes have certainly helped. Cummins and Stark were magnificent. Now Hazelwood and Green saying they look innocuous. It just looks a little bit easier.
Trailing by 105, England haven't really had too many answers to the short ball, have they? 8 overs to go into the second new ball.
Just not good ones.
Fair point. Bairstow will continue on 16 and Broad 8 as they take down some fluid. And we're going to Andy. Andy's got something for us.
Yeah, but we'll pick up what Michael was saying about the difference in conditions between the innings in which England bowled and Australia bowled. Looked at the first 40 overs and the amount of seam and swing movement combined for pace bowlers and the difference between those two figures. And England got more than twice the amount of movement that Australia got. And in terms of the ratio between the first innings seam movement and the second innings seam movement for seamers at the start of the innings, the first 40 overs, it's in the top 10 biggest differences in the 580 tests in the database. So,
it's doing too much, is what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is there's not many tests in which the bowling conditions have been as different as this one. Obviously, different types of bowlers trying to get different things to happen, but that difference between first innings movement for seamers and second innings movement for seamers was unusually pronounced.
The conditions have been quite similar in terms of the overcast and bit of moisture around, but
England have had the best of the conditions this week. That's not in question. They've just got to make sure they maximise it. I mean, so far they haven't been able to play well enough to get on top of this Australian side. Australia, you have to say, they batted really well in that first innings because the ball was doing a bit.
There will be Josh Hazelwood to bowl from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Johnny Bairstow with a slip-in position. Michael Vaughan is going to step out as Hazelwood is in to Bairstow, beats the edge, up the slope. Good length delivery. He did try and shape to play that through covers. There is a man out at deep point, so it would have just been a single, but Welcome back to Radio 4 long wave listeners. England 311 for 6 then, trailing by 105. Bairstow on 16 and Broad on 8. And it's a welcome back to Phil Tufnell. You're in the right place this time, but you've got the wrong headset on.
I'm having a tricky morning. I don't know what's going on this morning.
Bairstow drives in the air straight to Pat Cummins at mid-on. Josh Hazlewood bowling slightly tighter to the stumps, and Bairstow goes in the softest of fashions. He's out for 16, and Australia can't believe their luck.
They bowled very well this morning, the Australians. They bowled with a little bit more zip, haven't they? Got a bit more bounce from the short stuff. This time, they've gone fuller to Johnny Bairstow. And he's just gone for a sort of an expansive drive, looking to go straight back over Hazlewood's head. Just skimmed it to mid-on, about waist high. And with that, you kind of feel that England are in a bit of trouble. Johnny Bairstow, fantastic stroke player and can score quickly. Now we really have got the tail. Robinson, Tongue and Anderson. And Australia, with a new ball just round the corner, will feel that they can go boom, boom, boom. That's gone well for England this morning, I'm afraid.
Test cricket for you, isn't it? You can lose a game in a session. They are now trailing 105. They fought their way back yesterday, had the best day yesterday.
180 for 1, England were.
Yep.
With Nathan Lyon being stretchered off in a wheelbarrow going round to the pavilion. Saying. Hashtag just saying.
Is it an actual wheelbarrow, Tuffers?
I don't know.
Is that the one they used to wheel you out to bowl in?
They used to wheel me out in it.
Pick you up off the
and this is
floor.
you just mentioned it there, Isha. This is Test cricket. Test cricket, it can change in a blink of an eye, and so when you find yourselves in positions of strength, and just always have one mind that anything can happen just round the corner, and Australia have come out and turned the tables on England. I bet that Australia side now can't believe how it's changed from where they were yesterday afternoon.
Ollie Robinson is in the middle now to join Stuart Broad. A few useful runs from him in the first Test match.
Made all right video.
You can absolutely guarantee there are going to be a few words. Slipping a full slip for Robinson. There's a short leg as well as Hazlewood bowls, and he turns that around the corner. Good length delivery and plays that away nicely for a single. Trailing by 104 then. Lights are on here. It's pretty grey and grim in the distance. Cool, we feel the cool air breeze coming through here in the Test match commentary box. Bit of a breeze getting up on the far side of the ground. 3 for 24 is what England lost yesterday in that crazy 40 minutes or so where Australia were scratching their heads, didn't know what to do. They went to the short ball theory and played into their hands. Robinson with 17 not out and 27 in that Edgbaston Test as Stuart Broad is facing up to Hazlewood. He ducks underneath one that was wildly down the leg side, and Andy Zaltzman is trying to cajole the umpire. I don't think he quite saw you there into giving it a wide. Nice morning, Tuffers.
Yes.
Have a nice breakfast.
Beautiful breakfast. Yeah. Tommy Banks is up there. Nice to see him. Knows his way around.
Is that a morning ritual for you now here?
Oh, it is a little bit. I rather like it up
the
there.
Edgeridge.
Yeah, he knows his way around a frying pan, doesn't he?
He does. I'm not going to lie, I might have popped in after you. Hazlewood bowls to Broad, who's playing that out to deep point, just off the back foot, angled across for a single.
And then we were out this morning, having a wander around the ground, had a chat with some of the fans out the back in the nursery, got amongst it, did a few vox pops.
Yeah, vox pops, for our highlight show tonight.
Yes, talking about...
You love those pieces, don't you?
Well,
Getting stuck in.
I like getting in amongst the public. And,
does it not happen very often?
Oh, it does.
You keep yourself away from the public?
Not really. Quite like it. Had some good opinions on the game.
Hazlewood coming in on an angle to Robinson, who's playing that way in front of his body, and he plays it to David Warner at mid-off. No run at the end of the over, 317 for 7.
A very knowledgeable crowd, actually. Yeah, they had lots to say about the way Australia played, methods, and tactics, and Bazball.
What do they think of Bazball?
Well, they said they're enjoying it. And, you know, where we were 12 months ago, you know, they said, you know, they're sprinting to the train stations to get here and watch it and what have you. But it was then sort of tempered with, you know, but...
Well, we don't want to lose.
Got to be and you've got to be flexible. Yeah, can we score at 10 and over without taking any risks? Well, you can't really. But no, they were all up for it. Everyone's very excited. A lot of Aussies here wandering around as well. Met some bloke who I had a chat with, and then as I was walking off, he apologised for sledging at me from the crowds in Adelaide.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
All those years ago.
Yes, I thought it was nice.
Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I think I vaguely do, actually, because it was quite. What's the word I'm looking for?
Abusive.
Well, yes.
Head is on from the nursery end to Broad. Goes down the leg side. Travis Head, who bowled 5 overs yesterday for 10 runs. He generally gets more turn than Nathan Lyon because of the side spin. So he's bowling round the wicket. There's 2 men back in the deep on the leg side for all that sweep as Broad comes forwards and plays the ball back to the bowler. Travis Head on, of course, because Nathan Lyon off the field yesterday. It's calf strain. He won't be taking any further part in this match.
Well, it's just a strain. It's not tear.
As Head is in, and it's an inside edge forward defence out to deep square. They'll come through for 100 and 2 is what they trail by. Sorry, it's been a bit slow, the graphics over. I'm looking over to the TV screen.
100 and war.
I was waiting for it to change, but it's been a little bit slow, this test match, I'm not going to lie.
102. Yeah. So that was nice, having a chat with all those guys and gals. All with the hampers. Bottle or 2 or something in there, I'm sure.
Head round the wicket to Robinson, advancing. He chips it up in the air. It goes over Pat Cummins, who's chasing after it. He just lift his head up to see if he might be able to grab it, but it's too far in front, and it'll just drop in front of us here. I'll come back for a couple. 316 for 7.
Don't really mind this, as you say, with the new ball just round the corner, Aish. I think that probably Robinson should look to try and target Head. If he can get 20 or 30 quickly, could be handy. New ball round the corner. You don't fancy this England tail, do you?
Robinson on 3, advances again and slaps that back to Pat Cummins, diving to his right. They'll come through for 1, trailing by 99 now, 317 for 7. So Nathan Lyon could, in theory, bat.
Yes.
For the remainder of this test match, but he walked onto the field this morning with crutches.
Yeah.
So as Broad swipes across the line out to deep mid-wicket. He gets enough of it to go to the boundary, but it'll be cut off by Marnus Labuschagne.
Good tactics here from England. I like these tactics to Travis Head. Get after him, don't let him settle, because you know what you're going to be getting in a few overs' time from the likes of Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins.
319 for 7 then, trailing by 97 at the end of the over. Robinson 4, Broad 12.
You can't do a lot on crutches, can you? And I should imagine batting would be quite tricky. If they needed 1 to win, perhaps you'd get out there, wouldn't you? But,
would you?
Absolutely. Of course you would. Just hurl myself at the ball like that to totally get a leg by. But then,
even if it was...
but then how do you get up and run?
Even if it was Joel Garner bowling?
Absolutely.
Okay.
1 to win.
Yeah.
I'd have to put my cowardice to one side. Try and do it for the team.
Wouldn't expect anything less, Tuffers.
No. 100, no. We need 100.
Big burly frame of Cam Green is in. That's whipped away to the boundary from Ollie Robinson. Lovely shot. Just leant on it, really. Angled in. That was a glorious strike. Robinson goes to 8, 323 for 7. He's replaced Pat Cummins from the pavilion end.
What a shot that is from Ollie Robinson.
It was Josh Hazlewood, wasn't it?
No, that was Cameron Green, I think.
No, before him, the over before.
Glorious, whatever it was. Just leg stump half volley, clipped away beautifully.
Green to Robinson, advancing. It's short. He misses it. Goes through to Carey. Looking to slap that away to the leg side again.
Run down the wicket. Cameron Green saw him coming, dug it in short and still had a dip at it. But I think these two, I think this is the best sort of, what's it called, modus operandi for these two.
Plan, tactic.
Yeah.
Ploy.
Yeah. Ploy, plan, tactic, you're right.
Robinson ducks underneath that one. That was mightily close to hitting him. Just a bit more back of a length than a full delivery, and he's done well to evade that one, Robinson. So the spider cam circling over to our right, catching a glimpse of the action. Wonderful vantage point over there in the grandstand. Green shuffles forwards. Big, strong frame. Bowls and tries to whip that away to the leg side. This time Robinson fending it away. Sort of half trying to pull it and half sway out the way. As Steve Smith is moving out of slip into another deep square position. And Khawaja shuffling across from mid-wicket. David Warner sprinting through down to the third boundary. Three men in the deep on the leg side then for Robinson as Green bowls short again, and that's played over to deep mid-wicket. He steps back and slaps it over there. It'll be cut off and he'll just pick up one. Travis Head getting to the ball quickly as he throws that in. 324 for 7, trailing by 92 then England. The truffle omelette. Sorry, I'm still thinking about it, Tuppers. It was so good.
Was it Finn and truffle, wasn't it? Which is a sort of a special sort of cheese, isn't it? Finn cheese, not Stephen Finn. Wrapped up in omelette.
Over in Tommy Branks' restaurant this morning.
Pleasant. Beautiful view up there as well.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, well, Lord's is pretty nice, isn't it? Been lucky enough to play here for 20 odd years with Middlesex. Beautiful spot.
Green. Oh, change of angle, and Stuart Broad's just pulled back. Members on the benches behind the bowler's arm, just shuffling around.
Mitch Stark had a bit of zip about it this morning, didn't he? Really bowled well, that sort of slingy. He just seems to have that ability, just because he's a couple of miles an hour quicker than everyone else, just to make something happen out of nothing. Oh, well.
As Green bowls to Broad, he's stuck on the helmet. He turns his head. And I think it's hit him on the back of the helmet or the grill. Looks of concern from Ollie Robinson as he comes down. The players are gathering around him. He is still standing, and David Warner's come around to have a look at his grill.
No, is it all right? Yeah.
I think it might have actually hit him on the grill.
He's standing there a bit stunned.
Yeah, it was a hostile delivery. He does get that extra bounce off a length, doesn't he, Cam Green?
Yeah. Just took his eye away. Might have got him on the sort of just took the eyes off the ball. I'm sure he's all right. He's, as you say, still standing. Get the checks and the concussion checks. The helmet's off, and he seems a little dazed. A jaw, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what it looks like he's taking a look at.
Well-directed bumper. Oh yeah, got him sort of under the grill on the jaw somehow. It's trouble when you're tall, I suppose. You know, when you're short, you can duck and weave, but when you're tall, you're always trying to look to get on top of the bounce. But that one just kept climbing and climbing.
Nasty.
Yeah. Just giving his jaw a little wobble.
That is a dangerous ball, you have to say. That was really close to the neck, but that has hit him on the right jaw as he's looked to swish his head out the way. He has been hit before, of course, 2014.
Yeah.
Where the ball went between the lid and the grill. It pierced through to hit him in the eye.
Jude's had one of those at Perth. It's Brett Lee.
Yeah.
He seems all right, though.
Yeah. Thankful for that extra protection these days, just beneath the helmet to the right of the grille. There's these extra little bits that they now wear, the players, under the helmet. He's got a smile on his face, Stuart Broad. He's putting his helmet back on, his gloves back on, and he will resume here at Lord's. So England 324 for 7, Broad to 12, and Robinson on 9.
That's what I didn't used to like when the new ball was just coming. You off, Ish?
Yeah, I'm off, sorry.
See you, mate. I didn't like that when you're having the spinner warming up and there'd be the big quick bowler down at deep, long on, going through his warming up stretches exercises.
Oh, well, there's a caught behind. There we go. Robinson coming down the pitch, having a huge swish. And he's caught behind. Off Travis Head. And England lose another wicket. 324 for 8. If he hadn't been caught, he'd have been stumped. Came rushing down the pitch. Had a swipe. Carey caught it. He could have stumped him.
Caught it up by shoulder.
Yeah, 8 down. So Tongue and Anderson to come. And a rather damaged Broad is having more attention down at this end. He'd been playing the short ball pretty bravely, actually. I mean, bearing in mind that, as we know, his nerve has rather gone against the short ball, but he stood there and he swayed and he kept out of the way as best he could. But England still 92 runs behind, and they've got 2 wickets left. Floodlights on. It's quite cloudy, so, as was forecast. But whether that'll help England to swing the ball about when the time comes, we don't know. It is quite chilly.
That's only England's 3rd single-figure score of the series. Ollie Robinson out for 9, 30 innings, 27 double-figure scores, but only 3 have got past Zach Crawley's 61 at the start of the series. I've had 78 from Bairstow and 118 from Root in that first innings as well in Birmingham. Duckett's 98 here, so a huge number of starts, and they've not been able to go on with it. Had almost, I think, only 2 single-figure partnerships in the series as well, so they keep sort of building something and then making an error or falling victim to some good bowling.
So they were 188 for 1 when Pope was dismissed.
Oh, I just missed this, yeah.
And 324 for 8 now.
Yeah. Yes, and 180 for 1 when Lyon walked off. 180, John.
There's Tongue waiting. Head bowls to him, forward he comes, playing that securely enough. He won't have too many issues with that, but he'll be aware of the new ball. It can be taken 4 overs after this one.
So what have they lost, Andy, for 7 wickets? Sorry, when
his head again. He clumps that in the air rather. Broad sets off for the far end. He's going to run his bat into his ground. He makes the run. Tongue's off the mark. Pat Cummins with a big smile on his face on the screen, tosses the ball away to Head.
They've lost from 188 for 1, 7 for 136. It was 182 for 1 in the 37th when Lyon went off injured, having bowled a 13-over spell.
Broad steps in, waits now. His Head comes in, bowls to him, and he plays that very correctly. And Head feels that as he follows through. You can see the shadows actually now gathering around the players' feet, so it is getting a little darker. The lights are on. Then goes Head once more, moves in, bowls, and Broad tries to sweep. It's a peel flag before wicket is given out. He's reviewing it straight away. Certainly looked leg side-ish or leg stumpish.
Yeah.
But it has been given out, and umpire Gaffney did that very quickly as well. Broad trying to sort of slog sweep it really towards deep mid-wicket.
Might have got a scratch on it.
He might have. I mean, he reviewed it straight away, but that's not normally.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision front on?
Let's have a look. It might be that he got a bit of bat on this. He did review it very quickly.
I'll check for ultra edge to see if there's any bat or glove.
Couldn't see it on that one, but it seems to have gone straight through.
Please.
I didn't see it turn.
No.
And ball tracking when ready.
I reckon that's leg stump at best. Might even be umpire's call. Let's have a look. It's drifting down with the slope. Just turn
Pitched
a
in line,
little
impact
bit.
in line, and
Yeah, hitting
the
leg
stumps,
stump.
Chris, so you can stay with your original out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. On screen now, you can signal.
Broad's out. He hung around. He played quite bravely there, actually, and lots of ducking and swaying and keeping out of the way. But he got a couple of blows as well. 325 for 9 then. So England this morning have lost. Andy,
They scored 47 and lost 5 so far. Yeah, 547 in now 14 overs and 5 balls.
well, how are they going to get themselves back into the game now?
Well, over to you, Jimmy and Broady again. You've got to come in there with that new ball. Conditions in their favour again, even though it's a bit chilly. We don't know. Listen, Josh Tongue might come out with some slog 100. But they've got to somehow hold Australia out cheaply.
Out comes Jimmy Anderson then with a lot to do. And 2 wickets for Head, you have to say that's a bit of a bonus.
There again, only 75 overs have faced.
Yes.
So Broad and Anderson will be going, here we go again, get the bowling boots on.
Yep.
They haven't had much time off the feet, the bowlers. Very exciting, though.
They detect a touch of irony in that.
Well, we've watched a bit of cricket, John, now, haven't we?
Yep.
And when we see something that we think's perhaps not quite right, it becomes pretty obvious, and it's played out so far. Crucial first session this was, wasn't it? If England could get up to Australia, then they're back in the game right away. But you always thought something was going to happen.
325 for 9. Travis Head round the wicket poles. Anderson's down the pitch at him and drives that to mid-on, who's just hanging back a bit there. But he doesn't take a run. It means that Tongue is on strike. It's 325 for 9. A couple of wickets for Head.
Nice breeze blowing across the ground as well, looking at that MCC flag. So it's just whether they can get this ball swinging and seaming England when they eventually lose this last wicket. Try and get themselves back in this test match.
It's also bounced from Stark, particularly, didn't we? He bowled quick, nicely.
Yeah, it just seemed to have a bit more, as I said Uchki. Do you ever want Uchki, a little bit more Uchki in the pitch and a little bit more Uchki in Mitchell Stark?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Isn't that what you call Graham Gooch when you had a few times before?
But, just had that little bit more fizz.
Yes.
A little bit more, something.
325 for 9 then, with Cummins back in the attack and looking to wrap it up. He comes in, bowls a short ball, which thumps into Tongue's thigh pad. It's a short leg crouching there, waiting to take a catch of some sort. 325 for 9. Missed you this morning.
Well, yeah.
Well, I must thank Giles Martin, who came as a view from the boundary last month, wasn't it? I think at the start of this run of tests. Anyway, it was here. It must be the Ireland Test match. So we went into the Abbey Road studios.
Oh yes, no, I've been there.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I've been there. Yeah.
Really, really interesting. In comes Cummins, bowls, and that's fended in the air and out. England are dismissed. The 325. So a lead for Australia of 91. And Australia, look, and should be delighted about that. I suspect a little surprised. And England are left with the task now of getting back into this game, a game they were dominating yesterday. So I think lots of people have judged for themselves what they thought of the way they've played here, and there's some different opinions of it that way, but the fact is, the bottom line is, they're not in the position that they really ought to have been at mid-afternoon yesterday, and they've got a lot of work to do. 325 all out, a lead of 91. And you can't help but feel as Australians walk off there, looking very pleased with themselves. They've burgled a lead there, and they'll be feeling that, well, look at Pat Cummins' face, I think probably says it all. A smile all over it. 6 for 47 in 15 overs they've lost this morning. Alistair Cook's alongside me.
Well, I said this morning it's going to be hard to predict what is this day's got in store for us, and I didn't have that on the radar. I didn't have 6 for 40. And there is a sense of a shock around the ground, isn't there? Very quiet. Was it 180? I know we keep going back. 180 for 1.
Yep.
So it's 140 for 9. And what everyone was saying was a good wicket to bat on. So we keep going back to that half an hour, don't we? How precious Test match runs, strong positions are in Test matches. You know, we might be old school in our approach at certain stages. There's also in the back of the mind knowing that we've all watched enough cricket and seen enough cricket that when you get in positions of strength, how precious that is, and how you have to realise how precious it is and treasure it and really hammer home that advantage. And England at that stage, Lyon walking off, had that advantage.
Bowling figures wise, Stark 17 overs, 3 for 88. Cummins 16.2 overs, 1 for 46. That actually was his only wicket in the innings. Lyon, as we know, only bowled 13 overs, took 1 for 35. Cameron Green 1 for 54 from 9. Steve Smith bowled 1 over, and even Travis Head nipping in with 2 for 17 from 7 overs, 1 maiden. So, what is Ben Stokes A saying there in the dressing room, and B, how do they manage this? There is at least one of those little dicey periods here for Australia to bat in. 25 minutes maybe. An opportunity, therefore, to try and nip 1 or 2 of the openers out in that time. But tactically for Stokes, I mean, I think we'll know what he'll do. But there is now, because of that lead, those 91 runs that Australia already have in the bank. And you simply can't keep attacking all the time. You've got to try and restrict whatever target it is.
And to be fair to Ben, actually in this series he has captained. He hasn't been all in with his captaincy.
No,
there's been, has been very actually sensible captaincy a lot of the time. You know, with Moeen it was different at Edgerton at times, but other periods he has had sweepers out. He has had, catches in place, but also some defensive fields. Or a lot on day one it was 3 slips, ring field and offside. As a captain here, you have to really hammer home one message: what has gone has gone. There is nothing you can do now as a side about that 6 for 40. Can you now change? You're looking at your bowlers, and as a batter, I found it quite hard. Sometimes when you've messed up as a bit as a side, you're then looking at your bowlers going, well, you've got to drag us back. And Broad, Anderson, Tongue, they've got to drag us back, haven't they? And Robinson. England desperately need early wickets. They've got good conditions, so that is a positive with the floodlights on, cloudy. It's not cracking the flags, is it? So they've got a chance, and you've just got to now regroup as a side and go again.
Yeah, even when they are rattling along at 5 and over, and inevitably losing some wickets as that happens, it is putting pressure on the bowlers. I mean, in a series like this of 5 back-to-back Test matches, if you are only going to bat for 70 or 80 overs, even if you score 400 in that time, you're actually not giving the bowlers much of a break.
No, you're not. David Warner will be key here for England, because we know how Khawaja bats, and Smith and Labuschagne, they're all accumulators in general, but Warner will see this as an opportunity. He's very good at a second innings charge. I used to find it a nightmare as a captain when he came out with if we were behind the game, he was the one desperate to get out early, because an hour and a half of David Warner and that leads 170, 180, and then England really are on the defensive. So they've got a good 20 minutes. You feel as if 2 wickets at lunch is almost a necessity to grab some initiative back in the game.
Yeah. So they're going to be about 20 minutes of play, I'd imagine, up to the lunch break. It is an opportunity for England to take a wicket or 2. But you're right, I think Warner, he might be reasonably circumspect in these 20 minutes, because he doesn't want to expose Labuschagne, for instance, out to an even shorter period. But after that, in the back of England's mind is, of course, the fact that Australians' attack is hampered by the loss of Lyon, and that they are going to have an opportunity, one assumes, to score, to win the game in the 4th innings. But it's a question of what that target is.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't fancy anything Anything over 300, would you? 350? I know this side likes chasing, and you know, historically under Ben Stokes they've had some amazing chases,
which they've done by putting pressure on the fielding side particularly.
Yeah.
They've gone after them, and the fielding side, with that total in the back of their minds, have just panicked a bit, got things wrong, and England just kept going, and that's how they've won those games. It's intimidated them, really.
Yeah.
And it will be harder for Cummins to just chuck the ball to somebody and keep an end going while he rotates his seamers. So that's
the thing I think Australia will play on, is what we've seen in this innings and the amount of talk, rightly or wrongly, about the short ball. That, you know, I know this England team seem to, you know, Ben Duckett, we don't care. Do you know what I mean? That kind of approach, it felt like in his interview. You know, they know. They might be playing a different game, but it's still the same mental game. I'm sorry, in a batter's mind.
Must be.
That it has to be. So they know they've got that option as a side, just to go short and throw the ball straight back into England's corner and go again. Well, how are you going to play this? And Ollie Pope, how is he going to play it? Is he going to play the same shot? Ben Duckett will start questioning his method, because he does play the shot all the time. But is his method good enough? And those questions, they have to keep being asked. I know there's a different mentality under Brendan McCullum, but you know, I can't see how you wouldn't do it.
Well, the fielders at least, are ready. They're down on the boundary edge, loosening up, waiting for the umpires to appear. I can see them now in the distance, walking out over the boundary rope. The groundsman is rolling the pitch with the heavy roller, so that'll be at Australia's request. A lot of ground staff standing around there waiting for that to finish. A few stewards around and so on, but the crowd, well, many have dispersed. They're just maybe having an early lunch or something, but this is always going to be a tense 20 minutes as an opportunity. It is a chance that England have of taking one wicket or two. That was the thinking, of course, behind Stokes' declaration at Edgbaston. It's that as a batsman, you must walk out, Alistair, thinking, well, I can't really gain much here. There's a lot to lose at getting out, but in 20 minutes, 4 overs or something, what are going to be at the end? 5 not out, 6 not out or something?
It's a bit different with lunch. It's a bit different. It's not like at the end of the day, it seems to be a bit harsher. I think here, you know that you actually got an opportunity to score 100 today. You got an opportunity to score 100 today. So I don't think that it's, I don't walk out with 20 minutes to go before lunch, as it's a very different feeling than it is at the end of the day. So, but will England get the ball to move? There's a bit more bounce, wasn't there, in the wicket today?
Yes, definitely.
And I don't know. I can't work out why there's more bounce. The ball's 60 odd overs old, and actually it was like the second, not the second ball, that was Stokes, but there's a ball to Harry Brook very early on, which flew through, didn't it? It went really wide, nipped and went wide. So whether there is a bit more in the wicket, and we're about to find out from James Anderson whether he can get a bit more carry in it.
I think he's bowling from the nursery end. He often bowls in the pavilion here, but whether it's the breeze that's just coming slightly up from about fine leg for Anderson, so just to help his outswinger. Broad's going to bowl from the pavilion by the look of it. He's warming up, whirling his arms around. And the field, you get a sort of a mindset view, really, of the captain when you see the field that's been set. Well, there are 3 slips, and that's fair enough for this short session here. What England don't want is a nice flowery drive from Warner flying through 3rd slip and there not being anybody there. There's a backward point. There's actually 3 in the offside, saving a single. There's 2 in the leg and there's a long leg. So it's a pretty standard sort of field, really.
This is when you want to see good, positive body language from England. Plenty of hustle.
Yep.
Try and change the momentum yourself as a fielder. Most of them are batsmen who are not bowling, who probably might be thinking about their shot they played. Nothing you can do now. You've got to fizz the ball around for half an hour. Try and make it as uncomfortable as you can for these 2 Australian batsmen.
So about ready to go. The ground staff just finishing up below us here. Khawaja is about to face the first ball of Australia's second innings. They lead by 91. The crowd urging Anderson on as he runs away from us. The first ball swings away from Khawaja, just enough. And Khawaja has a look at it. And it's collected by Johnny Bairstow, who's in front of Root at first slip, Crawley second, Duckett third. We've got Brook at backward point. We've got Stokes in the covers. And Pope, presumably, is resting this injured shoulder. He's out at mid-off. He's normally in amongst that close field. He would normally be at third slip. Broad is at mid-on. As Anderson runs away from us, bowls again, another one that swings away. Khawaja's pushing forward at it. So fielded in the offside. There's no run. Well, there's a little bit of swing there.
I can't work out why they swapped ends.
No, not can I.
Did they do it in the first innings? Was it Anderson bowling? Did he start at the pavilion and start?
Well, he started at the far end. They all did bowl spells from either end. Anderson bowled one from this end later on.
I can't remember him opening the bowling from this end for a long time.
No, not can I. Must be something to do with that breeze. So it's coming more or less straight down the ground, so into his face, really. In he goes. Anderson runs in, bowls, plays very late, and dabs it away to backward point. And there's no run. Australia lead by 91. Warner plays a few practice shots down at the non-striker's end, then leans on his bat and looks around.
Bit of swing though. It has swung.
Thinking for Warner, last innings at Lord's.
Yeah.
Might be just running through his mind. And Khawaja too, probably. Anderson runs in, bowls, starting that a bit too far outside the leg stump, and it thumps into the pad. Bairstow goes and picks it up. Just a hint of swing. Looking for the one that he brings back into Khawaja. He's setting him up with the ones that swings away at the moment.
It's got to be now, isn't it? 2 balls left. You going now, or you get saving it for one more?
He likes to hold it back, doesn't he? Just Khawaja's waiting for it as well.
I'm going 5th ball.
Okay.
This one.
That's this one then. Let's see. 3 slips waiting. In goes Anderson. There, and he bowls. I'm not quite sure what that one was. I don't think it was. It was the one that's pushed across again. It's driven up to mid-off. It didn't really actually swing at all. But it's one of Anderson's great skills that he can swing a new ball both ways, and that's not easily done. You tend to swing a ball with a natural way of your action to start with, and then you get a bit of the rough on one side with Lackroff, and then you can start to swing a bit. This is where he's so brilliant.
You see why he keeps getting me out then?
Yes.
Because I predicted wrong.
It's the last ball of the first over. No runs on the board as yet. Khawaja waiting now as Anderson bowls. That's the one, 6th ball. Swinging in just a little bit, and Khawaja plays it in front of his pad. So a maiden over for Anderson. We've got about 20 minutes to go until lunch. Australia lead by 91. More thoughts from Alistair Cook, and then to take us to the break, Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, Stuart Broad has got the new ball from the pavilion end. He's got kind of going to bowl with the slope, which, as a batsman, I think I'd prefer. As a left-handed batsman, I would rather Stuart Broad bowl that end. I think you can leave him better. I think you know he's going to angle in and nip him away, and I think you can trust it to leave more, because you think it is going to go down the slope more than it's going to go up the slope. So I'm surprised that they have swapped ends, but I'm gonna have to ask them why they've done it.
You spoke to Stuart the other day about bowling on this surface as it was then. Did he say it was a struggle pitching it up? It just wasn't doing anything?
Yeah, he found it every time he felt on day one he went fuller. There was less movement, whether that's the slowness of the wicket. So he said he bowled that kind of, when he bowled the pretty length, he found movement, and there's a lot of player misses, but to get the edge you have to bowl that half a yard fuller, and he said when he did, he couldn't find the same movement out the wicket.
He's bowling now at Warner, who gets in behind and pats it back down the pitch. Well, the conditions look ideal for doing something with the ball. I was talking to Glenn McGrath yesterday, and he said this Duke's ball they use now is different to the one that he used. I said, what's the difference? He said, I'm not too sure. I haven't used it, but it doesn't seem to behave like it used to.
It doesn't. I don't know. There's all that fuss a few years ago about how much seam movement they were getting.
Here's Broad, and another push on a single. No, Khawaja not interested as it goes out towards mid-off.
So I think in one of the Ashes series we played, or one series we played in England, we used balls from the year before. So that it was either 17 balls in the 18 series or 18 balls in the 19 series. Whether maybe I wasn't playing, but there's a lot of fuss about this because they've definitely lowered the seam. It definitely does. It definitely lowers. I mean, we're going to have someone from Duke saying it'd be exactly the same, but they've behaved differently this year.
Here's Broad, and he leaves it at the death. Well bowled, close to the edge. Gets the crowd going. They need to have something to inspire them after a tepid morning of England batting. He pushed at it. Was he beaten or did he withdraw? He was beaten, yeah.
He was definitely beaten.
Definitely
beaten. Good ball from Stuart Broad. Where you want to bowl at David Warner.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more, I say, carry than there was in the first innings for the England bowlers.
None for none. Second innings here. Broad goes in again. He walks across and he cuts at it. And it goes on the bounce into the slips. Second slip. And Crawley, who collects it. Oh, there's some more applause. I didn't think it was that good a ball myself, but still. What are they going on about?
Well, they're just desperate for a wicket, aren't they? After the morning that England have had.
Yes, he chopped at that and it went down into the ground in front of second slip. But it's the old battle resuming. Broad versus Warner. Around the wicket he goes in. Warner leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. Yeah, so the seam, you reckon, is definitely flatter.
It feels flatter. The ball has done less this year than it has done in my experience over the last couple of years.
And why have they done that?
I don't know. I've got no idea now.
Batsmen's Union's won again.
Well, we haven't won very often on these things. The ball has done plenty over, the last few years, but this Duke's ball seems to do less at the first 10 overs, then a little bit more.
Broad's up again. Warner leaves at the death, just down the slope. Pretty good over from Broad, examining the technique, the wits of the batsman. He's bowled a maiden, Andy.
Well, looking at the ends that Broad and Anderson have bowled at Lords over the course of their careers, Anderson averages almost the same from both ends, 24 from both ends. Broad 29 from the nursery end and just under 26 from the pavilion end. But in recent years, since 2015, Anderson's done better from this end, the nursery end, averaging 20 to 26 from the pavilion end, and Broad has done a lot better from the pavilion end, averaging 22 to 32 from this end.
Stokes has been reading the stats. Here comes Anderson down the pads. It's flicked away by Khawaja, maybe from the pad. We'll just wait on the umpire to see if it's in fact a leg by as they dawdle through. Yes, umpire Raza raises his leg, and it's a leg by to get Australia off the mark.
Because I was just on those stats. What percentage of they bowled, or has it just been 50-50?
So since 2015, Broad has bowled slightly more from the nursery end than the pavilion end, and Anderson has bowled over 2/3 from the pavilion end, but has a better average from the nursery end.
Yeah, I'm glad that's right, because when I played, he's bowled majority at the pavilion end. So I'm glad my mind's not losing me too much.
Around the wicket, Anderson to Warner. Warner goes across, and with the line of the ball at his pads, he turns it round the corner down towards a fine leg for a single. 2 runs on the board for Australia. They've had a wonderful morning. A pretty poor one for England, losing 6 for 47 on the back of some sharp pace from Stark and Cummins, and all cued by a second ball of the day dismissal of Ben Stokes, brilliantly caught again by Cameron Green in the gully. A good, fast, bouncing delivery that he couldn't control. Anderson bowls it, and it's played well by Khawaja. Takes the bottom hand off. A little bit of bounce, and he was in line, and he adjusted and poked it down uncomfortably to the onside.
Yeah, definitely a bit more bounce from that ball from Jimmy. The start definitely set a great tone, didn't he, for the day? I know it was a Jaffa to get rid of Ben Stokes, but that first over was quick and nasty. And actually, you kind of sometimes forget when you're so far away that he was bowling close to 91 out. It was uncomfortable bowl.
Anderson across the bows of Khawaja, who allows it to pass.
Uncomfortable bowling to face. It was not pleasant. There's no doubt about it. And credit to Stark, because he had a tough day yesterday. Certainly his first few spells, he was leaking at 6-7 runs and over. And it was only when the Nathan Lyon injury happened, when they changed tact, that suddenly he looked more effective. But he came in today and he bowled quickly. That was genuinely quick bowling.
Over the wicket, Anderson's coming in. Khawaja's forward, watching the ball, pushing away out on the offside. Yes, he's a bit of sort of Jekyll and Hyde, Stark. When he's good, he's destructive. When he's not, he's sort of profligate. He goes for plenty.
Yeah, the first 7 overs that he bowled, which was before Lyon's injury, 0 for 55, and the 10 after Lyon went off, 3 for 33, 5 overs yesterday and 5 this morning.
That's why Australia love having him in the team, particularly at the tail. Anderson goes in again. That's driven an edge. No. Wow. That was pitched up. It moved. I think it went on the inside, and Bairstow made a good take moving back to his right. Beaten all ends up. Very close to a nick. A fine delivery from Anderson, but that's what the conditions allow for. He got the ball up on a fuller length, and it went between bat and pad. Wasn't too far away from the sticks in the end.
No, he was a way swinger, but more of a wobble seam. So it wasn't a big away swing. It's just nipped up the slope, or down the slope. Sorry, and it has gone inside Khawaja's. That's so close to off stump. So there's plenty happening for this England team. They have to believe they can get some early wickets, and suddenly Australia 150 on, 4 down. You know, the game's back in England's favour. But
here's Broad, Warner back, cut in half by 1. That came back up the slope, went between bat and pad as he tried to cut it. Could have hit it into his stumps. Again, the cheers for that moral victory for the bowler, but it wasn't a wicket. It's still none for 2. Another useful delivery.
Yeah, back of a length, and he's jagged a long way back at David Warner. Imagine Johnny Bairstow diving down to his right. That's how far it's moved.
So, can Warner get the middle of the bat on the ball at all here? Broad's running in. Warner's leaving at the death. May have been withdrawing after it went past his bat, but this is a real test for the batsman. Playing or leaving. You leave on suspicion most of the time on length, but when it's a bit fuller, you don't have much choice if it's at the stumps. That's beautiful bowling.
No, so one's nipped down away from Warner. That one did. What previous ball nipped in. So Australia, they know England have got. They've got this hour pushing, haven't they? They've got an hour now. At this spell, they've got an hour after lunch. Australia have got to ride the storm. They've got to somehow scrap their way through it, not to let England back in the game.
Warner out of his crease, and now he's pushing and wants a run. He wants to get down the other end. He can't. He was looking at Khawaja to respond, but that would have been a very risky single. He just dabbed it into the gully, but he's getting it in his head now. I've got to do something here. So he was shuffling and moving forward to Broad as he arrived in his delivery stride. It's wonderful to watch this. No runs are being scored.
No.
It doesn't matter. It's just the contest. None for 2. Broad has got Warner besieged. 2 slips into gully. Broad goes in. Warner leaves outside the off stump. So this has got the old juices going up for most in the crowd before they have a cucumber sandwich in a few moments and maybe a glass of champers. And they'll be happy to do it with Australia 1 down. But they're hanging about, as these 2 batsmen can do, as they did on the first day when everyone was expecting them to get out soon.
Although the scoreboard's not on a knife edge, the game feels like on a knife edge, doesn't it? If England get back in the game, got to find a way of getting these 2 out.
Broad bowls, tightens up Warner again. He's looking to score. He's looking Broad in the eye. He said that I'm not done yet. We're about the same age anyway. We'll have a glass of beer after the 5th test, but at the moment the battle is on, and he goes for a perambulation towards backward square just to calm himself and settle for the next burst, the next dart that's hurled in his direction. Warner 1, Khawaja 0, none for 2. Broad, steam up from the pavilion end. Runs in again, and Warner's walking and pushing. No, can't score there. It's knocked away into the covers. Another maiden over, another very good over. And the crowd, as ever, warming to one of their heroes after an excellent burst. So Australia, so far, with 1 over to go, I would think, before lunch, none for 2.
Yeah, England will be hoping to get 2 overs in. It's 5 minutes. Can Jimmy bowl it in 5 minutes? They're throwing everything at these two.
Yeah.
They're throwing everything at with some skill, some nip. But they're withstanding the pressure at the moment.
So Anderson it is. He goes in at Khawaja, who leaves a ball pitching outside and going further away. So yes, if Anderson gets through this over at normal time, we probably will get another over. But a run here or a leg by there or something or other might change that. Umpire Asan Raja standing here at the nursery end. It's about 18 degrees max at the moment. It's a bit cooler, but it's still quite humid and overcast. And the ball is moving as Anderson runs in again. Khawaja forward, playing decisively to a fuller length down to Broad, who's out there at mid-on. So plenty going on. Wickets today, not runs. There wasn't much Bazball about England's batting. And unfortunately for Brook, he got to 50 and he, I think, a bit shaken up by some of the short stuff bowled at him. And he played a horror, giving himself room and spooning it up to Cummins in the covers. Anderson runs in again, and he's driving well. Out wide of mid-off, and it's going down towards the boundary, and that's where it goes as Pope gives chase in vain. A lovely looking shot. Well, that's what happens. The risk and reward of fast bowling. He pitched it up and he made it into a half volley and sent it wide over mid-off for 4, none for 6.
Lovely cover drive from Khawaja. And you're right, he's bowled 15 balls, isn't he? Well, 14 before that, of that slightly back of a length, asking questions. Then he's gone searching, as in the first innings. When they've searched, Australia have been good enough to punish them.
Anderson goes up, back and across. He wants a single. Throw from mid-off is coming in far too late because it was a well-judged single with Pope coming across to pick up. He knocked it straight down the pitch on the offside and saw a chance with Pope wide at mid-off and charged off for the run. None for 7. Warner will have the strike as we get near the end of this over. Another, what have we got? 2 balls to go. So yes, we might get another over. Anderson's around the wicket again for Warner. 2 slips and a gully. He comes up, Warner walks across and tries to turn down the leg side. Good take from Johnny Bairstow as it speared away down the slope. And in his outstretched right glove, he took it very well. He's had a very good game behind the stumps. Good to see.
He has. He's improved, hasn't he, for Edgbaston?
Oh, yeah, he's much better than Edgbaston.
Gave him a little bit of stick, didn't you, in the papers I saw when I was at Chelmsford?
Yes, well, it must have excited him. Here goes Anderson, and he leaves it outside the off stump, and we will get another over before the lunch break at none for 7. I would never question his place in the team. It's just who should be the wicket keeper, but that's an argument that'll go around and around, as it has.
He's responded well. And there's nothing better than a fired-up Johnny Bairstow. I'd like you to interview him at some stage, Jim.
I'd like to have a chat to him. I hear he's a bit feisty. Did he play rugby?
Well, judging the way he picked up that protester, I'm sure he did.
Jeez, he's got the legs for a rugby player. Oh, solid boy. Yep. No, I hear he's got a bit of a twinkle in his eye when he has a chat, so very happy to have a yarn. But he's got this over to think about at the moment because Broad's been teasing the edge or near it of Warner. Now he's got Khawaja on strike. He runs in, Khawaja is back, and he gets a bit of bounce up near the shoulder of the bat, gets over it and plays it down and away on the offside. So this will be obviously the last over before lunch under the floodlights. And we have another fascinating afternoon to look forward to. Yesterday, it was like walking a dog in the park for the England batsmen. How benign was that pitch looking? And it's scoring so easily.
And it's changed, isn't it? This pitch, something's happened overnight, whether it is the conditions, but there's only a bit more in it for the seam bowlers.
Here's Broad. Khawaja leaves at the death. He saw the length just wide of the off stump. Take care, as he's doing so well in this series. He's 5, Warner's 1, and the score is 7. So what will we get this afternoon?
We just don't know in this series, do we? Or with both sides, actually. You'd say certainly the English side, they are very unpredictable to watch, and it makes great viewing and commentating on.
Yep. There's certainly that to be said about the brand of cricket. Broad is in. Back goes Khawaja, solid in defence. He's the rock in the innings at the moment. And he's leaving. He's starting where he left off in the first innings until he was bowled by Tongue. I'll be interested to see what he does here. He bowled a couple of jaffers in the first innings, and he, as they say in the racing game, he looks a likely type. 2 good wickets there. He got 3 in the end. Approaching lunch under the cloud. Here comes Broad, and Khawaja is back and plays it well, gets a run. He adjusted to the length of that ball as it stood up on him. He dropped his hand and poked it to where maybe short leg would have been at least stopping the single, and they took 1.
Yeah, that's that extra bounce again. We've seen it all day. And you wonder whether it was just, the extra pace of the Australia bowling attack, which we all know is 6-7 mile an hour quicker, but that one's leapt at Khawaja from Stuart Broad. It's just so unusual for a pitch which looked so benign yesterday afternoon to then be doing this. I mean, it's not a minefield by any stretch, it's just unexpected.
Changing conditions in England. Broad's coming in, Warner's pushing, wants a single. No, can't get one there as it's fielded out in the covers by Anderson. So just one more ball to go before the lunch break here. And this has been a very entertaining session again, but for the wrong reasons for England, losing their last 6 for 47, and Australia going very cautiously, carefully and hopefully towards lunch without nicking off. But there's one more ball to come, and Broad's been on heat down at that pavilion end. Here he comes. He's running in towards Warner. Warner walks and drives and gets runs through the covers. It's running away down the slope and away to the boundary for 4. Well, that's the first one he's middled from Broad, and it's gone to the boundary, and Australia go to lunch with a bit of a deep breath. None for 12, 103 runs ahead. So just quickly, the details of today's Stokes second ball of the day. Court Green bowled Stark 17. Brooke caught Cummins bowled Stark 50. Bairstow caught Cummins at mid-on off Hazelwood for 16. Broad was LBW to head for 12. Robinson jumped down the wicket, caught by Carey off head for 9. Tongue just pushed it a short ball, and Renshaw took the catch at silly mid-on from Cummins for 1, with at the other end Anderson not out on naught. 325 all out, and from that Stark 3 for 88. Cummins 1 for 46. Hazelwood 2 for 71. Lyon 1 for 35. Green 1 for 54, and Head 2 for 17. He did a Joe Root for Australia. And at the moment, the score's none for 12. Alistair Cook, how do you see it?
Well, it's a morning England would like again. So I'd like to start again and reset, because from when you turned up this morning, you'd have said England are ahead, but they are in a position that they would have taken after day 1. That makes sense. They would have turned up, yes, with all that talk about the hour, but they got 8 for 50 when Australia, but when they got the tail out, and England were 270 for 4, and then to lose 6 for 40 in an Ashes series in the game, it's been a dreadful morning. And actually, that little burst there, they bowled well, and they asked questions, But Australia showed some real resilience and class actually to get through it. And that's those little 20 minutes of periods which arise as an opener, and they're tough and they are awkward, but if you can get through them, the confidence that they will take from that little 20 minutes period, because it was not easy, and you always got to remember how hard the game is sometimes, but they fought well, showed a lot of determination to get through it, and they knew how important, because if England did get 2 or 3 wickets quickly in that 20 minutes, they dragged themselves back into the game, but Australia were professional and didn't let that happen.
If you're running the Viz board, who's in front?
Australia.
Okay, Alistair, thank you for that. We're going to go to Simon Mann as we head to the lunch break, with Australia leading by 103. So there you go.
Just having a little microphone change as Simon Mann is coming in. It's always a little bit awkward at certain stages. A lunch break. Zoltz is off for his lunch straight away. No hanging about. He's straight into the front of the queue. Not getting in the way of him. Finding a chair, Simon.
Yep. Well, Alistair, it's felt like a really decisive session in this test series, possibly as well. I think the game has fluctuated so much in the last 2 and a bit days, and you don't quite know which way it's going to go. We'll see what happens this afternoon, but we're going to start our lunch feature in a few minutes. But first, just let's reflect a little more on that critical morning session. A reminder, England resumed on 278 for 4. They were hoping to establish a vital first innings lead, but...
Here comes Stark to Ben Stokes, back and across, edges and caught! Cameron Green, what a grab that was. That was a reflex catch to his right. He almost fell on the ball, he stuck his arms out. And Ben Stokes is out with the first ball he's faced this morning. And Mitch Stark has brought about the wicket. That will give them a boost. 279 for 5.
Well, what a start for the Australians. Just what they needed this morning. Mitchell Stark, brilliant ball. Just bounced off a length. Got a bit big on Ben Stokes there, but Cameron Green, how good is he in the gully region there? I don't think any other player playing this match today would have got near that.
Start bowls, and Brook is going to be caught. He spotted it to cover. Caught by Cummins, he gave himself some room, swatted it away into the offside. The short ball tactics work again, and Brook was struggling. It's no surprise that he's holed out. He's gone for 50. It's 293 for 6.
No surprise.
Well, no surprise at all for me.
Shocking shot,
Simon. Shocking shot. It's no surprise that he's gone and played it. I mean, he was struggling against that short ball. He's played it once in the over, and he's played it again, and he's miscued it. He was under the pump there, Harry Brook, and he succumbed.
Bairstow drives in the air straight to Pat Cummins at mid-on. Josh Hazlewood bowling slightly tighter to the stumps, and Bairstow goes in the softest of fashions. He's out for 16, and Australia can't believe their luck.
They bowled very well this morning, the Australians. They bowled with a little bit more zip, haven't they? Got a bit more bounce from the short stuff. This time, they've gone fuller to Johnny Bairstow. He's just gone for a sort of an expansive drive, looking to go straight back over Hazlewood's head. Just skimmed it to mid-on, about waist high.
Oh, well, there's a caught behind. There we go. Robinson coming down the pitch, having a huge swish. And he's caught behind. Off Travis Head. And England lose another wicket. 324 for 8. If he hadn't been caught, he'd have been stumped. Came rushing down the pitch. Had a swipe. Carey caught it. He could have stumped him. Then goes Head once more. Moves in bowls. And Broad tries to sweep. It's a peel flick before wicket is given out. He's reviewing it straight away. Certainly looked leg side-ish or leg stumpish.
Yeah.
But it has been given out. And umpire Gaffney did that very quickly as well. Broad trying to sort of slog sweep it, really. Might even be umpire's call. Let's have a look. It's drifting down with the slope. Just turn a little bit.
In line, and
yeah, hitting leg stump.
Chris, so you can stay with your original out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. On screen now, you can signal.
Broad's out. In comes Cummins, bowls, and that's fended in the air and out. England are dismissed. The 325. So a lead for Australia of 91.
6 for 47 in that morning session. Michael Vaughan has joined Alistair Cook. How did you assess it this morning, Michael?
Well, Ben Stokes got a beautiful delivery in the first over. The first ball that he faced, brilliant catch by Cameron Green. So you look at that dismissal and think there's nothing you can do about that. It was a really good piece of bowling. The rest of them, I mean, we said on day one, England, look, they're a casual cricket team. And I'll keep using that word casual because every time it really has counted in this series, they've not been able to switch on and win that moment. You go back to day one, they weren't good enough or weren't on it enough to maximise the conditions that they had in terms of the bowling. Dropped a couple of chances. They'll say they were unlucky, but I think we're not silly. You can see that the team weren't quite on it. The body language wasn't quite with them on day one. They fought really hard on day two morning to get back into the contest, played brilliantly to get to 188 for 1. And then the spinner walks off the field, the great Australian off spinner, and from that moment on, it's almost as if England have just continuously gifted Australia opportunities. And where good sides are very good is that when they know they have to dig deep. This Australian team yesterday afternoon, they had to try something, they had to dig deep. And England are a team that just keep giving. Australia can't believe their luck. The way that they batted against the short ball yesterday afternoon just gifted Australia 3 wickets. And some of the stroke play this morning, I mean, entertaining, of course, yeah, it's quite good fun watching, but come on. That's not the way to play test match cricket. Test match cricket against quality teams is a test. And that means when you're getting tested, you can't just play one way. You have to have the ability to soak up pressure, wear the odd delivery. You get battered and bruised at times. At times you look a bit ugly out in the middle because you're up against quality. I've not seen a player. I think there's only Ben Stokes in England's innings that was willing to do a bit of the hard yards to try and just survive tough moments. The easiest option when you're facing the bouncer is to take it on. That is the easiest option because, there's, I just took it on. That's what I can do. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be aggressive. Ben Duckett said something last night that just alarmed me. He said, if we hadn't taken it on, Australia would feel they've won the battle. What utter nonsense. It's test match cricket. Get under a few. Wear the opposition bowlers down. No spinner. And guess what they've done? They've given Travis Head a couple. Why not? They're the team that just keep giving. If they don't switch on quickly, they've got a bit of fortune now. The clouds are around. It's perfect bowling conditions once again. And let's be honest, in this test match, England have had all the conditions. Everything's been in England's favour. Australia are down to 10 players as well. And yet they've just gifted this really good Australian team so many wickets. And they're now relying on the brilliance of Broad and Anderson, Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue to try and get them back in the test match.
It's reminded me how precious test cricket is in terms of you can't win games of cricket very often, very quickly in test cricket. It's constant. You're always on it. Watching a 5-day game when I was captain, when I was playing, I always had that negative feel. I don't know. That's why I was wired, and I probably shouldn't be wired. I thought, it could go wrong from here. Even when we bowled them out for 60, I panicked that we got 280 run lead. I said we could still lose from here, and I always had that mindset. And that might be totally and utterly wrong, but what it showed in this game, that actually, because it's played over such a long time, that England did so well. I just don't think this side yet really appreciates when they get to that moment. There's not that steely nature in it because of the way they play. And it has been successful. We have to say it's been successful. They turned this team from, 1 out of 17 to winning games of cricket. But when it's got to the crunch in both these last 2 games, this side at the moment haven't been good enough to grab that opportunity. And I don't know whether they really recognise how precious winning positions or when you've got the ascendancy in test cricket is, because when you lose it, God, it's hard to get back. And yes, they're still in this game. So this conversation could be played in 2 days' time and we're going to look silly.
We won't look silly because you can't look silly because England have played poorly. They've gifted Australia. For them to be a good team, you've got to highlight that. Even if they come back and chase 350, whatever they chase, and if that's what they're chasing, they'll be delighted to be doing that. But ultimately, they've made too many mistakes. The mistake and the glaring mistakes that they're making. I get a sense with the England side that they'd rather get out playing the way that they did rather than the way Ben Stokes got out this morning.
That's what's really interesting. Stokes in this game like watching him back there. He got an absolute seed this morning. First ball, credit to Stark, who's had a tough first bit of this innings. He's showed a real character to come back. He was prepared to grind it out, knowing how important runs are. I wonder whether we're just seeing a bit of a switch now where that side has to recognise it, because for this side to develop and get better, they are going to have to do better in those situations at withstanding pressure.
We need to give Australia some credit though as well, because their tactics were good and they were able to put those tactics into effect as well, weren't they?
They almost had a free shot, and actually sometimes that is very liberating as a side. Everyone said, well,
we've got to do this because we've no choice.
Well, Lions gone.
Lions gone.
We're down to 10 men.
Yeah.
So if they lost this game from that position, actually sometimes when you have that, the pressure's off them.
But that's why it makes it so, remarkable, the tactics that England went for, because, so I'll keep going on about in Test match cricket that there's no way that you can dominate the whole test against quality teams, and Australia are a very, very good cricket team. But there are times in Test cricket, even if you want to play the expansive game, and England want to play the expansive game, and when it's coming off, and then yesterday afternoon when the ball was pitched up and they were hitting it to all parts, it was great to see. But you have to have that mindset that suddenly an opposing captain throws a tactic at you, and the tactic is so obvious. It's so obvious that you go, okay, we've just got to duck and weave for 6 to 8 over. You have to be able to. If you're not going to be able to adapt at Test level against quality, England will continuously do what they did this morning and yesterday afternoon.
Okay, thanks very much, Alistair and Michael. Michael and Alistair, 2 Ashes winnings captains. Let me just underline that. So there was Carrie Waite. You're listening to Test Match Special. It's lunch here on the 3rd day of the second Test match between Australia and England. And Australia are 12 for no wicket. They lead by 103. England bowled out today for 325.
Yeah, the clouds are still around, the lights are on, and there's 3 slips awaiting the outside edge. Jimmy Anderson, then Stuart Broad bowled nicely just before lunch, but the Aussies, they just hung in there, 12 for 0, a couple of plays and misses, and a couple of nice drives through the covers, one by Khawaja, one from David Warner. England have to strike this afternoon, Aggers.
They do. Australia just got through there, didn't they? There was some very good balls bowled, but just not quite breaking through. It does feel like a really good time to bowl. The wind has got up a little bit. It's ruffling Anderson's shirt. Very overcast. And he runs away from us and bowls the first ball to Khawaja, swings away, and is taken by Bairstow. Now, welcome to our 5 Live listeners. Nice to have you with us. He's joining us after lunch here at Lord's. And we've got about 20 minutes, I think, of your company. So welcome along. It's been another eventful day with England. Well, they're bundled out this morning. They lost their 6 wickets for 45, and that represents quite a collapse from where they were.
Oh, there was one good ball.
There was. Thank you, Michael. That's Michael Vaughan. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Khawaja. So they lost 9 for 137 in all. And as we know, there's been a lot of comment about the way that they approached that innings and the opportunities that they had. And now they've got their backs to the wall trying to keep in this game, because Australia lead by 103. And they've got all their second innings wickets in hand, although I assume Nathan Lyon isn't going to bat. He arrived here on crutches this morning. He's a spinner who injured himself yesterday. Anderson on his way, bowls. Khawaja squared up, gets a thick edge. The ball runs away for Brook to field a backward point. And so the score moves up by 1 to 13 for them.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for England, obviously, they're a long way behind the game, but so far in the Test match, everything has gone the way of the England team. The toss, conditions for bowling on day 1 were perfect. Yesterday when they batted, it was perfect for batting. Nathan Lyon, Australia down to 10 players. His calf's gone. And yet England have just gifted. They've gifted Australia an incredible opportunity now of going 2-0 up in the series.
3 slips waiting. Anderson round the wicket now, moves in, bowls. It's in on the pad, appeal flick before wicket. The umpire's thinking about it, says no, I think I heard a little nick. I think he got an inside edge onto this. And they're gathering. Of course, there's a review system in place. You can review the umpire's decision, but I think I heard a hard noise there. Did you hear something?
You're right, yeah. And you can tell that they've gone for it.
Oh, they are reviewing it.
Swung back down the slope. It was a late swing. Brilliant bowling from Anderson.
Seemed to be a bit low too. This is vital. Every wicket.
Steve Ampert, the director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out. Check the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please?
Okay, that's the third umpire, Murray Erasmus, sitting up in his room in the pavilion, watching the replays, looking for an edge. We're seeing it now. The video replay. There's a big nick. There you go.
Ultra edge, please.
It's actually one of those as a batter that you know you've hit it.
Here are the spike when the
But
ball
I think
hits
Warner
the bat.
played the guilty
Go back to
role.
Sun.
Probably right.
Stay with your original not out on-screen signal.
So they burned a review off.
Yeah, I think we're in the era where as a batter you've got to be really good at that.
Yes, you can do.
You know, you can just act a little bit guilty
On them and think, oh, and almost start to walk off.
Yeah.
And I've changed my
Put your
mind.
bat under your armpit. Can I?
Absolutely, because you could always review it if the umpire then gives you out. Anyway, there's a review lost. And Anderson runs in again, bowls, and Warner on the front foot looks to drive through the offside. Doesn't quite time that. And Stokes himself feels at cover. You could tell he was reluctant.
I'm going to semi-positive for England fans. I played in a game here in 2000 against the West Indies. I think the West Indies were 130 in front.
Right.
And then conditions were similar to this, and I think we bowled about 54 in the second innings and chased it down, so won the Test match. Dominic Cork at the end.
Dominic Cork, yes, absolutely. I remember that.
Cover drive down the ground.
He waved to someone in the crowd up here. I remember that. In goes Anderson, bowls, and Warner almost gets an edge on this, and it also very nearly bowls him. It was so close to the stumps, and he played no stroke at it. And England are bowling well, and it's a challenge here for Australia to hang on in there, but hanging on in there they are.
And that's what they'll try and do. They will try and just fight Australia. You know, they'll try not to make too many mistakes. I think there's going to be good balls out there that you might not be able to do too much with, but you don't get a sense that they'll make the mistakes that we saw when England batted yesterday afternoon, which was mistake after mistake after mistake, and again this morning. And the Aussies will try and wear England down and just make it very, very difficult for them. But there's certainly going to be enough movement out there to create chances.
But the scorecard from that game in 2000. On day 2, there was part of all 4 innings of the Test. West Indies 267 all out, having been 9 down overnight at the end of day 1. England all out for 134. And bowled West Indies out for 54. Caddick 5 for 16. Gough 2 for 17. Cork 3 for 13.
It was an exhausting match. I remember sitting in here. We were all wrung out afterwards. Here's Broad bowling. It's edged and just past. Second slips, outstretched left hand and down into the boundary for 4 runs. And it didn't carry in the air to Crawley, but he couldn't get a hand on it. And it sped away. 17 for no wicket. The lead now 108.
So this England side, Aggers, they do talk in a different language to any other Test team that I've ever known. And they'll probably be saying, well, we wanted to get bowled out this morning because we knew the clouds were coming in, the lights were on. It's a perfect time to get the ball in hand.
Yeah, they could say that. 17 for no wicket. The crowd, though, certainly gaining something from that edge of Khawaja, saying, come on, Broad, bend your back and let's get a wicket. He's covered with the wind behind him and the pavilion. Here he comes, the white bandana on his forehead, and that's driven away by Khawaja down the ground to mid-on.
Well, he's doing well, Stuart Broad, because he took that awful blow to the jaw. He was batting, so he's showing a lot of courage. He's going to be sore. He's clearly not done a lot of damage to it, but he'll be sore for a while. I can't imagine how he's going to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, nasty blow. He actually played very bravely, actually.
Yeah, he did.
He did his best. He played the short ball as well as anybody, or possibly better, actually. Here's Khawaja, another boundary. Flicking it from fine and down to the boundary in the leg side, so...
Gets some fine off him. Just plays it really late. He's the kind of player that you can afford to go a yard fuller to because he hangs back.
Yep.
And that's a gift, that's that.
Yep, not a great ball, that.
He's complaining, Stuart, with the takeoff. Something's not right. He wants some sawdust, I think.
He wants something, and I think the umpire's not entirely sure what he wants. But Stuart Broad's got his hands on his hips and he's gazing at a sort of a muddy patch at the end of the pitch. And
I don't think it's that muddy.
umpire Oxenford's waving to the groundsman in a slightly bemused way, as if he's saying, well, I'm not quite sure what we can do
I
about
think
this.
we'll have what's the big hammer thing?
The damper thing.
Yeah, I think the damper will be out here.
Tamper.
The tamper, is it?
Right, okay. Whatever it may be. But there's something... There's a patch there, but you'd expect a patch after 3 days. So the groundsman... Well, he's coming out with an aerosol. What's he going to do with that?
Going to spray his hair.
It's a sort of aerosol you might see in the bathroom when you're sort of spraying in those gaps between the bath and the tiling.
He's not happy with his hairdo. He just...
Wow. What's he going to do with that?
I've seen it all game. They've been spraying a line, and it's the bowlers who have been asking for it. It's where they take off. He's now going to put it from over the wicket. He was bowling around the wicket.
I say there are some lines there that you don't normally see that have been drawn. I don't know what those lines are or what you'd call them. But
it's green.
Oh, I see what he's doing. So Stewart is suggesting that the white lines are putting him off. Can we now camouflage them with green paint?
Well,
this is interesting.
That's over the wicket. He's bowling around the wicket.
This is something that we've never seen before. So there's some white lines that are rather strange anyway that they should be there. I don't know who asked for them to be there.
Cameron Green.
Okay.
He had them down for...
Right.
He bowled a few no balls, so it's very...
Broad doesn't like them, and so they're now... But it hasn't done much good, has it? I mean, that's...
Do you think that's why he bowled that leg stump?
It must be.
Because of that white line.
What's an extraordinary thing? And I don't think he's doing it down at the... No, he's running... Because they're down here as well. So Broad's asked for them to be removed, or at least kind of erased by green paint. How did that message get back from the umpire to the groundsman that he wanted an aerosol of green paint? What was the sign for that?
I don't know.
Anyway, it's been done. He'll now have paint all over his boots. In he comes, runs through it and bowls outside the off stump.
Well, it worked. That was a good ball.
Yeah, Khawaja plays that to backward point.
I like Vrody because, I mean, it was at Edgbaston when he bowled the no ball that got the wicket. And he did the interview at the end of day's play, and he said it was the outfield was a bit soft. So, and I think he slid because of the softness of the outfield.
Right.
Clearly, bowling a leg stump half volley, if you've got a white line on the floor, it puts you off.
I'm not sure.
There's quite a few white lines on the crease.
Well, there are, but those ones are very unusual. Here's Broad again, bowls outside the off stump, and Khawaja allows that to go by. And yeah, he seems happy now that there's... Well, I mean, you can still see the lines, to be honest, from here. But they're not quite as white as they were.
Yeah, it's worked. It's worked. He's bowled two nice deliveries since the white lines have been sprayed. It's not really green. I mean, you can still see the Maggers.
Yes, you can.
They've not really gone away.
The thing about Broad is he likes to make himself cross. He likes something to wind him up and make him angry, because that just motivates him, and he needs that sometimes to get some energy. Here he comes again, bowls, and Khawaja leaves that very late.
At the bottom of the bat.
And the ball strikes the bat and runs down to slip. So I think that's all he was doing. You see him sometimes really trying... Well, he'll fall out with somebody who will get cross about something. And it's not because he's really cross about it, he just uses it to...
Did you have spray when you used to play? No, just used to scrape.
Used to scrape.
Did you have your initials scraped in the...
You always had to scrape, but of course the groundsman hated you scraping on the outfield. And I understand that. But they use lines now, don't they? And I'm not sure there was even painting aerosols when I was bowling, Michael, to be honest. 21 for no wicket. Lots of wickets today. You'll find them on the BBC Sport website and the app. And, of course, the highlights show tonight. BBC 2 from 7 o'clock. Anderson's going to continue. Warner spotted there. He looked skywards for a moment, like a bird had flown overhead or something. But he's over his bat again, and Anderson runs in, unperturbed by those two white lines there, and that's driven but not timed. Didn't quite go where Warner was aiming. He was aiming down the ground, and it ended up at square leg. So those two, the irony is they are Green's lines, aren't they? But they're white lines to be taken up by.
I've got a question for you here. It's come from Adam Live.
Oh,
he's driving to Old Trafford. I think the Yorkies are playing Lancashire in a T20 game. He said, what's the most England would want to be chasing?
Dear. There's Anderson bowls. That's nicely played by Warner, getting a big stride into the offside there and actually finding Broad at mid-off.
And he's got it slightly wrong, because he's just on the way to Old Trafford listening to TSM.
Oh, so he wouldn't be listening to us even if... Oh. Come on, Adam, it's TMS.
Yes. What do you reckon?
Oh,
anything over 300 is going to be tricky, isn't it?
It's going to be tricky, but I mean, the position they're in, Well, they've got to accept what they're given, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
Unless they can whittle them out. Here's Anderson bowling, and Warner on the back foot plays that into the pitch. And actually, Anderson flicked it back at him there as he goes and sorts out his glove work.
Realistically, look at 64 overs left today in these conditions. I would say that England have to bowl Australia out today.
Yeah.
So say they bowled them out in 60, Aussies will score at 3s, that's around a 300 chase.
60, 180, yeah. Yes.
Australia batting into tomorrow, and they've got a few wickets left. England are going to have a chase of probably more like 400.
Anderson, now look at that bounce. That's from a good length. I'm not talking about the bounces that we saw yesterday. That was from just a good length, but wide of the off stump. So Warner was leaving it anyway, but really whistled through.
We saw a few of these kind of deliveries this morning from Mitchell Starc. He got one or two to bounce sharply, as did Pat Cummins. Just that extra bit of pace. Amazing, isn't it? Just a few clouds around, the lights are on, and all of a sudden you get a bit more life out of a surface. Yesterday afternoon it was doing nothing. Sun was out, and the forecast for the weekend is the sun.
21 for no wicket. Anderson bowls. Well, it's a low full toss, and Warner's missed it. A low full toss outside the off stump, and he's sort of opening his eyes there, exaggeratedly saying, "What happened there?" Yes, he missed out on a boundary there, really. David Warner. He's gone off and he's unbuttoned his gloves again, but that was a good old full bunger outside the off stump.
Just checking his eyes, wasn't he? He was
certainly
there to hit.
Only Stokes in the covers, Broad's at mid-off. So there's a couple of big gaps there out towards the grandstand. And now Anderson sets off and then goes back to start again. 21 for no wicket.
Adam Lyeth says, sorry, TMS.
That's all right. Make sure you get some runs. Goes Anderson again, bowls outside the off stump, and Warner's on one knee as he allows that to go through. 21 for no wickets. Andy?
Just to complete the story of that game in 2000, I mentioned West Indies bowled out for 54 in their second innings. England then set 188 to win and faced just an over and a ball at the end of day two, so part of all four innings, and then chased it down for 8 wickets. Michael Vaughan, a crucial 41, and then Cork and Gough saw England over the line. Another game that England might like to look at, they conceded 416 to India at Edgbaston last year after winning the toss and choosing to bowl, then bowled out for 284, so India had a bigger lead. England bowled them out for 245 and chasing 378 waltzed home by 7 wickets, with Root and Bairstow scoring brilliant centuries.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the comparator, isn't it? Broad round the wicket, comes in, bowls. Khawaja plays up very late, runs the ball down to backward.
Andy, out of interest, how many overs did it take us to chase down that 180 odd?
69.5, 2.7 and over.
It was a nail-biting game. 21 for no wicket. Khawaja 15, Warner 5, still 3 slips.
I think when they chased 377 against India, that was in about 77 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah, 76.4.
Can be done, Aggers.
It can. Broad round the wicket, and Khawaja drives him. That's a nice looking stroke through a straight mid-off. Chase for the fielder there is not going to get it. It just runs away into the boundary edging in front of the pavilion. 25 for no wicket. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra and on BBC Sounds, but we'll hand our 5 Live audience back to Eleanor Oldroyd, who's just a couple of windows away from me. I can see her smiling through the porthole. Ellie.
I think Osman Khawaja's got a new bat in the second innings. It certainly sounds nice. He's played a couple of really good drives down the ground.
Broad, arms pumping, runs in, bowls, driven hard back at him. He took the pace off with the left hand, rolls away straight down the pitch. So I had a little tinkle today on a piano. It's priceless in the Beatles studio on the road.
Oh, this morning?
Yeah, it wasn't anything, it wasn't necessarily memorable tinkling, but just to play a piano that the Beatles used to play.
What did you play?
Well, I know it's unrecognisable, really. just a few basic chords, because it's just pushed in a corner in this Studio 2. Yeah, it's pushed away. It's a stand-up piano. It's amazing. What's extraordinary was that the acoustics in that big room, high ceilings, were absolutely, it's just perfect. Absolute silence. Then comes Broad bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Usman Khawaja.
Do the studios are used now for?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, and there were people. We came out from our little tour out onto the road, and there were people out there taking photographs of it. People walking across the
on the crossing. Yeah. Tuffers was telling me about the studios. He said, I've recorded a song there.
Which one?
He recorded a song about Marmite.
Oh, no, he didn't record that there, did he? Oh, dear, I remember that. There's a song about the difference between Marmite and Vegemite, I think. 25 for no wicket. In comes Broad from the pavilion end of bowls, and Khawaja just wanders into that, plays down to mid-on. Actually, it's quite funny. I have seen that. I think we've used it on the stage.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was a recording artist, Philip.
No, I don't think there's much of his voice on it.
No. Is it a good song?
I think you could say catchy.
I have to Google it.
Once heard, never forgotten.
Who wrote it? Bob Dylan lyrics?
I don't think so. And it wasn't Elgar who was the first person to record in these particular studios either. 25 for no wicket. Here's Broad. Pavilion behind him comes in bowls, and Khawaja gets a thick inside edge on this as he gets onto, well, more or less the front foot. He never really gets onto the front foot, but as his weight goes forward, has played to mid-on. So England lead by 116. Yeah, you can watch that later, Michael. It's there for all to see on YouTube. 25 for no wicket. Warner 5. Khawaja has 19. 116 is the lead. And Simon Mann is coming in here. Don't remind me of it. It's terrible, Michael.
I've got it on YouTube. Oh, please do, if you're anywhere near a tablet, just Google Phil Tufnell's Marmite song.
Well, as long as the advertisers get the message across, I suppose that's what it's all about. 25 for no wicket. Australia in control on a grey afternoon. Oh, it's beaming down. Anderson goes in to bowl to Warner. Warner gets the ball outside the off stump. He allows it to go by, and it's taken by Best. I see the new Spurs managers in attendance today. Ange Postecoglou, Australian.
Ah, the Australian.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is he sat?
It looks as if he's in a box somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, likes his cricket.
Has he got a bigger job than England have got ahead of them this afternoon?
Well, that's a good question. I think his is, yeah. I mean, England have got a great chance because the ball's moving around.
Anderson bowls down the leg side. He tries to turn it away. Warner misses. Taken low down by Besto, away to his right-hand side. The problem is they're 116 runs behind, though.
Yeah, but
they can make that up
cricket
quickly.
in terms, how many runs behind are Tottenham? I reckon a lot more than 116.
Well, everyone's behind Manchester City, aren't they?
Yeah. I'd say Tottenham are quite a few hundred runs behind Man City. Maybe 2 or 3 down in the series as well.
I think they lost the last Test match by an innings and 400,
yeah.
do you?
Yeah, struggling.
Anderson bowls to Warner outside the off stump. There's a hint of away movement there from Anderson up the slope.
Yeah, 11 was into the Australian second innings, and that lacquer will be coming off the ball, so you generally do see a bit more swing. The Aussies have played well, though, because they're playing really watchful. Warner's 5 from 29. Now, we know Warner likes to come out there and try and get on top, but I think he's realising that it's quite hard to do that at the minute because the ball's just swinging a little bit. There's a bit of seam. You know, the longer that he stays out there, the easier that it will become.
He's batting a long way outside his crease. Anderson bowls to him. Warner gets the bat down just in time on that one. They're all ready to appeal. He went back with a square on the onside, and they nipped through for a single. Tongue went away to his left from mid-wicket. 26 for no wicket. Warner moves to 6 now. Khawaja 19 not out. England have bowled a lot of balls at Usman Khawaja in this Test series. Actually, you can argue that the balls he faced in the first innings as well, although he only scored 17, were incredibly valuable to his team. get them to the verge of lunch. He was out just before lunch on the first day.
Well, that opening partnership was crucial in the conditions that Australia were batting in on that first morning.
Anderson has got Khawaja in his sights. He's survived for 34 balls now, and he survives for the 35th there. He's in behind that, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. He batted for 70 balls in that first innings.
Just quickly on Warner, 6 from his first 30. Only twice in his Test career has he had a lower score after 30 balls. One of which was at Adelaide, actually, on England's last tour. There was 1 off 30.
Trying to remember that occasion, because actually the last Adelaide Test match was like the one before it. I seem to remember, well, England had a very similar attack. Something similar happened to it as well. Anderson to Khawaja, wide of off stump. Khawaja leans forward and leaves it on its way through to Bairstow. And that is the end of Anderson's over. Okay, that was his 6th over. He's bowled unchanged from the nursery end, but that has been broken by lunch, so he's probably got a little bit more in him before Ben Stokes decides to change the bowling. England, well, they need one breakthrough. They need about 3, really. Drag themselves back into the game, give them some belief, and also to give the crowd a bit of belief as well. Just talking to Glenn, actually, he said he was walking around the ground at lunchtime. He said everyone's given up. They say, "You're right, Glenn, 5-0.
That's a long way off. England still got a glimmer in this game.
What did you go for, Michael, in your pre-Ashes prediction?
3-1.
3-1 to Australia.
Then I said whoever wins the first test will win the series.
All right. So you hedged your bets a little bit. So you said 3-1.
I'll stick by that.
Right. So although you said 3-1 to England, you think now Australia winning the first test? Yeah. They look well on their way at the moment. Broad bowls round the wicket. Fine delivery that goes past the outside edge of Warner's bat. Well, that's Broad to Warner in a nutshell, really. Apart from the fact he didn't nick it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery. I spoke to Steve Smith earlier on today, and I was talking about his entrance to the first innings when he stood by the
what did he say?
Boundary rope. And I said, "Oh, did you have more of a pronounced kind of moment there?" He said, No, he said, "I always do that. If you watch when I come out to bat, I always do that, but I'd forgotten my routine. So I had to just remind myself of the routine." I said, "Well, what's your routine?" He said, "I stand there, I look around, then I come onto the field." He said, "If you study, I do 6 stretches."
Broad, and the crowd getting behind him, goes in, bowls to Warner, and he slides that one past the outside edge of Warner's bat as well.
So he said he goes onto the outfield. He said he does 6 stretches, and then he does a couple of kind of shots, straight drives, 2, and then 2 cuts, and then he's away.
Did he do that the other day? Or
yeah. He said the reason why he had kind of a moment is he was just reminding himself of his routine.
Right.
Says he does it every single time.
So he does the stop, then the shot.
Then he comes out onto the outfield, and then he does 6 stretches, like 2 straight drives and 2 cuts, and he's ready to go.
Broad charging in from the pavilion end, looking to make the breakthrough. Bowls to Warner. It's full, driven by Warner. Nicely struck, but well stopped by Broad in his follow through, and there's no run. I suppose we often just see the player sort of coming onto the ground and doing those shots and stretches or whatever.
It's amazing. I mean,
you're thinking about other things, aren't you? You don't often see a player stop and just compose himself.
I've never known a player to have a routine as they enter.
No.
So precise. I mean, routines out in the middle, when you're facing delivery after delivery, just a pre-shot routine, you see so many players that are just in the zone and they just repeat every single ball. But to actually think he's got a routine as he enters.
It's no surprise.
I'm going to count the stretches. 6, he says.
Warner waits. Broad bowls. Warner's forward, playing that carefully up towards mid-off. And there's no run. There just looked something about him the other day. They're just sort of setting himself. And, well, when he often sets himself before an innings he produces anyway.
Do you think, Sam, this England side, this expansive team that England have, do you think any of them are watching someone like David Warner playing at the minute? He's 6 from 34 and he's grafting. It's not easy to score. Do you think any of them are going, just look at David Warner, he's a great player, and he's just having to play differently than the way that you'd like to play because of the situation and what the ball's doing?
Well, it's a very good question. Broad to Warner. Warner turns into the onside. He comes down the pitch. They're looking for a single. It's definitely not there, and he realises it pretty quickly. Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? That's the thing. You'd hope so, but I wouldn't guarantee it.
No, I don't think I would guarantee it either.
I think there have been times, when just a bit more cricket nous, common sense, whatever, would have worked. Now, one of those instances, and I thought it at the time, and a lot of people didn't. They said, it's fine. The follow-on in Wellington, for example, never would have followed on there. Never. Broad goes in, bowls to Warner, full dugout by Warner, and then tries to follow the ball and stun it, just in case it was going to spin back onto the stumps. It was quite away from the stump, so no danger there. Good over from Broad to David Warner, but England still have not made the breakthrough, and Australia secure enough. 26 for no wicket, 117 ahead.
Well, obviously they lost in New Zealand, and lost in the first test. Australia are favourites to win this one from this position. Obviously England beat Ireland in between those losses, but it could easily be that England have lost 3 of the last 4. If they're not careful, they don't get wickets this afternoon, you'd think that's going to be the case. Changing bowling, Josh Tongue to replace Jimmy Anderson. He bowled that. He bowled 2 good balls in there. First innings to get rid of both these players. One that came down the slope that Khawaja left, and a beauty that went straight through David Warner. Don't think the Aussies will mind the extra pace, so I think they quite fancy a bit of pace onto the bat.
Right, the next chapter then. Tongue moves in and bowls to Khawaja, and Khawaja eases him towards mid-off. Broad slides and stops it away to his left-hand side. Khawaja there looking for a couple down the ground. You're talking about champagne moments of a test match. That was probably one of them, if not the best moment so far. I suppose Smith's drive through extra cover for his 100, but that delivery from Tongue that got rid of Warner was a special moment in the game, especially for him in his second test match. Bowls now to Khawaja. Khawaja swings him away, and is that a drop catch at mid-wicket? I think it is. It's gone for 4. I think he's burst through Jimmy Anderson's hands at forward square leg. Pulled away, and Anderson shaped as if he was going to take the catch. And I mean, it is quite dark out there. There's a lot of artificial light. I think this could well have been a life here for Usman Khawaja, and it was a straightforward catch, really. When you see it again, it's straight through Jimmy Anderson's hands.
It was hit hard, but Jimmy's got such a good pair of hands. It looks to me like he just lost sight of it.
Tongue bowls, Khawaja leaves. He got a boundary for that. He should have been on his way back. Not dissimilar to the Brook Labuschagne incident.
To his hand as well. He's just waving to the balcony.
Well, he has been a very good catcher over the years, Jimmy Anderson, but he barely laid a hand on it. It might have hurt a finger. Well, that was the moment, and the catch has gone down. Tongue very nearly dismissing Khawaja again. Tongue bowls, Khawaja blocks it on the front foot, goes to Broad at mid-off, and there's no run. It was a strange incident because the ball sped to the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and the reason is that although it was very catchable, it must have just flicked the finger. So low pull, it all happened so quickly.
Got to take them though.
Yeah.
You can't afford
That's
any
another
mistakes from here.
That's another one that's gone down for England. I know Australia have dropped 1 or 2 as well, notably Labuschagne and Brook. 3 slips go down. In goes Tongue, bowls full outside the off stump. Good carry through, but Khawaja able to leave that ball outside the off stump. 85 miles an hour from Tongue, the quickest of the England bowlers. But they're all 80 to 85, aren't they? Whereas Australia are more 85 to 90. I thought they were excellent yesterday and today. Really at England today.
Well, this morning, but they were terrific. Bowled quickly, hostile.
I thought they really got into Brook as well, unsettled him. Khawaja defends. Tongue picks up away to his left-hand side. Well, should have produced the wicket that over, albeit not from a particularly good ball. Khawaja would have had to drag himself away after a dismissal like that. But he survived. He's on 23 in Australia, 30 for no wicket. Yeah, Brook.
Jimmy's fine. He's just called for his sweater. No, he's not bowling. Wants the short sleeve sweater, so his hand's fine, which is a good sign for England. Warner's changing his bat. Not happy with the 1. It's not scoring him many. He's only got 6 from 36, so he's changing his bat.
Well, Australia continuing to make progress. Lead by 121. It's one of those games where the first day, at the end of it, you'd say, well, if you said that to Australia at the start of the day's play, they could barely have believed it. And you, end of the second day, say, if you'd offered that to England, they could barely believe it. And then the cricket we've seen so far today, I mean, Australia, again, can barely believe how this day's gone for them. Strange test match, but bottom line is Australia in control. Effectively 121 for no wicket. England 6 for 47 today. Right, here's Ollie Robinson into the attack. His first ball is pushed away by Warner down into the backward point region.
Yeah, Robinson's going to get his paces up in this this second innings. First one was 79 miles an hour. You give them a bit of leeway for the first few, but he just needs to get that extra bit of zip. It's a problem with this England attack that, you know, they all bowl about 80, 81 apart from Josh Tongue, who's that point of difference, whereas Australia, we saw just 4 of them bowling quicker.
Robinson turns past the umpire now and bowls to Warner, and Warner plays away into the offside, backward a square, no run there. Brook comes in to pick up, and Warner stays on 6. Yeah, those who didn't see the morning session, Australia right at Brook today, only 5 runs in about 40 minutes. He was struck on the gloves, struck on the helmet, ball was flying through outside the off stump. He sort of felt he didn't quite know whether to stick or twist. In the end, twisted. He tried to carve one ball from start through the offside, missed it, and then the next ball he just hit it up in the air towards cover. Robinson bowls, Warner goes forward, plays it up towards mid-on, and just sort of almost like a feeling of inevitability about Brooks' dismissal today. He was almost worn down in that half an hour or so, and England went very tamely. Australia fighting hard, showing them how to do it. 30 for no wicket, 14th over. It's not been easy. One of those situations again at Lord's today with overcast skies, lights on. Robinson into bowl to Warner. Warner nudges this away down towards fine leg, and they are through for a single. Tongue is there, lobs it into Bairstow. Michael's gone, Tuppers is here.
Afternoon all. Afternoon, Simon. Yeah, played nicely here, Australia, haven't they? You're right, they've had to fight. Stuart Broad, unlucky not to get the outside edge of David Warner, but he's still there. Got stuck in. Conditions again helping new ball England bowlers. Haven't been able to just get that breakthrough.
Robinson's bowling over the wicket to Khawaja. Khawaja clips that away, runs up the hill. He's going to go for 4. Broad won't stop that. Full ball efficiently pushed away by Khawaja. Nice looking shot. Score goes to 35 for no wicket. The lead to 126.
I mean, Test cricket is over 5 days, isn't it? So it's always changing. You know, the ball, the pitch, the conditions, different players coming in at different times. And that's what I think Australia have done so well in these 2 Test matches. They've realised those moments of change and applied themselves to combat it.
Robinson to Khawaja. Khawaja strokes this away into the offside. No power, and that goes to mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of Robinson's over. 5 off it. 35 for no wicket.
I mean, if you were sort of playing 18 holes at golf, you know, and you come up to the par 3 and it's 150 yards, you wouldn't take your driver out, would you? No, you'd look in your bag and pick out the 8 hole. Well, Andy's saying he might too. No, but you've got to adapt, haven't you? And you've got to see what's in front of you. And that's where Australia have been cleverer than England in these 2 Test matches. When they've seen opportunities, they've either reined themselves in or sort of gone for the throat a bit. Bit too one-dimensional for England, I think. You've got to have a few things up your sleeve in Test match cricket. That's what it's about.
Yes, I think there are a lot of people listening to you there, Tuppers, and watching on at Lord's today would wholeheartedly agree with you. Right, here's Tongue trying to do something about that, trying to change the course of the match. Bowls to Warner. Warner busily pushes into the offside. He always gives the impression that he wants to run a single. So you have to be on your mettle as a non-striker.
Annoying.
Is that what you would hate?
Well, if I was having a little snooze at mid-on as well, you'd always get, oh, God, no. You have to keep trying to think, because the one time you do snooze off is the one when he takes the single.
Tongue turns, goes in now, bowls to Warner outside the off stump. Warner leaves, good ball from Tongue in the channel. And Warner equal to it, lined it up.
England can't have a moan at the conditions. It's absolutely gorgeous for bowling swing and seam.
Well, Michael made the point at lunchtime, round up of the lunchtime or pre-lunch action, that all the conditions in the match have been in England's favour in theory. Sunny yesterday, overcast first day, overcast second day. He's got more overcast as the day has gone on. Tongue bowls outside the off stump, chopped away by Warner, not timed. Runs out to cover.
He said this morning that he thought that Ben Stokes had the clouds on remote control. Every time we needed them, it just went for the old remote. In they come. So, yeah, they can't have a whinge about that, I'm afraid.
And there's some suggestion, I think it's going to be brighter over the weekend as well.
There you go.
When England are chasing 500.
Well, it could be 500. They're just...
Tongue goes in and bowls full to Warner, who drives into the onside for 2 runs, I think, here. The chase is on from mid-on. Coming back for the second. Warner, of course, is looking for 5. And I'm not sure Khawaja's so keen. He settled for 2. Warner moves to 9 and the score to 37 for no wicket. But if you're Australia here now, the way England talk about how they play, you get loads, don't you?
As many as you can.
Bat, and then say, all right, fancy 580 overs. Yeah, we'll have a go at that, says England. Oh, thanks very much, Australia, say. Yeah. Get a few up in the air. Thanks for coming. Here's Tongue outside the off stump, and there's no stroke.
Still got loads of time left in this Test match. I mean, there's
not even halfway through yet.
No, there you go. There's no, even though it didn't look like that when we were batting, but yeah, there's no rush for Australia here. You just get yourself in and go about your business as a batter. Get yourself a score.
Having said that, if Australia do bat well here, they won't leave it 580 overs. They'll pull out well before, when they'll have enough runs. They'll have enough. Yeah, 4 sessions. They'll have enough runs. Outside the off stump from Tongue. Nothing there from Warner. It's the end of the over. 37 for no wicket. Australia in control with a lead of 128. Jim's coming in. Zolt's got something for us?
I do. David Warner's starts to innings. We've seen a much more restrained player in recent years. Part of that has been due to his declined form. But looking at Warner up to the end of 2018, in the first 40 balls he's faced in innings, he scored at 77 per 100 balls. So that's close to 5 runs and over. He averaged 47 from those first 40 balls. He was one of the most destructive players at the top of the order. But since then, he's scored at less than 50 per 100 balls, so just under 3 and over, and averaged just 26. So he's found it harder and played in a more restrained way.
Thanks, Andy. And Robinson was bowling across Khawaja, and it goes through to the keeper without any offer. Yes, he's doing a pretty good job in this game of blunting the bowling alongside Khawaja. We'll add up the number of balls, but he's made 9 out of 37 in 5 scoring shots? If that.
5 for 4, 2 and 3 singles.
Yeah. Very unusual. But Khawaja's maybe had a bit more strike, and he's played some lovely shots when he's had the chance. Robinson bowls to him, he's back, and he plays the ball down and away towards mid-wicket. So Australia seeming to be in control at the moment. It's cloudy weather all around, which should help the bowlers do something. And this is going to be one of those rare matches when frontline spin bowling doesn't do a thing, because from now on there is no frontline spin bowling, only part-time. Robinson comes up, Khawaja drives towards mid-off, extra cover, but he doesn't get through the field.
Chipped in nicely though, old Travis, with the ball, didn't he, just at the end? Little cheeky twofer out of nowhere.
He's handy.
Yeah,
certainly in the limited over stuff, very. But in this cricket, around the pace bowlers, he's not going to do the lion job, but he can winkle a few out. He's raced to 9 Test wickets. I think he's more of a chance than Smith these days.
Yeah,
that way. Robinson goes up and Khawaja forward, pushes down towards mid-on. It was interesting yesterday, having watched Smith some years ago bowl in his first Test, number 8 batsman, leg spinner. He was bowling like Joe Root He was bowling swervers.
Swervers?
Nude nut, round arm. Those things. You used to bowl the occasional nude nut.
Occasional?
Made the batsman think you were going to turn it.
Yeah.
Straight ball's the best ball in cricket.
Well, you only need to turn one.
And not much. Robinson bowls, Khawaja plays, back and across in defence, down towards mid-on. So
you were talking about David Warner there, but and I was just saying to Simon, about understanding situations and where you are in the game and are you in front and what you need to do. And I think David Warner's just gone out and played this knock pretty well so far. As I say, he's reined himself back a little bit. He's really gone to look to leave outside that off stump. And he's getting rid of that new ball for the guy sitting down. He's playing for his team.
Robinson goes in and Khawaja beaten outside the off stump. That got through him. Yes, there's been just plain, sensible, straightforward approach from Australia. No yahooing or whatever you want to call it. No trying to carry the attack to the bowler. Just playing the game. And as Simon mentioned a little while ago, we are still not in terms of the time allotted at the halfway point of this test. So a long way to go. And Australia grinding to a lead of 128 at the moment.
Because the old third innings can be a tricky spot, but even with 100 leads, nice. But third innings is difficult sometimes. You don't quite know where you stand. You don't know what you want to set. And then sometimes you can lose 3 or 4 quickly and get yourself in a right mess.
Around the wicket, Tongue comes up and he's pushed back on the bounce by Warner to the bowler. So a friend of mine I was out with last night, he's very good at writing limericks. And he reminded me of a few. I'm not going to do anything, but you can. No, well, I could, but they're not broadcastable on the BBC. Those naughty old limericks they used to make up in the pubs in the 19th century. You're going to give me one, Andy?
He wasn't from Nantucket, was he, your friend?
No. That I do that. Oh, goodness gracious. Tongue comes in and bowls and is pushed down the pitch. Now, what I'm trying to get to is this fella's name. He's a tongue twister or whatever you want to call it. There's got to be a good limerick about Josh Tongue. And you might be able to write it, Andy, with your scripting skills as a comedian before the end of the match. But it's churning in my mind. It demands a limerick.
Yeah.
Josh Tongue. Come on, folks. Send us one. Tongue bowls just outside the off stump and Warner lets it go to the keeper.
They're the old, there was an old man from so-and-so, isn't it? That's the limerick.
Yeah, they're mainly a bit bawdy, maybe a little...
Oh, are they? Yeah.
Little filthy in some cases, but yes. And they're the only ones I know, so I'm not going to start that now. There will be a response.
You're obviously hanging around with the wrong people.
Well, I guess...
Misspent youth.
It's my father. There's a guy called Edward Leary who used to write them. Tongue bowls, back goes Warner and plays it down the pitch. The lure of the limerick. And he wrote heaps of them. But they're all very bawdy.
Yeah.
I can't think of sorry, folks, I can't think of a clean one. Maybe you need to move on to something else. But these are the little bits around people's names in the game of cricket that stir the imagination. That's all I'm getting at. And I want someone out there who's SMS emailing us to give us a good one that we can read. Tongue bowls now, back goes Warner, nudges it away to the onside for a single. And the score ticks over by another notch, as they used to be in the golden days, none for 38. And Warner's moved to 10. It's a bit cool up here, isn't it?
Do you want that window shut, mate?
It is shut, isn't it?
No, there's a little gap there.
Yeah, no, it's all right. At the moment, don't open it. That's we lose all the papers.
No, it's chilly.
It is a bit chilly, yeah. Around the wicket, here he comes again. Khawaja beaten by a good one. Just held its line and went enough to almost feather the edge. It didn't. Khawaja 27, Warner 10. There's been a bit of play and miss. Not much play and nick.
No, it's just... And the shoulders droop a bit when that happens. You know that you've got to make early breakthroughs. you're behind by 100, and you keep pushing and you keep pushing, and it's difficult. The shoulders go down and the head sags down a bit, but you've just got to keep going. And when you do get one, you've got to make sure you cling onto it, and then when you cling onto it, when the other fella comes in, you've got to be right on him, try and get a little 2 or 3 quickly. Otherwise, Aussie could be away.
So Warner continues to bat a foot or so outside his crease, and around the wicket he's pushing away at the ball from Robinson to backward point where Duckett is racing into field. So on the one hand you've got a side that's wanting to entertain, even if recklessly. On the other, you've got a team that plays mainly with calculation all the way. Just occasionally they'll have a dipsy doodle, whatever, but as Warner did in the first innings a few times with some pre-med strikes, but not in this innings. He's been very watchful, and he's not running many singles. He wants to, as Robinson has him nudging again on that front foot out into the covers. And I know that's not what the crowd would like to see. They'd like to see wickets, of course.
Well,
or they'd like to see maybe a few more shots, a bit more improvisation.
You can't always get what you want, Jim.
Well, that's why Test cricket's a wonderful game, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It has all these moods.
Absolutely.
Well, it used to have all these moods.
It's a bit...
For England with the bat, it's got one mood.
Yeah.
Which is attack. And we love the attack. When it's well thought out. Here comes another one. It's pushed away hard past the bowler on the onside. Runs for Warner. He's flying up and down. He wants the third. It almost goes for 4. It's just knocked back inside the rope at the pavilion end, and they get 3 runs on a good stroke from Warner down the ground. None for 41. Nicely played, sir.
Yeah, nice and compact. Stayed right behind the line of the ball and just sort of, what's that? A bunt, isn't it, in baseball? Like a bunting shot where you just punch it back past the bowler.
Yep, good chase down there by Ollie Pope to get a foot on it.
Not throwing it in, notice. That shoulder's obviously giving him some stick.
That's probably why they're just checking to see what's up with this ball. It's okay. That's why earlier, just before lunch, I think Khawaja took a quick single to Pope, who was down at mid-off. Because he realised, yep, you got to pick him out in the field. Here's Robinson again, and Khawaja's beaten again outside the off stump. There's got to be some skill in playing and missing, hasn't there?
I didn't have it, that's for sure. Well, I played a miss, but then it usually cannoned and it missed stumps. Yeah, it's good bowling. Frustrating. Frustrating. But there you go. No, I saw you last night, Jim. Did you have a nice evening out in St John's Wood? Did you cruising about with your mates? I saw you.
Yes, I met up with some fellas I met originally in Barbados in 2007. A good reunion. And now it's nudged away nicely through the onside.
Oh,
and there's
there is his shoulder.
Out there, he's hurt himself again.
Sorry.
Pope's gone down.
Sorry.
Your shoulder's hurting more than his.
Because I just noticed him when he ran for that 3. Usually they get the slide, don't they, and flick it back.
Yep.
He really is struggling.
He's got his right shoulder. He's got his trousers halfway up his right leg. He's in the wars, Ollie Pope. And the result of all that was 3 to Khawaja. Ouch. On the point of his shoulder.
Yeah, he's done again.
The physio's coming out. No, the substitute's coming out, rather. And Pope's going off to have a rub or something or other, to have a rest, a bit of ice on the shoulder again. So he's feeling a little bit wounded.
Yeah, I had trouble airing my shoulder. What's it, the rotator cuff and all that kind of stuff. I can remember going to the West Indies, and I got it sort of, and they said, right, we're going to give you a quick one of those cortisones jabs. And I was feeling a bit rough in the morning, and I've gone round to the X-ray machine, and the bloke said, right, take your shirt off and everything, stand against the X-ray machine. And then he's gone into the other room. And then as he sort of like came round from the other side of the glass, I'd fainted because it was a bit hot. It was a bit hot, and I wasn't looking forward to the jab. And the doctor's come up to me and he said, "Oh, Mr. Tufnell, Are you meant to be England's secret weapon? I haven't even given you the jab yet.
Did that get your juices going as he bowls around the wicket and Warner can't get a run on the onside?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't the bravest with them. They're long as well, Jim. They're long.
Oh, those old...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they go in and sort of have a little fiddle around in there, and then they say you know when they've hit the spot because you sort of jump out of your chair.
So are you brave enough to stand there and look at the needle go in?
No.
Or do you close your eyes and turn away?
Yeah, close my eyes, turn away.
Even on those little pin pricks, I turn away.
Not a fan, mate.
No. You don't need to be brave. It's all over. Oh! That's the end of the over. None for 44.
They're tricky, though. They are tricky shoulders.
Here we go. The Limerick...
Oh, we're in.
The Limerick riders are here. Jack Taylor. I better have a quick look at this in case it's got a faux pas in. Around the wicket, tongue bowls, it's allowed to pass.
Very wise.
I think this will pass the censor. Jack Taylor, he's given us this. There once was a bowler called Tongue, who was tall and incredibly young. He threw in a Yorker, then bowled one some shorter, and left Warner's wickets all aflung.
Very good.
Yeah.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, that's on the list.
Yeah.
Come on, fellas. Or boys and girls, wherever you are out there who are listening, and just get rid of the crossword or the Sudoku and write the Limerick. Tongue bowls, pitching up at Khawaja, and he knocks it away on the offside.
There's not a lot that rhymes with tongue, though, is there? It's quite a unique...
Lung.
Yes.
Bung.
Yes.
Sung. Ung.
Bung.
Among. Yes.
Yeah.
You get to
easy
play
one.
around with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a sung.
Yeah. There's a few, isn't there?
Yeah. You just, as I say, you have to use a bit of imagination.
A bit of noggin.
Yeah. Noggin. Yeah. Tongue bowls, and it's whipped away wide of mid-on. And there's a single there to Anderson, none for 45. Khawaja 31 and Warner 13. Here we go.
Oh.
David in Solihull. Okay. A bowler from Worcester called Josh found that England were under the cosh. I thought we would win, he said with a grin, but Bazball's a load of old tosh. That's good. Around the wicket, he bowls short, and it's cut and cut well. It's racing away towards the boundary. It will be overhauled inside the rope going up the slope, and they get a couple of runs, and Australia move to 47. None for 47. Thank you. That was a good effort.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Didn't take them long. Only gave them the shout out about 5 minutes ago, Jim.
Well, they're desperate for England wickets, and in lieu of that, they've been creative. I wonder if there's anyone in the ground listening to us who can be clever. And come on, you're watching the tongue twist here as he goes in and he pitches up and he's driven attractively, but straight towards mid-off, and Stokes is down there to collect it. None for 47. Khawaja 31, Warner 15. England out for 325. Andy?
Warner's picked up the pace a little with a few more scoring shots. After 50 balls, he'd scored just 9, which is his joint lowest score after 50 balls in his career. The most he ever had after 50 balls was 70 against India in Perth.
In Perth, yes.
Early in his career.
A huge 6 he hit that day.
Situation cricket.
Tongue bowls, back goes Warner. Wants the single again, he can't get it because he's hit it straight towards Stokes. Okay, just before I go, and I haven't read this, so here, I hope it's all right. There once was a cricketer named Josh whose bowling was fierce like a boss. With a swing of his arm, he caused batters alarm, sending wickets flying. Oh, gosh!
How's that?
I'm out of here. Who's in? Anyone? No, not yet. I'm still here. My goodness. This is what you need on a quiet Friday afternoon when England can't take a trick, so to speak.
Yeah.
They desperately need a wicket here. These two are imperturbable in their method and their ability to either leave or play and miss the ball. 3 slips are there. Robinson goes in. Khawaja is leaving a wide ball outside the off stump. Well, that's 3 good and so far.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much.
Might have a go later on myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tufnell will be a hard one to work into. Yeah. What can we do with Tufnell?
I don't know whether I want to send that out to the Great British public.
What rhymes with Tufnell?
I don't know. Could be anything.
Fluffwell. No. I'll think of it anyway.
Yeah.
3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, whitish mid-on, square leg, deep backward square. Here comes Robinson, and there goes Warner. Khawaja in the groove. Righto.
Here we go.
This is David Kershaw, thank you. There was a young man from Geelong who said, I won't be batting for long. When asked why this was, he said, it's because I'm facing this fella, Josh Tongue.
Not bad.
That's all right.
Geelong.
Yeah.
Geelong Cats, isn't it? No.
Yeah.
Oh, it is the Cats, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Aussie Rules.
The Aussie Rules?
Yeah, blue and white. Yeah.
Australia's, I think you'd have to say, national winter game.
Yeah, that's the one.
Robinson is bowling, and he's running it down towards backward point where it's collected, and there's no chance of a run. There'll be some who'll dispute that in New South Wales and Queensland, where rugby league's the popular game. But, yes, the Geelong Cats. Glenn McGrath's joining us down here. We're just tweaking the show around a little bit as we're hoping to see just a little more entertainment. So we reverted to the poetry limerick competition.
Well, there you go, Jim. How you going? You enjoying it?
I love watching Khawaja bat.
Oh, no, I meant the limericks.
Oh, the limericks.
That's okay.
I love those, but I wanted... as he pushes forward, it goes square of the wicket on the other side. I've got a lot of them in my head, but they're not for publication on Test Match Special. I'll tell you some later, but they're very clever, the people who write these the limericks. You have any memory of being involved in tongue-twisting limerick exchanges?
No, not really. Not really. It was
McGrath, I'm sure we can do one with McGrath.
Never sledged with poetry.
No. The only tongue twisters I knew were a little bit different.
Here's Robinson beating the edge. It's another great lead from Khawaja, isn't it? Isn't he leaving the ball brilliantly outside the old stump?
Just teasing him.
He certainly is.
Yeah, mine was more about how much wood, chuck, chuck. You've heard that one.
Yeah, go on. You wanted to do the whole lot, or is it?
Oh, it's pretty straightforward. How much wood, chuck, chuck. If a woodchuck, wood. Okay.
Was that from school? Where did that?
I don't know. Did I actually go to school? I don't know. When I grew up out in the country. Yeah, no.
Yep.
No, not from school. I learnt that one afterwards.
Alliteration, yes, as Robinson bowls, and he's beaten again outside the off stump. I'd like to say let it go, but he didn't. We're going to have a drink here. Time for drinks at the end of the over. And I'll just give you an update of the score as we go to drinks. With England out for 325. They lost their last 6 for 47, including Brook 50, Stokes second ball of the day 17, Bairstow 16, Broad 12, Robinson 9, Tongue 1, and Anderson was not out. From that, Stark on fire today, 3 for 88, Cummins 1 for 46, Hazelwood 2 for 71, and Green 1 for 54, and no wickets have fallen in this innings. Okay, one more before I go and leave it to Glenn to tell you about Australia's progress here to a lead of 138 from Robin Chatwin. There was a young batter named Pope who wants to smash all to the rope. You can hear the Oz chuckles as he swashes and buckles and wafts at a wide one with hope. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Yeah. Aggers is here. Agnew's another name you have to work with a lot to get a limerick out of. Glenn, I'll leave it with you and the wood chuck as we go into this drinks break.
Thank you, Jim. And this test match has been such contrasting days. Just not sure where it's going to go sometimes. England here, if they can turn things around, pick up a couple of wickets, you just never know. Overhead conditions. We saw this last over from Robinson, where there's still a little bit of life in the pitch when it's when the clouds come out, just nips around a little bit, and Robinson got a couple of ones just to bounce and go away from Khawaja in that last over. So there's still a little bit of hope there, Agus.
Well,
keep hanging in there.
I think they bowled well, actually. I think they bowled really well and beaten the bat a number of occasions, but just not being able to find the edge. And these two have hung on in there. They haven't given it away at all. They're not just thinking, I can't take this anymore, and having a swish and getting out. They're leaving well, but England really have beaten the bat, and these are perfect bowling conditions. I see Ben Stokes having a chat with the umpires there about something. But there's the walking wounded now, with Broad's been off the field, and of course Pope. I'm not sure why Pope was fielding, because they ruled that his injury was an impact injury anyway, so he could bat at number 3. So why go out there and field if it's as vulnerable as that? He didn't actually land on it. He just pushed himself away, and that was enough to damage his shoulder again. I'm just surprised that he was out there.
It was the opposite shoulder, though, was it? Right shoulder before he had left. So I saw him chase one to the boundary, pick it up, and then underarm it back in. So he obviously can't throw. He's protecting the shoulder there. Yeah, it's been one of those. You've got Stuart Broad got hit in the jaw.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins copped one fielding in the eye yesterday. He's got a black eye. And we all know about Nathan Lyon. So a bit of the walking wounded. This test match, what are we, halfway?
Just. Yeah. This drinks break, in terms of time, is halfway through. 47 for no wicket. So Australia lead by 138 as the players reconvene after that drinks break. And I say, England they've bowled well, but you've got to say that the judgment of the two Australians, apart from the times they have played miss, has been really good. They've left a lot outside the off stump. Warner looks to be like a man just determined to go away from Lords for the last time with a score to his name. Absolutely digging in, with Khawaja scoring at twice his rate, which is unusual. Tongue's on his way, he's there, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Warner drives the first one, doesn't actually time it, and it's fielded by Stokes. He's at wide mid off. It's that dark cloud that's coming over on a stiff breeze straight down the ground, so Tongue's bowling into that, but he's still getting up to about 89 miles an hour, just seen on the radar gun. And he goes again, not a long run, a shuffling sort of a run. That's pushed by Warner and fielded by Rehan Ahmed, one of the two substitutes out there. He's at point, and Matthew Potts is out there somewhere, in place of Broad, who I saw talking to one of the medical staff up on the balcony there about his jaw. Imagine, you don't quite know what drugs and painkillers professional sportsmen can take these days, but I imagine paracetamol and so on's okay, but he must be on something. It really clattered. 47 for no wicket. Tongue bowls and Warner drives, a slicing sort of a drive, and Rehan Ahmed fields at point. Warner on 15 goes to that usual routine of undoing his gloves, goes for a walk, like his bat under his arm. Now he does them up again as the bowler approaches the start of his run. And losing 6 wickets this morning. It wasn't the morning that they wanted at all. On the back of yesterday, they lost 6 for 47 this morning. Tongue again moves in, bowls, and Warner's on the back foot. He's found the gap too. Rehan Ahmed's after this, chasing the ball towards the grandstand boundary. Should just get there and flick it back. In fact, he picks it up himself and throws it in. A lovely return actually by the Bales there.
Yeah, nice 2 runs. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's contrasting batting styles, isn't it? Is Australia just your old-fashioned test cricket, building an innings, looking for the bad ball, just being defensive, being watchful. As we saw England yesterday, scoring at a rate of knots. The conditions were a little bit different, but you can see that intent is different.
Tongue bowls bounce this time. Warner skied it into the leg side. The umpire's looking skywards. Fielder's running in. No one's actually going to get there. It's Potts who fields coming from deep square leg, but that was a totally miscued hook. It's like turning the clock back 24 hours. The crowd appreciating that. The 50 comes up. But that was a completely mistimed hook shot. And my word, I've seen a few of those in this game. That was off the toe of the bat. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, just regulation mid-wicket, straight down their throat. But because they got the guy back there, just fell in no man's land. So a little bit of luck for Dave Warner.
Now Khawaja on strike. Still 3 slips. Tongue goes in, bowls to him, and he hops back. Plays from the crease. He very rarely comes beyond the popping crease with his footwork. So Tongue can afford to pitch the ball up that little bit more. 50 for no wicket. So the lead for Australia is 141. England lost 9 for 137 in all in that first innings. There were 188 for 1. So Pope was dismissed. 325 all out, so 9 for 137. 6 for 47 this morning. And so a lead of 91 at the start of this innings is now growing to 141.
It's only the second time in a Lord's Test that the first 3 innings have all had a 50 opening partnership. The other was 1971, England against Pakistan.
Sight screen moving around behind Robinson, shuffling about there of the members. 50 for no wicket. In comes Robinson, bowls, and that's a good delivery again. It's a bounce there, round about the off stump. He's coming onto the front foot. Possible catch the gully area. There's some arms raised there on the back of the heads. They've got 3 slips, but I think an orthodox gully might have been interested there.
Yeah, it just bounced a little bit more. Got the length right. We saw a couple of play misses from Khawaja last over off Robinson, but I just felt just a little bit short when they're playing and missing consistently. The bowling's just a little short. Just need to get a bit fuller. That ball was spot on.
There's Robinson, bowls down the leg side, brushes the pad. A couple here, chase for Tongue coming round from long leg to fine leg. And to take an umpire Gaffney balances on his left leg to signal a leg by. 54 for no wicket. Lord's quite quiet at the moment. Predominantly, of course, England supporters here, so haven't had much to cheer about today. Warner over his bat again. He's outside the crease. Robinson moves in now and he bowls to him. That's quite straight. Hits him round about the pad. There's a bit of interest from behind the wickets there, from Bairstow in particular. A leg before wicket, but nothing from Robinson himself, who simply turns and starts trudging back to his mark again. Shadows starting to show at the feet of the fielders there in the slip cordon, and Bairstow as well.
Yeah, a lot more cloud today than I thought there'd be. I thought it was going to be a nice day, sun out. It's quite nice yesterday.
The weekend's going to be good, Glenn.
It's going to be good when England's batting.
That's the plan. Here's Robinson bowling, and again tucks Warner up, hits him on the pad. And a little bit of a shout there from behind the stumps, I think from Crawley this time actually, who now engages in a conversation with his opening partner Duckett, who's at slip because Pope is off the field. In fact, Pope hasn't fielded there during the course of this innings to try and protect his shoulder, but I make the point again, he was already allowed to bat at number 3, so he didn't have to be on the field in order to do that. So why he was there risking further damage, I'm not sure. 54 for no wicket. Robinson, past umpire Gaffney, moves in and bowls to Warner, who's on the front foot. Plays that carefully out into the cover region. Brooks, the fielder. He made 50 today, exactly 50. Being caught at cover. I think sort of a tennis shot, I describe it as.
Yeah, I think he was giving himself room to flat bat it over sort of mid-off cover region, and the ball followed him. Had nowhere to go, and he still went through with the shot. It looked quite ugly, really.
It did.
And holed out.
Robinson again from pavilion end, bowls, Warner defends. And it's back to Robinson, who throws the ball back to Bairstow. It's the end of the over, and clearly Australia is really intent to dig in here. The lead's 145. They'll get at least another 200, more than that. 250 if they can. They've got a lot of time in which to do it, all the time that remains today. There's still 2 days. So overs left 50, it says up on the scoreboard. But a little worrying for England. They're over 8 minus 4.5. So I never quite worked out what that equates to in terms of match fees and fines and Test Championship points and so on. But that doesn't look a very good place to be.
And how much time does it equate to?
That's one from possibly my learned friend to my left. And there's Tongue, bowls to Khawaja, drives him down the ground, lovely shot. Pursued by Anderson, but he won't be able to get that. He's really just pushed at that, and I made the point earlier that he's been comfortably outscoring David Warner, which is unusual. I think Tongue there, as we were saying in the previous over, could just pitched up a little tiny bit to Khawaja, but the trouble is you do that and you overcompensate, you get driven down the ground. The margins are so small in Test cricket.
Yeah, and because he's got that extra pace, you don't have to get much on it, just a good solid sort of punch down the ground, and you're going to get your money's worth.
Tongue bowls a bouncer this time, and Khawaja ducks underneath it. So, report back from the Natural History Museum. Did that all go well? I know your family were there.
Yeah, they went along to it. I think, the focus of the kids wasn't 100%. Ended up going somewhere and digging in sand or something and finding little toy dinosaurs.
I love the dinosaurs there. I wonder if that big one's still there. The huge one in the entrance. They used to be there, but still the case or not. 58 for no wicket. Haven't been for a few years. In goes Tongue, bowls, and Khawaja. It's a very silky square drive there, fielded by Rayan Ahmed at point.
Yeah, and I took my daughter. My wife came as well on the Harry Potter tour.
Oh, that's good. That's
at King's Cross Station. And my 7-year-old daughter Madison loves Harry Potter.
Right.
She says each night when she goes to sleep, she goes off to Hogwarts. So, and that's where she practices magic, and only there. So we had to do the Harry Potter tour.
That was a big
while
success.
We're here.
Good. There's Tongue bowling outside the off stump. Width there. Khawaja might have had a go at that, but decided against it. There's so many things to do in London, aren't there, Rance?
That there is.
Just looking at the light, it really isn't very good, and I feel Mr. Raza just a little bit twitchy up at this end.
I know we're looking through tinted glass here, so probably a little bit darker from our perspective. I wonder if there's any spots of rain out there.
But the light certainly isn't very good. 58 for no wicket. Tongue moves in, bowls, Khawaja shuffles, plays that from the crease down to mid-off. Of course, there's no choice these days. It used to be that the batting side could appeal against the light and the umpires would consider it and so on.
Yeah.
But that all got a bit political because usually there's one side that wanted to stay on and one side wants to go off. So it's been taken completely out of the players' hands now. It's just the umpires. They decide whether it's fit for play or not.
Yeah, looking at the shadows of the players, there's distinct four shadows.
Yeah, definitely. Tongue runs in, bowls, Khawaja again. Does not emerge from. It's like I don't know, something emerging from its shell or reluctant to a snail. Its head just doesn't quite pop out, and that's what he's like. They're playing from the crease. He never quite gets out beyond the popping crease. Although his weight is going forward, he's wanting to get forward, but actually he never does.
It's not your conventional front foot defence, is it? He plays the ball as late as possible. He never goes hard at it. He just lets the ball come. So obviously been quite effective for him. He's done a great job for Australia in that opening position. He's averaging over 60 since he moved up to that opening position. He's got a few hundreds under his belt there, so he quite enjoys coming in. I think his technique, he was batting at 3 for a while, but he seems to look like he's settled at the top of the order. That's where he wants to be.
58 for no wicket. Warner back on strike on 20, and Robinson to continue bowling at him. There's a man fielding a little closer on the offside now. Robinson moves in, bowls. Warner has a look at it, takes the bat out of the way, walks away again, tucks his bat under his left arm, pulls his gloves off, has a little trot on the spot, and go back in the other direction, doing his gloves up.
Khawaja as an opener, this is his 39th innings. He's averaging 66.4 with 700s and 10 other 50s. Out of the 289 Test players who've opened 15 or more times in men's Test cricket, that is the highest average ahead of Herbert Sutcliffe, the interwars England and Yorkshire opener.
Well, there you go.
So Root loosening up there, actually. Here comes Robinson, bowls. Leans on it. And Robinson can field in the volley through, so Root's loosening up. It's interesting if which end he's going to bowl from, because it was from the pavilion end that he found the ball that really spun. And we were watching Lyon before he got injured bowling from this. It didn't really find much turn from the nursery end. So
Turning the ball down the slope. I think may get a little bit more.
Robinson now going to go round the wicket. So again, the poor old steward down there, he's been moving those screens about for 3 days now. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. They break in half, or in fact into quarters to be accurate. But he's shunted all 4 parts of it away to the left now as we look at it. And so Robinson can come round the wicket. And bowls to Warner, who takes a pace down the pitch, opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third man. And it'll go into the boundary. Filmed they're giving up the chase quite early. No, it wasn't going to be possible to stop that. So Robinson looks rather angrily over his shoulder at Warner. 62 for no wicket. Again, it's referencing the light. You get used to what is usually acceptable for the umpires and what isn't. I think this is very borderline now.
Yeah, Warner there sort of came down towards Robinson, a little shuffle, a couple of steps, just get out of the crease, take LBW out of the equation. This ball's in its 24th over, only 62 on the board though.
Robinson bowls a real beauty. Now, why didn't that find the edge, they'll be saying. Short of a length, reared, it took off. Warner tried to play at it. But again, not finding the edge of the bat. Terrific ball, that. Every now and then you get one like this.
He tried to wedge it, wasn't good enough. It was short of a length, like you said, but it just bounced and seamed away. If you're nicking those, you're in too good a form.
Yeah, fabulous delivery, that. Robinson again comes in, bowls to Warner, who lets the next one pass harmlessly by and into Bairstow's gloves. 62 for no wicket. Ball to go in this over. Robinson walks very slowly back. Steadies himself. There's 2 slips and then there's a 4th slip. So 3 lined up there now. Robinson comes in, bowls on the leg stump, turned away by Warner. He's running the first one hard, thinking about the second, but Tongue picks up cleanly. Throws the ball to Johnny Bairstow. And that's the end of that Robinson over. 63 for no wicket. Warner 25, Khawaja 35, but most important is the lead, which now stands at 154. Stuart Broad's going back onto the field again. Glenn, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming here.
Yeah, no, good to see Stuart Broad coming back out there. He can't be in too much trouble. High fives the reserve fielder as they come through, but yeah, it's been a tough old day for England. Yet to break through, 63 on the board. Not really a lot of energy in the field out there. Just going through the motions and a little bit hoping that that first wicket comes soon and have a little bit of a lift. But yeah, this game's slowly creeping away.
Yeah, the psychology of the game, when you're behind on first innings and trying to play catch-up, everything seems important, doesn't it? If the ball goes past the outside edge, or it beats the outside edge rather than takes it. It's funny, isn't it, how the game goes like that. But these two have played well, Khawaja and Warner. Here is Tongue, struck on the pad, shout for LBW, out! Immediately reviewed. Warner immediately reviewed it. So let's wait and see what the technology tells us.
Looked close from up here, but the fact that he reviewed straight away, I wonder if there was a little inside edge.
Well, that's the suggestion, isn't it, when a player reviews straight away?
Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision front on, please?
That's not a no ball, that's a bonus for England. Right, we're seeing front on now as he nicked it. Not obviously so.
Thank you. Ultra Edge to check any bat.
Seeing that now.
No
Roll
edge.
through into the pad, please. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready.
Now, where's this going? England need this to go their way, really. Around about the knee roll.
Sun pitched outside, impact in line, and it's hitting the stumps. So you can stay with your original decision of out. Oh. On screen now, signal.
There we go. Hassan Raza raises his finger for the second time, and Australia lose their first wicket. Warner, LBW for 25, and Josh Tongue has dismissed the opener again for the second time in this Test match. Warner immediately reviewing, which suggested he got an inside edge, but it was hitting very firmly on leg stump. And Josh Tongue has got another Test wicket.
Yeah, England needed that. They needed something to go their way today. Josh Tongue comes back. Just that ball just straightened down the pitch, down the slope there. But yeah, it's surprising that Dave Warner viewed that straight away. Normally you've got 15 seconds, so you wander up, have a chat to your partner, and you'd say, you know, do you reckon that was just creeping down leg? But Dave Warner straight away. And yeah, it was out, looked out from here.
It did, didn't it? It looked a good shout. Well, obviously it looked a good shout because it was out, but I mean, sometimes you just get an impression from the distance. You don't need to be standing where the umpire is to think, wow, yeah, he's struggling there, and it felt like that. There was no surprise to see Hassan Raza raise the finger. I wonder what the non-striker Usman Khawaja would have ruled.
He didn't get a chance to say.
No, he didn't. It was a Stuart Broad one of those. You review it straight away, as Stuart did earlier when he was batting. Mind you, England were running out of wickets, and I think they had a couple of reviews left. When
they still had 3 reviews or something left, so and there was only 2 wickets, so you might as well.
Yeah. 63 for 1 then. Labuschagne comes in, and these are almost, is it borderline the light here, Glenn? It's very gloomy in London now.
It is. The umpires, I'm not even sure if they've checked the light, but it does look very gloomy out there.
And well, what are we, 3:05 in the afternoon, in the middle of summer, so you'd hope the light at this time of the day was, you know, okay, the natural light, but the artificial light has really taken over. So this is a test for Labuschagne. Always is when you first come in. 63 for 1, the lead is 154. Warner out for 25, so another start. He worked hard, Warner, but no success for him in this second innings. Here the crowd urging Tongue on here. The situation England are in, they need, you say you need a wicket or two, they need about 3 or 4 really to drag themselves back into this game. Leg slip's gone in, 3 orthodox slips, and here's Tongue bowling to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne gets a straight ball which he defends back up the onside of the pitch, goes to mid-on, and there is no run. So having another look at that LBW shout on our monitor. Warner just falling over a bit there. Ball going away low into the offside, which suggested it wasn't going to go over. I think it really was a question of inside edge or going down. And it was smacking that leg stump. Nice feeling for Mr. Raza to be backed up by the technology. Tongue bowls, full, Labuschagne pushes forward, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Labuschagne in the first innings, yeah, well, all batters had to work hard on that first day. He was dealing with perhaps some of the demons that are in his head after that first Test match, and then was out to a very typical Lord's dismissal, really. Ball in that channel outside the off stump was just going up the slope a fraction or holding its line, nicking it through. Not a bad delivery from Robinson. Tongue looking for something similar. Bowls now to Labuschagne. That's on his pad. He's turned away for his first runs. He's probably going to get at least 3. Goes up towards wide long on. They're back for 2. And indeed they do get 3. Robinson sends it in. Not quite enough venom in the stroke to go for 4. Up the hill towards the Compton stand. Labuschagne's away. 66 for 1. Khawaja at the other end keeps on going. He's a bit touch of the Daryl Mitchells from last summer when New Zealand were here. Seemed to be batting every day, all day. Saw Daryl Mitchell play at the Oval the other day, part of a remarkable county match. Really hard-fought game with lots of quality players on display. With Championship leader Surrey bowled out for under 100 in the final innings, a game that looked certain to win. It is Tongue bowling short. Khawaja ducks underneath it. And it's through to Bairstow, one or two players playing in that match who have been touted as potential England players, but and Australia players as well. Think of Abbott, who, there were some injuries among the bowlers, the pace bowlers might fall into the squad.
He's played a few games for Australia, more in the shorter version game.
Well, he batted so well. He made 87 not out, and they got 130 off for the last wicket with another Australian, Dan Worrell. It was a topsy-turvy, fluctuating game, a bit like this one, really. One team up, then the other team up. And it's flicked away by Khawaja down towards fine leg. And they go through for one. And Sam Curran playing. Will Jacks was playing in that match as well. Anyway, you can see what England come up with in terms of their team selection for the next game at Headingley, especially if they lose the match, 2-0 down. Where they freshen up the bowling unit. They'll do too much with the batting, really. If they lose this game, it's more the bowlers, really. But they have got quite a big squad, so they didn't need to make huge changes in the squad. It's just a question in terms of team selection. Two umpires having a chat there. I wonder whether it might be something about the light. We did hear earlier that there was a possibility of a shower or two this afternoon. Let's hope that isn't the case.
Yeah, it must have been all light. Just had a quick look, and yeah, it's not too bad. It's not getting any worse.
People say, well, the floodlights are on, just get on with it. And that is a worthy opinion. Robinson bowls. Khawaja plays quietly into the offside towards point. And there is no run. 158 the lead for Australia. What are we in terms of bowling spells, Snolts? So Anderson's bowled
six, broad six, and Robinson and Tongue just finished his 7th. Robinson is in his 7th.
And they bowled those in a row, have they? Yeah, so they feel as if they might be coming to an end. It's time to change, although Tongue has just taken a wicket. Might want one more over from him. Robinson bowls to Khawaja outside the off stump, across him. Khawaja leans forward and leaves. And that was his 73rd ball of this innings. 70 in the first innings, well, that's 143 plus, I don't know, how was it, 500 at Edgbaston. Alistair Cook alongside me. You can get sick of the sight of a batter. I mean the opposition, I don't mean us up here. You take your hat off to the way Khawaja's played in this series, because he came into it with barely a record at all in England. Dropped twice in previous Ashes series. Didn't make one of the trips. But he has been magnificent rock-like player for Australia. That's a fine delivery from Robinson, leaving him down the slope and bouncing. Khawaja not nicking it through to Bairstow, and Khawaja walks away nonchalantly. Oh well, there we go, another one I've missed. I'll be here for the next ball.
It's been compelling cricket, isn't it? It's been, I don't think England have done much wrong at all. They've bowled some real probing, testing balls. And Australia have just stood firm, haven't they? I was really impressed with David Warner, because that's not his natural game. He really reined it in, knowing how valuable every run is.
Robinson bowls, that's edged along the ground down into third slip. And there's no run. It's funny, I was talking about the psychology of the game when I came on. If England had taken a 100-run or 150-run first innings lead, Australia would probably, with the same deliveries, they probably would be 60 before now. Because it's funny how you nick them when you're behind, and when you're ahead you don't. It's an odd thing in the game. And also, just going back to the way Australia played, I think one thing they felt, didn't they, at Headingley in 2019, is they had the chance to really nail the game down, and they didn't quite take it in the third innings. Robinson to Khawaja. Khawaja plays quietly back down the pitch, picked up by Robinson in his follow through, and there's no run. And perhaps that's part of their mentality here. We are not going to waste this opportunity. Okay, they set England 360. Every other game in Test cricket history that England had played, that was enough, because they hadn't chased that many before. But it wasn't quite enough. But if they got 420 ahead, 440, then they'd obliterated England in that match.
I mean, you would have said the same about last week, wouldn't you, Edgbaston?
Here is Robinson. But he does him again outside the off stump, pushing forward down the slope, past the outside edge. Well, that was the 26th over completed. Australia 67 for 1. So that gives you an indication of how hard it's been. They've not scored quickly. They've had to really dig in, work hard. England just got that one wicket so far. The lead is 158. In terms of England?
Yeah, in terms of England, they had an opportunity to I believe, to 320, 330. I don't think Australia would have got there. I just think Australia have recognised this is a seriously tough time to bat. All the odds are in the bowlers' favour. It's cloudy, and for whatever reason, when the floodlights are on, it feels like it does more. And I don't know if it does, but it certainly, as a batsman, you feel like the odds are against you, and you're just trying to survive the situation.
Tongue does begin in another over. Labuschagne lets that one go by. You might have heard Alistair say that's a good leave.
I mean, he's been the first 3 balls Labuschagne faced, they were right on the stumps and just slightly short of this one, but I reckon that could have gone over. One of Labuschagne's great strengths in his career, so it has been his judgment outside off stump. We haven't quite seen it yet on this tour. He's certainly one of those players who leaves very well to then bring him into your area.
Tongue tries again, bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is struck on the bat shout for LBW. Is he outside the line? No, he's not, according to the umpire. He's given him out. Labuschagne's coming down the pitch to have a chat with Khawaja. Has Tongue got a second? Was he just outside the line?
It's height, I think. He's going to review it.
He does now, with 3 seconds left. Right, has Tongue got 2 quick ones here. The crowd go quiet, waiting for the review. What is this?
Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Spin vision, please. Ultra, please. Check no bat.
Well, I think this could be high and outside the line.
Roll through, flat line and into the pad. Ball tracking when ready, please.
Here's the ball tracking.
Impact is outside. Hassan impact outside, so you'll have to reverse your decision. I will come back to Hassan. You can signal now, reverse.
Well, it must have been a horrible feeling there for Labuschagne. He wasn't sure. He came down the pitch, he consulted with Khawaja, and then they went for the review. He was struck outside the line. I have to say, that was my just original feeling. You just get a sense of it, and just in the moment. It might have also been high as well.
I'll give you the credit there, Simon. You called it straight away.
That's very kind of you.
Credit's due. You're right. Because he bats on off stump, I think the umpire, you feel when you get hit as close as that, all that's, you're talking about psychology. Or the psychology umpire is covering the stump, so you feel it's got to be close, but it actually hit him quite a long way outside the line. It wasn't at all close. It wasn't umpire's call at all. It was a good, what would you say, 2 or 3 inches outside?
Yeah, a couple of inches outside, yeah. 67 for 1. Tongue bowls, short ball down the leg side. Labuschagne ducks underneath it, taken by a leaping Bairstow away to his left-hand side. England was celebrating. They thought they got their man, but I wonder where this would have gone on height as well. We've seen impact. I suppose it's irrelevant in a way, but I wonder whether it was actually hitting the stumps or not.
My first initial reaction was height. Yeah. You called outside the line. I went height. In that case, us both been right, isn't it?
Good. Well, it could have been. Yeah, it's nice both to be right. Tongue, he was insisting that was out. And umpire Raza. Yep, I'll go with that. Tongue set off then, and there's someone moving down beneath us probably. Big crowd in today. There's often someone moving somewhere. It's just a question whether the batter pulls away or not. Just on the light, you talked about it's harder to bat when the lights are on. Do you think that actually is an issue, that you tell me, you've been out there when the lights have been on? Tongue bowls, Labuschagne's forward, hitting that towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I just think it's what we've been trained to do, as in, like, you think it's dark, you think the lights are, so you think it is, but I don't think it is. I think it's just that psychological thing, is saying your brain's telling you this is dark. Like, the lights are on, I bet actually if you gave a light reader now with those lights and the thing, it'd be absolutely fine. It's just that psychological of it, because it's dark outside the stadium. You can still see the ball. You just feel like everything's against you a bit, and you can get a case of the poor me's.
Tongue bowl short down the leg side again. Labuschagne right underneath that, evading it. Taken by Bairstow.
Did love Labuschagne's reaction. I mean, I haven't seen that before. You got, when it came up as hitting outside the line, a big shout of "come on!" I mean, there is a cricket badger, and he is a cricket badger, isn't he? He absolutely lives, breathes, everything to do with cricket.
Well, it's nice, obviously, to stay in as well. It's also nice to, not nicked one of your team's reviews, got it right. That sort of team element to it as well. But that individual, I'm still here. Tongue to complete the over, bowls to Labuschagne. In behind that, playing defensively up the pitch. There is no run. It is the end of the over. We have got 20 minutes to go until tea, and we'll go there in the company of Alistair and Jim Maxwell, but first Andy Zaltzman.
Usman Khawaja has faced 665 balls already in this series, and that is already the second most faced by an opener in the first 2 tests of an Ashes series in England. He's got a way to go to beat the record, which was 999 balls in the first 2 tests of the 1938 Ashes by Australia's Bill Brown, who made a century in the first test and a double century here at Lord's.
Bill Brown, what a lovely man he was. A stutter and a start and a stop from Robinson as he tries to come in from the far end. Yes, he captained Australia in 1 test against New Zealand, the first time they ever played just after the war. The game didn't last 2 days. Didn't play New Zealand again for 28 years. Robinson bowls and he drives at this, and it goes square of the wicket on the offside. Just a little bit of history for you there as we drift through the day.
I learn something new every day you're on air, Jim. You tell me some stuff about old cricket I never knew.
Yeah, well, did I tell you about Bob Barber? That might take me a while. He was a left-hander.
Okay. Should I know who Bob... Was it Bob Barber? Should I know who he is?
You'd know him perhaps for other reasons, because he was a smart bloke. Went to one of your major universities and was an amateur cricketer, basically. Played for Warwickshire, and forward he goes and plays back down the pitch. He became well known, I think famous later on, for inventing that thing that either you or your wife put into the loo, those blue things in the loo. Right? I think he's a chemical engineer or something like that.
I think if you'd have asked
Wouldn't have picked that one.
If you'd have asked me 10 things what Bob Barber was famous for, apart from nicking off or getting LBW.
Yeah, that's right.
I would never have guessed the blue things in toilets.
Around the wicket, Sid Bowles has played to mid-on. As a cricketer, for me, he's famous for 2 things. First of all, in the 65-66 series, I know that's a long while ago, he opened with a bloke called Boycott, who you've heard of. Yeah.
He's here today, isn't he?
He got caught on the fence in the game against New South Wales on the last over before lunch for 99. And I thought, he can play a bit, this bloke. Anyway, he came out in the Sydney test and they put on 234. Boycott got caught at the deep backward square boundary for 89, I think. Barber went on to get 185. Glorious off driving, mainly. Just superb batting. Here comes Robinson across the bows. He didn't play a lot of tests, but that was the highlight, I think, of his test career. I think it was the only century that Barber scored in his brief career.
He played 28 tests.
28.
That was the 109 other 50s, averaged 35 with the bat. Also a useful wrist spin bowler. Picked up 42 wickets in those 28 tests.
What he did do was beat the outside edge of Doug Walters' bat in the test in Melbourne after Walters has got 100 on debut in Brisbane. Walters went on to get 100 in his second test, but only because, as I wait for Robinson bowling, wide of the off stump, a chap named Jim Parks was wicket-keeping, and he missed at least 2 stumpings, which was another reason I have his thing about English wicket-keepers that John Murray should have been playing ahead of him. But anyway, there you go.
So it's all John Parks.
Jim Parks?
Jim Parks' fault that you don't like English wicket-keepers and Johnny Bairstow.
I don't like it when they pick batsmen who keep wicket ahead of wicket-keepers who are the best keepers. And it has happened a couple of times. I think it might have happened recently. Around the wicket, it's Robinson drawing him forward and he plays away. Having said that, Johnny Bairstow's kept very well in this game. It's 1 for 67 at the end of the over.
So I always get worried when I sit here and then you come on or Aggers comes on, they mention cricketers and they say him so confidently and I'm like, I've never heard of him. Should I have heard of him? Am I missing some great period of English or any cricket history.
Oh, we've all missed a lot of it because we weren't here.
Should I know about it? So,
well,
do you just read up it, or you just got the world's greatest memory?
I've got a pretty good memory, and I've watched a lot of cricket. And my father watched a lot of cricket. I mean, he watched Bodyline, so I've had that investment in my cricket data, or whatever you want to call it.
It also helps if you weren't very good at playing it, then you tended to,
that's true
to read
too.
up about other people who could.
What are you saying about Jim's cricket, Salts?
Probably not as good as yours, Alistair, that's all I'm saying.
Right. You can't find much on that.
Probably a lot better than mine.
But I think I may tell you this, I was lucky enough as a youngster to be here in 1972 when Massey took all those wickets as a spectator. Anderson charges up and he bowls and it's pushed away on the offside. I was playing with the Australian Old Collegians in 1972. Wonderful tour. We played in Honolulu, America, Canada, Bermuda, a month in London, a month touring.
It's a world tour, that.
Yeah, a world tour. And we're all made honorary members of this ground for the duration of the tour. So we sat in the pavilion down there and watched Massey when Lilly, of course, at the other end was handy. But Massey was swinging it like swinging, better than tongue. And it's outside the off stump and it's gone through to the keeper. 16 wickets in the test is unusual.
What were you as a cricketer? You were going to say you're a wicketkeeper now, aren't you?
Well, I had kept wicket. No. I used to bat and bowled nude nuts, straight breaks. Yeah. You had to give the batsman a feeling that you might be doing something with it. But in fact, the straightest ball is the best ball you can bowl. Well, that was at that level of cricket at school and so on, a long time ago. But it was a lovely game to play. Just as you know, it's the most exciting game because of its moods and personality. Now the keeper's come up over the stumps. Here we go. Here's Herbert Strudwick, whoever it is, right up over the stumps.
I haven't heard of him either.
I'll give you another bit of information about it because we're about to see Johnny Bairstow do something Strudwick would never have done. He'll crouch, right? He's waiting, he's got his head there, he goes down and takes it well outside the off stump. You know who invented the crouch in wicket keeping?
You're going to tell me?
Yeah, an Australian called Hanson Carter. Kept either side of the First World War, and he was the first bloke to actually go down, as we see all keepers do now. In their old days, they all used to just stand there with their gauntlets on.
I'm worried that you're going to test me in this in like 2 days' time, like a school teacher.
No, I won't do that. Anderson bowls, and he wants a single, but he's not going to get it, pushing it away into the covers. Anyway, we can talk about these things at the moment because not much is happening out there. It's leave, block, push, maybe a run occasionally.
22 dot balls in a row currently.
All right, I knew I was filling for a good reason.
But it doesn't matter, isn't it? You can't take your eyes off this cricket.
Yeah.
There might have been 22 dot balls, but Australia just making it so tough for England to get. They got one wicket, but not getting 2 or 3.
Now he bowls wide of the off stump. A good take again from Bairstow, and is allowed to pass. He's had his moments. One scoring shot for Labuschagne, the squirt to backward square, and an LBW survival given out and judged by a replay to be hitting just outside the line. Maybe high, but that didn't matter. It was outside the line. It just saved him. Anderson at this nursery end, he's very accurate and he's bowling short, and it's whipped away just past mid-wicket. He got enough of it, but he could easily have been caught as he attempted to bang that out to the boundary, which he's done. But it wasn't. Was that Tongue out there who was near the ball?
I think it's Broady.
Oh, Broady's on my hat.
He's changed from the sun hat.
Oh, yes, I see.
But I'm glad he's coming on. I was just going to mention before Jimmy bowled and you went off about your keepers and crouching and giving me a history lesson. Broady's done well against Labuschagne, and you wanted him on early towards him. Get him on early, and he has come. But I would have bowled Stuart Broad from this end. He's nicked Labuschagne off, and with the angle of the slope, that brings the outside edge more into play. I know he's now going from the pavilion end, but I would have swapped him around. I'd have bowled Jimmy from the pavilion end and given Stuart Broad a go from this end. But What do I know?
You know, but did he get a finger on that as it went over his head? No, cleared him.
Cleared him by probably 2 or 3 yards.
Right.
And if Stuart Broad can get it, he's the tallest man on the team, and he's.
Yeah, he's 6'18", that's for sure. It's 1 for 71. Labuschagne's moved to 7 with that pull shot. And Khawaja's Mr. Imperturbable on 36. He's somewhere in between playing and missing very well. And around that, he's picking up runs. And he can concentrate. Broad bowls to him. And he's back and he's running it off a thick edge behind point and not scoring.
Yeah, his ability just to play every ball is an extraordinary skill. And what I mean by every ball, it means whatever happens. You know, he has played a missed. He's played a couple of false shots, be beaten. You wouldn't know, would you? The next ball, he just faces up, gives it the same due care and attention. And what success he's had as an opener. Isn't he averaging almost 70 now as an opener since he's come back? And
since this, yes, this in a reincarnation, as it were. He's up there. Broad bowls to him, and he fidgets at the ball, just goes feeling, pushing the old soft hands and runs it down behind point. Yeah. Got the field well set up.
I never like it when middle order players then become openers and make it look easy. We always say, oh, how hard is it at the top of the order? Hardest place to bat. Khawaja bats 4-5. Now goes to the top of the order, average 70. I think it's the highest since, or the highest most.
Since Travis Head had COVID.
No, but I think he averaged 70 since he's come back, and that's the highest over 30 innings or something as an opener. Is that right, Salts? Is that right?
It's the highest over 15 innings. If you go down to the highest over 10 innings, then Sydney Barnes. Another old player for Jim to educate you about.
I've heard of Sydney Barnes. I've heard of Sydney Barnes.
Jump the turnstile at the MCG.
No, I did not know that.
So there you go.
Khawaja,
let him in.
Yeah, 66.4 is an opener. The next highest, 15 innings or more, is Sutcliffe, 61.1.
Sutcliffe. Geez, he must have been good. He played with that bloke Hobbs, didn't he? What a pair. Around the wicket, Broad bowls it, and he plays soft again. Bit of bounce, surprised him. Poked it out there on the offside. Sid Barnes was here in 1948. And it's the story they put on. He put on 406 with Bradman in 46-7 at the SCG. And Bradman got 234. So when Barnes got to 234, he got out.
He said, I can't beat him.
He said, no one will remember my 234 unless I get the same as he. He's a bit of a character, Sid Barnes. Yes. Around the wicket. It's flashed away hard behind point. They've moved that bloke from backward point, and the ball's gone away to the boundary for 4. They opened the field up just a little bit with the field change, and Khawaja got a ball that he could guide down there, and he's moved to 46.
Yeah, it's just you're watching a guy totally in control of his game. He's getting asked so many questions thereabouts and off stump, and that was slightly only just shorter, just wider, and he's on it like a flash. And then the couple of balls before are just a bit fuller, and he's riding the bounce, surviving, but playing so calmly while he does it. And what's impressed me about Khawaja in his 700 balls, wherever he's faced so far, is how late he can play the ball, and that is such a skill.
Yes, he is very, very calm. And he's waiting at the line, tap, a walk, and then a drive for 4. Oh, celebrated the previous boundary by bringing up his, is that 50? No, he's still in the 40s, yes. 44. He's gone from 40 to 44, 2 4s. And Australia 1 for 79. Yeah, all of a sudden, 2 boundaries.
Yeah, the first one off the back foot, and then this was a full wide half volley. Stuart Broad, and just leant on it. Just leant on it. Just
beautiful time.
Yeah, just.
And move the field again.
Back to where we were, weren't we, with before this over started, and Ben Stokes changed it.
It's got a 6-3 split in the field, and around the wicket, Broad goes in, and Khawaja's driving towards mid-off, but he's not scoring in this time as he attempted to push it down the ground. So a good over for Khawaja. Labuschagne is 7. Warner, the man out, LBW for 25, an opening partnership of 63.
Yeah, Ben Stokes opened up that field. I'm not sure whether Stuart Broad liked it. He took the cover out, trying to encourage Khawaja to play the shot. He got one behind point and then one through covers, and Stuart Broad straight away put the cover in, which is been Ben Stokes' captaincy in his first year has been offering, teasing the batsmen to play the shot, giving them reward to do it. But when you're trailing by 100, as they were in the first innings, and now the lead's gone up to 170, those runs are so valuable.
Yeah, they need to keep chipping away at this Australian batting in conditions that are helping them, but they've only managed one wicket. Justin Langer is our guest at tea time in 5 minutes, so be ready for Justin as we're ready for Jimmy Anderson to bowl again. With 3 slips, just the chance of a nick as he goes in, and Labuschagne leaves in his usual flamboyant manner at the death. Plays everything very late, and just like the bandmaster, the conductor, waves his baton out of the way to make sure he doesn't nick it.
That's what I remember Labuschagne, good leaving. Such a valuable shot in these conditions. That's a good ball by Jimmy as well, just nipped down the slope. Bairstow's gone back. I don't know why he has gone back.
Labuschagne waits and he's forward and leaving it. Well, Labuschagne does, like Warner, bat a foot or two out of his crease, so I suppose that brings him back. But
yes, I quite liked him up. I quite like Johnny Bairstow up there, keeping Labuschagne in his crease. So LBW's back in the game, aren't you? Such a long way down, like he was for Tongue. To hit him in line and with the height, you'd say, well, how far? He's out about 2 foot.
He's watching as Anderson draws him forward. He gets a ball that swings in, and he gets it on the bottom inside of the bat, a little more than the middle perhaps, but he watched it and played it down to mid-on. There's a bit going on with the Dukes ball at the moment, and England just that they need a burst of fresh batsmen at the wicket and a few nick-offs. They're not getting the result. Now the keeper's back up. Bairstow over the stumps again for Anderson, who comes in, and Labuschagne leaves the ball, and Bairstow's not worried about his late flourish with the bat, and it takes it very calmly behind the stumps. So we're in this little period of play coming up to tea, of course, in a couple of minutes, with Australia in some sort of ascendancy, but finding it hard to score against this accurate bowling. Anderson comes up and he's looking to drive and punches it down at mid-off, and there's another Anderson dot. Labuschagne 7, Khawaja 44. England out for 325 this morning, and from the moment Stokes was out to the second ball of the day from Stark, brilliantly caught by Green in the gully, England was sliding. Just could not get a partnership going against the lively Australian bowling. Anderson's bowling, it's left it going again outside the off stump, and umpire Raza said that's over, and we've got time for one more over before tea from 31 overs in their second innings, which started just before lunch. Australia won for 79.
A maiden from James Anderson, asking lots of questions, probing on and around off stump. So Australian batting lineup not going anywhere, are they? They're showing the resilience that you need to ride out the tough sessions, and I know they haven't scored a huge amount of runs in this session, but you're going to have to give the session to Australia under tough batting conditions. They found a way, haven't they? They found a way just to keep England at bay. And you'd say that scoring could become easier after tea as the bowlers get tired.
Here's Broad drawing a back and across defensive push away into the covers. So Smith due in next. How the sky's looking? A bit brighter than before. It was pretty dull for a while.
I think the clouds just lifted a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes if it's cloudy during the afternoon, it can be a glorious evening, can't it, in England?
Well, let's hope for that.
I like the clouds to stay, actually.
As a batsman?
as a English
commentator. Yes.
English commentator.
Yes, I see. Broad is bowling, and it's a bouncer. And there haven't been too many of those, have there? Broad, everyone's concentrated on hitting a length, trying to get a nick off or whatever, but even Tung, who's the fastest of them, hasn't. I can remember him dropping one short, but yep. And Khawaja was quickly into his cave.
There hasn't been a need for it, has there? Because there has been a lot of movement. If you do banging away, as a batsman here, you'll be saying, that's fine, I don't mind that. England have challenged the off stump, they challenged the front foot, but just no give in this Australian batting lineup this afternoon.
Another short ball is outside the off stump, and Khawaja has a look momentarily and then allows it to pass by. 2 men deep, one on the square leg boundary and one at deep back with square. Pope's been off the field for a while with another shoulder bump as he tried to collect the ball wide of mid-on, and he hurt himself again. So he's gone off for an ice pack or something. Khawaja looks around. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, Broad bowls, and he does go after the short ball, and he does get over the bounce and pull it down to Brook for a single. He's deep out at square. 1 for 80. Khawaja is going down the non-striker's end. Get ready for his cup of tea. He's 45, and Labuschagne has got a couple of balls to go before tea as the diaphanous or translucent screen goes across in front of the members at the far end.
Nice word.
Which one do you like?
First one, I can't say it again.
Diaphanous.
Yeah, I like that.
Now that's what Agers likes. I like translucent, but they mean the same, so it doesn't matter.
I'm guessing that's what they mean.
Yes, I mean, in another context, I think it's see-through. 2 slips and a leg slip, and Labuschagne just taking a little time here to scratch out his guard and take his place in front of the crease. And he's just looking around. What's happened now? Someone's ordered a beer or done something behind the screen, and Broad's pointing down there, and we're almost ready. We're going to have 3 slips. 2 balls to go before tea. Broad back over the wicket. England, they need a wicket or 2 or 3. But Broad's coming up, and Labuschagne drives, and he's almost thinking it. Is he out? Not out. There was an early celebration, and then, of course, Broad came in for the celebration. The umpire, Chris Gaffney, is unmoved. Are they going to go upstairs? Are we going to have a DRS? There's a discussion. Broad's trying to say, come on, fellas. He nicked that, didn't he? He's not getting any support. No, Ben Stokes is not going for a review.
Everyone is adamant. Broad is adamant. Root is adamant. Joe almost threw his hat off. Definitely hit the ground. There's a very full wide ball.
He missed that, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
Was there a feather? It didn't look like it. Let's see.
Hard to tell. Johnny Bairstow didn't throw the ball up. Normally he throws the ball up when it's out. He kept it in his hand. Ben Stokes, brilliant for Ben Stokes. He knew that he hadn't hit it, and he held his nerve. Not easy when everyone is telling you hit it, and he's done well there.
So now he's got 1 ball to go before the tea break. It's 1 for 80. Broad's on his way. Running up hard. Labuschagne digs it out. It's hit the pad and a bill for LBW. How is that not out? Again, Broad's excited. My goodness, it'll be a very quick cricket game if he ever gets to umpire. That looked to be spearing down the leg side to me, or maybe even a little inside edge. There's no DRS. Again, Ben Stokes unmoved, despite the emotion and excitement from his fast bowler Stuart Broad. So Labuschagne survives all of that.
That looked close. That looked
Look
close.
close. Here we go. Have a look. See what you think. Missing leg.
Yeah, it was the in-swing up. Oh, look, he's a long way across, Labuschagne. Long way across.
You could see a bit of the leg stump, couldn't you? We're getting another replay. And just missing. So Chris Gaffney got it right. And they go off for tee at 1 for 81. 45 for Khawaja. Labuschagne is 8. So Alistair Cook with the lead 172. Where's all this going at the moment?
Well, it's been slow and steady progress by Australia. Australia have fought incredibly hard there. They should be very pleased with their work. Ball has done a lot. England have bowled beautifully, just without being able to find that outside edge. All those LBWs. Ben Stokes did well there because the emotion, knowing how desperate you're desperate to get a wicket, and you've got Stuart Broad, who's appeals quite a lot, who's adamant when they're adamant that when they're close they're out, and he stood firm. And fair play to Ben Stokes, because I think how he stayed there and the emotion of the captain is so quickly to go for it, but he didn't, and he kept a review.
Yeah, Australia looking pretty at the moment. 81 for 1, just Warner having been dismissed. And a quick look at those bowling figures for England then. Anderson, 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. I have to say, I do think England bowled very well in this session. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 27 for Broad. Tongue, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. He took the dismissal of Warner there out for 25. And Robertson, I thought, bowled particularly well, actually. 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 18. There's Anderson bowling. That's played right across his pads there by Khawaja. In fact, Bairstow was leaping up there, about to appeal for leg before wicket, I think, but he got plenty of bat on it. And they take one more. Runs mounting here, 97 for 1, so the lead is 188. And still 2.25 hours to go. 38 overs up there on the board. I don't suppose we'll get those, but a lot of cricket left. 30 overs times 30 times 3, that's 90. They could be best part of 300 ahead.
They need to up the scoring rate a little bit to where they are at the moment.
Anderson, there's the in-swinger. It went straight onto the middle of Labuschagne's bat, but he's flicked it to Stokes.
Yeah, so you're mentioning Craig McMillan, New Zealander, sort of middle order batsman, all-rounder. Got a couple of other New Zealanders here, obviously Baz, Brendan McCullum, and Dan Vittori in the Australian camp.
He is, of course he is.
So Dan's a good man too. Well, they all are. There's something about New Zealanders, New Zealand and Australians, but I like those boys. They're okay.
Here goes Anderson over the wicket, bowls, and it's played defensively back at him, and there's no run. I don't know, it's like the Australian direction, but New Zealanders, the competitive edge they have against Australians, I think it's even more than England-Australia. I mean, they really feel it down there, don't they?
Yeah, no, they always lift when they play Australia.
Yeah, they do.
We think, it's New Zealand,
Yeah.
But no, they always sort of punch above their weight. But then you look at their rugby team, the All Blacks, they've just been quality generation after generation. It is a culture there. Cricket sort of takes a back seat to the rugby.
But we were talking Sandpaper Gate with Justin there. We were in New Zealand when all that happened. And so you can imagine the absolute delight there was there when all this is going on. And of course, more or less the same time difference. You could follow it all there.
You think of the Anzacs, New Zealand nearly became not part of Australia, but part of New South Wales.
Ooh, I wouldn't like that. Broad round the wicket, bowls a bouncer, and Khawaja just flinches rather there as it gets low, right underneath it. Bent his right knee there, just to make sure that the ball went safely over his head and into Bairstow's gloves.
And so right at the 11th hour, they decided not to join with New South Wales and ended up becoming
I didn't know
their own
that.
country. So so it's interesting history there.
Yeah. Because it's not, a couple of hours flight?
Yeah, about a 2.5, 3 hour flight from Sydney to Auckland.
It's a fair old way. Khawaja's on 49 and Broad's on his way to him. He's there now and he bowls outside the off stump. Doesn't go through any particular pace through to Bairstow. He takes it down by his boots, actually. Root rubs the ball hard on the back of his trousers, really, really trying to polish that up, trying to conjure up some sort of magic, or tossing it away out to Stokes, who's fielding at mid-off.
There is a little bit of movement in the pitch. There's a little bit of bounce occasionally. It's just going a little bit of movement in the air, a little bit off the deck, but they just haven't been consistent in that area where you need to be.
Broad runs in, very straight approach, bowls. Khawaja drives him for 4 for his 50. Very fine stroke. Broad kicks at the footholes in frustration. It was a little bit too full, and you're trying when he bowled to Khawaja to get him onto that front foot, to drag him out of his crease, but sometimes you bowl a little bit too full like that, and he reaches another Test 50, his 23rd. And the Australian 100 comes up as well. 101 for 1, and the lead 192.
Yeah, he's been batting a fair bit in this Test series already.
Stuart Broad is still unhappy about that green line.
It's now green that he's not happy with.
He's waving to the groundsman. At least the umpire is. He can't have that aerosol out again, surely. It's a perfectly harmless white line that's there. Or it's now green.
He's pushing his foot down as if it's more it's a bit too spongy.
Well,
but I don't know what's happening.
They've called for the groundsman, and there was no obvious sign as to what implement they want him to bring out. In fact, he's asking for some sort of clarity. He came out with his tamper thing there, like a piece of scaffolding, sort of a thwacker. And in fact, Johnny Bairstow had to relay a message to him. Oh, we've got all sorts. Basically, there's a garden shed going out. There's all sorts of equipment here being brought out by the ground staff. And we've got a brush, there's a shovel, there's that tamper, and now we've got someone else running out as well.
What's he carrying?
We can't see. He's clutching that about his person, and he's running away from us.
Yeah, no, it's not to do with the Cameron Green white line, just that little takeoff area. He said it's a bit soft and a bit uneven. Trying to.
What does that actually do? If you're just tapping it down? That chap had a bucket of sawdust. That's what, or at least topsoil of some sort by the look of it. So they're scraping out the foot mark there, and then sort of putting it all back in again. I'm not sure it's going to hold together very long, is it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I don't know how they can make that any more solid. It's grass and sand underneath, and basically enough, that's where your foot takes off from. And if it's a bit spongy, you lose momentum into the crease. So
anyone who has a dog will know when your dog digs a hole in the lawn. Which is quite frustrating, and mine's going through the habit of doing it at the moment. You put back again the stuff that's dug out, and you know perfectly well but 5 minutes later it'll go back there and just scuffle about and dig it all out again, and that's rather, I think, what this is like. But there's a sort of committee meeting down there now, involving 1, 2, 3, I think 4 ground staff, 1 umpire, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 England players. And a couple of the reserve players there are standing by with drinks in case anybody wants one, which they don't. And of course, Spider Cam is also in there as well.
Khawaja's half century, 105 balls with his 10th for his 38th score of 50 or more in Test cricket, including 15 hundreds. So far in this series, he's faced 693 deliveries and scored 276 runs on his 2 previous tours combined. In England, he managed just 236 runs from 454 balls in a total of 12 innings. And Australia's openers in the last Ashes here in England, between them in 5 tests, lasted 467 balls. Khawaja approaching 700. I'll give you his place in the where that puts him historically.
Whatever they had to do there, they've done, and Broad's going to continue. 101 for 1. Here he comes. Khawaja on strike. Broad bowls to him, has flicked away into the leg side. After all that work, he's actually gone over the wicket anyway.
Just let it settle down and dry out a bit so it's not too bad next time.
Yeah. As I was saying earlier, Stuart, he does deliberately make himself cross. If fast bowlers do it, don't they? You deliberately get cross about something to just drive you on, to motivate
yourself up.
Usually something innocent. And there's nothing not more innocent than that patch of grass there that Stuart Broad had dug up.
Andy, you were saying?
Yeah, most balls faced in the first 2 tests of an Ashes series in England. Khawaja's now 4th on the all-time list.
Here comes Broad, bowls, and Labuschagne looks to work that into the leg side. Ball rolls up to mid-on, and there's no run.
It's had 693 balls so far in just the first 2 tests of the series. The all-time record, 999. Bill Brown in 1938. Bob Woolmer, 1977, had 794 balls in the first 2 tests. David Boone 93, 724 balls, and Khawaja's just overtaken Don Bradman from 1930, who faced 688 balls in the first 2 tests.
Well, he's 54 not out, and watching as Broad runs past him, bowls Labuschagne, who plays the deadest of dead bats. Broad kicks the ball away. And that's the end of his over. 102 for 1. Glenn, some thoughts for you. And then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Thanks, Aggers. Listening to those stats there, Andy. So many deliveries. I don't think I've faced that many deliveries in my whole career. And Uzi's faced them in the first 2 test matches. England will be getting sick of the sight of him. He spent so much time at the crease in these first 1.5 test matches. But scoring some vital runs here. Australia's moved on to 102 for 1, closing in on that 200-run lead. Simon?
Yeah, dominant position. What are we, 20 past 4? Another 2 hours play tonight on the 3rd day. Anderson's going to bowl with the lights beaming down. Bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja flicks that away wristily towards deep backwards square leg and takes a single. Moves Australia to 103 for 1. I think more Khawaja stats from Nick, who's scoring for the TV highlights down the way here. And he said that Khawaja is getting close to having played more dot balls in this series than England's top 6 combined.
I would have thought that'd be easy. He's left more balls than Ben Duckett has in the last 20 years.
Yeah, it's not a surprising stat, is it? But it does sort of put things into context. 103 for 1. Labuschagne on 12. Here is Anderson bowling and Labuschagne defending towards forward square leg. Jim started something earlier, didn't he, with his limericks? I was trying to think of one. I'm lacking a final line. What did I come up with? There was a fine bowler called Broad who once put Australia to the sword. He took 8 before brunch, and then I ran out of. But that was a long time ago. Something like that.
You need something.
I need a bit more, don't I? I had another line, and here's Anderson bowling, and forward goes Labuschagne, and that goes away into the offside. What I was trying to convey is he once had a lot of success against Australia, but now he's struggling.
Yeah, that doesn't really rhyme, saying it like that.
No, I got 3 lines. I had a 4th, but you know when you're trying to talk and think at the same time, I'd forgotten the 4th line, but I was looking for a 5th line, probably to rhyme with Broad.
It's never too late to learn to multitask, Simon.
No, but it's not. Well, it's never too late to do it, but sometimes it is too late to do it.
You might be getting a little bit bored.
Yes, there we are. We're somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Anderson bowls and pushed away by Labuschagne into the offside. And throw comes in and Bairstow whips off the bells. Labuschagne had to get back in his crease there. Bairstow standing up to Jimmy Anderson. What Jim is making of life at the moment. Well, there is a bit more in this surface than there was in the last game, which instead of it's like this, I'm done.
That one did bounce a little bit more of a length, hit really high on the bat, but noticeably more bounce.
Yeah, well, there has been today, it seems to me. Well, this pitch is getting a bit uneven, which doesn't bode very well for England in the final innings. Anderson bowls to Labuschagne, who guides that down into the gully region. The other thing that doesn't bode very well for England in the final innings is that Australia are 194 for 1, effectively. Mind you, yesterday, England were, what were they? They were 1 down for 188.
88, wasn't it?
You've got to keep believing, haven't you? You've got to keep saying the game can change round.
If Australia sets, Australia, having a chat before, if Australia set England like 580 on that last day, they would chase it.
Wow.
They would have to try to chase it because that's what they've been talking about.
Anderson to Labuschagne. That's cuffed away. It's a fine shot from Labuschagne. It's going for 4 down the hill to the tavern stand. Flick of the wrists on the cut there. Jimmy Anderson rather wearily takes his cap and his short sleeve sweater from the umpire and then kicks away at the turf by the crease in front of the stumps at the bowler's end. 107 for 1. And Labuschagne to 16 with that boundary. Khawaja is on 55. First innings lead of 91 for Australia, punishing. And Australia have made it work for themselves this afternoon. They've worked hard in these overcast conditions. Pitch is still pretty reasonable, despite that extra bounce. But Australia just got something going this morning, well, last night as well. And England have not been able to match them. Right, what have we got here? Broad is going to bowl, and he's going to be bowling to Usman Khawaja. Broad bowling from the pavilion end of the ground. 3 slips in. Someone moving in the pavilion. Khawaja wants him to sit down, naturally. I think it's the person whose job it is actually to move the sight screen. It's taking a while to sit down at the far end. Down now, and Broad sets off again. Past the umpire to bowl to Khawaja, who drives and misses. I thought he nicked that for a moment. There's an optical illusion. It seems to go away from him after it'd gone past the edge. There was that one before tea, Glenn. I know you were commentating on the TV highlights. Those are on at 7 o'clock tonight on BBC Two. That LBW shot against Labuschagne, where he got a long way across. And funny, when you saw the replay, you thought, goodness me, that must be really close. It looked like, you know, it could have easily been hitting leg stump, or umpire's call, but it was missing. Broad wanted to review it. Having seen it, I thought that might be a good review. That might be worth going for, but it was going down. Broad to Khawaja. Khawaja plays up towards mid-on, firmly. Stopped at mid-on and there's no run.
Yeah, no, some of them looked very close straight away. That one looked close, but there was something about it, and it was angling in quite a bit, as Stuart Broad does. Good thing, you know, Stuart Broad's not captain, because he might have lost 2 reviews in 2 balls. He was adamant.
Yeah,
the first one was out.
Yeah, the big drive.
And then the second one as well. But Ben Stokes stood his ground.
Broad bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja opens the face, angles it away towards a backward point, and he trots through for a single. 100 and lead 199.
Yeah, the previous dot ball before that single was Khawaja's 555th dot ball in the series out of the now 698 balls he's faced. England's top 6, 554 dots out of 956 balls. So Khawaja's now faced more dots than
he's gone ahead. He's gone ahead. Yeah, not the most surprising stat, but
there will be some interesting stats like that knocking about, Andy.
Tuffers is here. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon all. Good afternoon.
Broad into bowl to Labuschagne. And Labuschagne is struck on the bat. Another shout for LBW from Stuart Broad. He runs down level with the stumps appealing.
Must have hit it.
Labuschagne walks away. There's nothing from the umpire. Umpire Gaffney. And Stokes, I'm not going to be convinced by that one either. I don't think Bairstow steps forward to have a chat. And I think Stokes is saying he's a bit high.
Doing like the sand dance there. And I think that's height. Right. He's been unlucky, Broad. He's a whole-hearted performer, isn't he? He loves the ash. He's been whacked. You can see that bruise coming up on his neck as he's been bowling, and he's been unfortunate. Is he hit that?
I don't think he's hit it, but I think it might be swinging down the leg side. I mean, he went quite a way.
What was the stat about Broadie about how far he gets down?
Yeah,
the
this
pitch?
this was the article that Jonathan was referring to in the game, where Broad showed it to him and said, "Look, I'm a very good reviewer," but it was more to do with the fact that the further he gets down the pitch to appeal in celebration, the more likely it's to be out.
Yeah, well, he was past the stumps.
He was. Broad goes in and bowls, turned away by Labuschagne towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. We'll have a look at the technology in just a minute. It really would be a kick in the you-know-whats if this was hitting the stumps. But he was a long way over Labuschagne. It was hit around off stump. Here we're getting it now. Hit around off stump and out. And it was out. Yeah, it was out.
That goes to show about the article that he was spot on, because he was past the stumps then.
Yeah, and I think he might have just seen that on the big screen. Yeah, and he's shaking his head. It did look a good shout because he was a long way over Labuschagne. A hit in front of off, and it was hitting leg stump. Broad bowls, Labuschagne defends into the offside, and there's no run. And Ben Stokes, what did he say? Was he saying high?
That was the sand dance. He was sort of like his arm was like a snake.
So what was he saying then?
Well, I don't know. You would have thought height sort of thing.
Yeah, well, that was the implication, but it wasn't too high. I think the real thing was whether it was going to miss leg stump or not, and the technology had it hitting. So England have missed one there, and so's umpire Gaffney, I suppose.
Yeah, he does, yes, absolutely. He does sometimes tend to play around that front pad, Labuschagne. I mean, he is very strong through mid-wicket, but I've seen him on a number of occasions sort of play across that front pan, get LB bubble, but he was absolutely sure it was out, Stewart.
So Labuschagne survives on 16. It's probably a bit like crying wolf, though, isn't it?
Wow.
Stewart, a bit. Although he,
what was the fable?
Well, that you say there's a wolf coming, don't you? And
yeah.
then someone comes around to help you. Here's Anderson bowling, very wide of off stump, swinging away from Khawaja, who lets it go through. And then there was no wolf, and then there was a wolf, and you come round again, there's no wolf, come round again, keeps on going, and then finally you say there's a wolf, and then no one believes you.
You get eaten up.
Yeah, they're nice, aren't they, those children's fables?
Oh, they're good lessons, aren't they?
Quite violent.
Quite like it. Why did he want people to come round? Bored, just looking after the sheep, perhaps?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, wanted someone to talk to.
Social media follows, I think it was.
Anderson sets off, and the nursery end bowls outside the off stump, cracked away by Khawaja down towards deep third, gets a single, wristy stroke, and Australia's lead reaches 200. Put those in the bank.
Yep.
109 for 1.
Tough now for England, because everything seems, leg buys, you always get 4 wides and things like that. It just builds and builds and builds on you. I think they were unlucky this morning. Not this morning, sorry, when they came out to bowl. I thought Stewart bowled beautifully, actually, without much luck. But the Aussies have done a number on them.
Labuschagne waits for Anderson, who goes in and bowls to him. Clipped away by Labuschagne for at least 2. It's going up towards the boundary. I think it will be picked up just inside the rope. There's a tumbling save there. And indeed, Labuschagne is restricted to 2. He moves to 18. And the score to 111 for 1. That lead creeping up. Australia want to totally nail this down. Don't make the mistake they made at Headingley, where they gave England just a smidgen of a chance. And Ben Stokes was able to take it with a bit of help from friends.
Well, 1-0 up as well in the series is just a position of strength in itself, isn't it? You're always trying to push up here as an England side.
Anderson bowls, an in-swinger, turned away by Labuschagne, this time to the right of that fine leg fielder, who can't get there. That's gone away for 4, just in front of Australia's dressing room, the far end of the ground from us, in front of the pavilion.
That proves my point there. I mean, a good in-swinging delivery. It did dart back into Labuschagne, thick inside edge. Just misses the pad. That would have probably been tight, LBW, and it goes for 4.
He's getting it to go, Anderson.
Wow, we're surrounded by cloud. Simon. I mean, it's pretty good seam bowling conditions.
That was an in-ducker. What are we in the 39th over? 115 for 1. Labuschagne to 22. Another man back now. On the leg side, Banj Anderson bowls another in-swinger, and Labuschagne clips it away for more runs, wide of mid-on. Broad's after it. They get at least 2. They'll look for 3 here. Broad's picked it up. They're coming back for a 3rd. Yes, they are. It was quite a tired chase from Stewart Broad. Well, that's the other thing as well. He was clonked on the helmet.
Yep.
As was Harry Brook, and that shook him up a bit, Brook, today. He was batting and he holed out. Another one from a short ball. There was, when Broad was running in earlier, sometimes when your feet hit the ground, it sends the shock through your body. It seemed to be going up into his mouth.
Oh, of course. No, when you're running in, the jaws go in and your cheeks are going.
118 for 1. Labuschagne to 25.
Your belly's going.
Anderson bowls, strikes Khawaja on the pad, and goes away into the offside.
It's all wobbling about as you're running in. So no, that'll hurt, mate. That's a sort of bit where your jaw attaches to your skull. Painful.
Broad's going to have another go. What has he bowled so far?
He has bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 34. Anderson has 12 overs, none for 34. And Khawaja has now passed 700 balls for the series.
He gets in his bubble, doesn't he, Khawaja? And he doesn't it seems very hard to shake him out of it.
Yeah. Well, he's done so well in this series.
Khawaja the koala called him at Edgbaston. I think it's quite good because he just sort of gets in
Hangs
that...
on?
Yeah, he's got those... And just sits in that V of a tree.
Is that what they do all day?
Yeah.
They not do much of their time?
No,
just sort of hang on to a tree all day?
Yeah.
Not much of a life, is it, really?
Oh, I wouldn't mind it.
Broad bowls, Labuschagne leaves. Some people have a bit of ambition.
Well, I don't think koalas have ambition. I think they're just happy there, munching on the eucalyptus.
As long as they got...
Watching the world go by, leaving a few, playing a few.
Have they got any predators, koalas?
Fire, I think.
Fire?
Yeah. That, the bushfires and what have you.
Yeah.
They're not that quick, I don't think.
118 for one. Broad at the top of his mark at the far end. Reached that stage of the day. Or test match. Broad bowls. Labuschagne drives, miscues it. Runs into the onside towards mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, he's gone about his business serenely, hasn't he, Khawaja? Just even though, he just sort of, he's got his hand on his hip and just leaning on his bat handle.
He must be loving it, because in a way, this is all a bonus for him. He only got back in the side because of the COVID for Travis Head before the Sydney Test match.
Yeah.
Since then, an old cliche, he's never looked back. Broad bowls, Labuschagne pushes into the offside, far too close to cover there to contemplate a single seriously.
Yeah, 19 tests since his recall for that Sydney Test match. Now just over 1,900 runs, averaged 67.9. 16 50-plus scores in 34 innings, including 7 centuries prior to that in his Test career. He had averaged just over 40. But interestingly, his strike rate has come down, so he's played in a very restrained, careful manner that's proved hugely successful.
It's an astonishing story, really, to score that heavily and reduce that average. Broad bowls, full, clipped away by Labuschagne down towards deep backward square leg. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, we're starting to hemorrhage runs here now, and as you say, well over the 200 lead for Australia. I can't stop them just putting it away. Perhaps we should put everyone back on the boundary and bowl short. Seemed a pretty good tactic from Australia.
You do need a compliant opposition, though.
Yes, you need to engage in that tactic, don't you? If you don't engage.
Well, we've seen England do that a lot.
Yeah, we have.
In the last year.
For the tail.
Yeah. But not so far. You feel there's still enough there to bowl conventionally and get wickets. And Broad, well, he's had Labuschagne out, isn't it? But it wasn't spotted by the umpire and England didn't review it. Broad goes in and bowls. It's full again, clipped away by Labuschagne once more down towards fine leg. This time it's a single, close to tongue. This time he doesn't have to run round and pick it up. Goes straight to him. 122, 123 for one. The lead up to 214. There are 33 overs left in the day's play, or more realistically, an hour and 15 minutes cricket. We haven't seen any spin so far today, or slow bowling. Actually, when they have brought on the slow bowlers,
fun.
Yes, and they picked up wickets. And Travis Head bagged a couple, and Joe Root bagged a couple.
Absolutely. Why not give it a go? Because things aren't working at the moment.
Head going Broad and Robinson. Broad goes in, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja leaves a ball outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 123 for one. That was 78 miles an hour from Stuart Broad. Australia wearing England down. Khawaja 57, Labuschagne 30. More from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Jim Maxwell.
It feels that they're wearing us down as well. There's a few stiff, tired bodies out there for England. You've got to hang in. You've got to have the belief that one will bring 2, and then you can get a little cluster, get yourself back into the Test match. But 214 lead for the Aussies. Couple of days and a session left. In a very, very, very good position, Jim Bell.
There once was a bowler named Tuffers.
Oh.
Who was very good at bowling to duffers, and I haven't finished it, so I'll work on that one. I hear you've been getting a few messages.
Yes, I have.
Some limericks.
There's a few good ones if you want to know.
Now Anderson runs in, it's short, it's wide, and it's cut. He's caught behind point. He didn't get over the bounce. Jimmy Anderson's got a wicket. Labuschagne is definitely out this time as he speared the ball towards Brook He didn't get over it. He hit it in the air. He's just behind point, and he's clutched the catch in front of his face. The breakthrough has come at last for England. It's been a very frustrating afternoon. But Labuschagne, top edging on the cut, has been caught, and it's 2 for 123. And Labuschagne is out for
30 from 51 balls. The partnership was 60 in 16 overs.
Yeah, he looks like he needs to get a taxi off of the Lord's pitch because he is distraught with himself. Just a flicky, wristy cut, wasn't it, which perhaps just bounced on him a tad. Just sort of flicked it the backward point. Oh, wow.
What's the ceremony? Yes, we can see on the television here Smith coming out to bat, and he goes through this waggle, this routine, as he comes onto the ground. He goes through exactly the same waggle all the time. Stands inside the rope, does his little boombalella, like
boombalella.
Inspector Gadget or whatever it is.
A little boombalella.
Yeah.
I like that.
And here he comes.
Touches his knees 3 or 4 times and then sort of crosses himself 3 or 4 times. Couple of flexes of the knees and then off he goes.
So, a wicket much needed by England. Jimmy Anderson has got the break. The ball's hooping around a bit here. He's very lucky to have been there as long because Broad trapped him LBW, but they didn't review it. Looked plumb hitting the leg stump a few overs ago. And anyway, it's 2 for 123. The lead is 214. And there's a big moment in the afternoon session. What is it? 4:45 local time. And with Smith out there, he's looking around the field and getting it buried in his memory bank. Johnny Bairstow's come up over the stumps. So how are they going to stop him? Get him out. That's usually the way. 2 men behind square, and he bowls to him and he lets it go down the leg side, and it bounces away. You've got a leg slip, a backward square, a slip, and a sort of fine gully third slip, backward point, big gap around to mid-off. Go for it, son. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep square.
He's got a reverse umbrella. We had the in front of the batsman umbrella at Edgbaston. This time it's behind him, leg side and offside.
So Anderson runs in and Smith is back and nurdles it around the corner. And Stokes stops it and then limps. As he picked it up, he's still limping. I think he's okay. Might have been just a little spasm or cramp or something.
It's his dodgy knee, mate.
Yes, well, he's got that too. I suppose that, yes.
Every time he just gets it in a certain position.
Just lock up on him somewhere.
I get that getting out the bath sometimes.
We'll stay in the bath. Anderson charges in and bowls, and it's wide of the off stump. It's allowed to go through.
You go all pruny though, don't you, if you stay in the bath too long?
Pruny skin?
Yeah, so.
How long do you stay in the bath?
I like it. I'm a bath man more than a shower man.
Right, okay. You just turn the tap on every now and then to keep the temperature up? Yeah?
It's a bit of a worry looking at this England side in the field because they're all hobbling and holding shoulders and everything.
Now we got the whitish leg slipper, square leg and a deep backward. Anderson goes in, Smith down the leg side, tries to turn, it's gone for byes. I think was wide of the leg stump, and there runs. He chased that and nicked it wide of Bairstow and inside the wide leg slip. So the plan was hatching there for a moment as he went after that. Yep, he got a big nick on it.
Where was the leg slip?
He had him too wide. They had the field right a moment ago. They had the leg slip a bit finer and a backward square. Then they changed it.
Absolutely.
There you go.
I think that was a subtle plan last time he was over here. It didn't particularly work because he got all those thousands of runs, but...
No, well, we've seen it happen a few times in test matches. Another one down there is turned away along the ground, this time to long leg. And they go through for a single. 2 for 128. The end of a successful over for Jimmy Anderson. Smith is 5. Khawaja, Mr. Imperturbable, is 57. Labuschagne Courtbrook bowled Anderson 30. Anderson 12 overs, 3 maidens. 13 overs, 3 maidens. 1 for 39. Yes. So you're still in the bath. No,
Yeah.
you're looking at your limericks. Now, wait a minute. Keep looking and pick the best one. A reminder that you can take the Ashes with you this summer on BBC Sounds. Live commentary as well as podcasts, including the Ashes Daily, and check out the Ashes Hour, where you can relive classic TMS commentaries, including Edgbaston 2005 and Trent Bridge 13. What about Edgbaston? Come on, 23. Oh, when Tuffus was biting his nails at the end. Yeah. Oh, it's there? Okay. Oh, that's good. It is there.
What's that? Sorry, mate.
The game last week at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was reading something just about English victories. Got to get some balance, you know.
You read them so well. Do you want to read this one?
Okay. Now, 2 slips, a leg slip and a backward square, and a push from Smith off Broad back down the pitch. You ready? Oh, I think that's all right, yes. His hangovers meant that our toughers found his cricket career hit the buffers, so he had to detox in the commentary box with all of the other old duffers. I like it. Very good. That's good. Here comes Broad, and Smith whips it away on the onside. He can't score there. 2 for 128. Right. You're revelling in this.
They got a bit. They got some of it right.
Which bits did they get right?
I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, which bits did they get wrong? We were in the bath, and I was just worried about that duck that you had bouncing around in the bath. Because you knew a few ducks.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, here and there.
Got a few.
I do remember. But you did heave-ho a few.
I did, once in a while.
Yeah? Did you ever hook a 6? Here comes Broad now, bowling at Smith. Smith is beaten. Went through him just outside the off stump. Not even a top-edge swipe that went for 6.
No, couple of sort of uppercuts that were close.
Right.
Poor old Stuart Broad.
Useful seed, wasn't it? Just beat the edge.
Not had any luck at all.
A couple in the slips. It's a cool afternoon here. They're all rugged up with their sweaters on. Everyone. Even the umpires who always look like on these cooler days like the greyhound attendants. So Broad charges in, and Smith tries to wang it, misses it. LBW, no. Going down leg will be the opinion, I think. Are they going to convince the captain to go upstairs? Well, Broad missed out a few overs ago.
Yeah, that's right. He's in that tricky position now, isn't he?
Talking to Bairstow, and Stokes is coming into the chat. They're running out of time, I think. No DRS. And that has pretty much been the approach of Ben Stokes. He's been very careful about when to review, and that was clearly missing.
Well, it darted down the hill, didn't it?
But it was a victory of sorts for the bowler to get through the batsman's defence. And Smith's clearly, like any batsman, when the ball's doing this, a chance. He might nick it to leg slip, backward square. The keeper, he's just arrived. Broad goes into Smith. He walks across and defends. Way across and in behind, and with his fidgety mannerisms, he tugs at the top of his pads and anything else. Now, here we go. Isaac Gow has sent this one in.
Oh, this one's about you, Jim.
Just a bit of a self-indulgent one there. There was a top Aussie called Jim, a limerick he'd write on a whim. He'd give you a name, then take up the game, and when he was done, shout, "Got him!"
Or,
"Got him!" A Broad bowls and a push around the onside to mid-wicket is a dot, and that's the end of the over. 2 for 128. I've got just a question on notice because it might take a little while. You've been talking about the reincarnation of Khawaja's career since he came back as, since he came back and has become a regular opening batsman, right? how many players have gone from middle order to opener as their careers gone on and sort of saved or re-excited their career? Because normally
you go down the other
way, don't you? So I was just wondering, is there any comparable situation as we've got with Khawaja? Is that too hard?
That might need to be my overnight homework.
Okay.
I know Dennis Compton. I know Dennis Compton, the great Dennis Compton, started as a left-arm spinner and batted about 8 or 9.
Well, there's the bloke called Smith who started as a right-arm spinner and a number 8 batsman. Around the wicket, it's driven down to mid-on from the bowling of Anderson by Khawaja. Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, I said it's a question on notice, not for immediate answers. We got too many limericks today to play around with as we go along here. Trundle along very pleasantly. The light's good enough, but it's a bit murky.
Yeah.
And Anderson's bowling to Khawaja with a spread field other than 2 slips. Around the wicket, he comes in and he's going down the leg side. That kept going, and Bairstow did well. All right, we're back on Tuffers. Stephen Hart in Chelmsford has sent this one in. There once was a bowler named Tuffers who was good at bowling to duffers. When he went for a nap, he could sleep like a cat, which he preferred to being hit through the cover.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Is it almost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duffers is that's the only trouble with Tuffers. Duffers is pretty close.
There's a few others I'm thinking of. Censorship.
That has swung a mile.
It just keeps going, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Now they've got a leg slip. Now, is the leg slip there to stop the one that swings too much? Or the catch? When he plays the glance, he just waits and plays it at the last minute. So he's a chance of nicking it to the guide leg slip. Here's Anderson. He bowls to him, and it's short, and he yanks it away down towards fine leg. And there's a fielder down there in the deep, the sub for Pope. And they get a single, so he moves along to 58, 2 for 129. Now we're back with Smith versus Anderson. Swing-a-ding-ding. 2 slips, leg slip, backward square. They got the man back at leg slip where Smith did hit the ball in the last over, but they'd moved the fellow wider. Bairstow's back up over the stumps. Keeps Smith in his ground. Well, Smith won't dilly-dally here. I'm sure if he sees the ball on the ground or outside leg, he'll follow it and try and beat the field. But the thing is, if he doesn't quite and nicks it, it might go straight to leg slip. Anderson runs in and Smith is prodding at that crab-like. I think he was surprised that it was pitched up outside the off stump, and at the last moment he dropped his hands and his bat on the ball.
He's going both ways, Jimmy. Outswingers and innies. Duckers.
In duffers and out duffers. 2 for 129. The lead is 220.
It's a lot.
Anderson goes in and he takes it from the line of the pads and pokes it on the onside. Now, what's this one? Jasper. Your earlier conversation about being in the bath. The reason that your skin wrinkles is evolutionary. It enables the hands and feet to cling on to a surface to emerge from the water. Enjoying the commentary from my guard, not his bath, in South Warwickshire.
Okay.
Well, there you are.
So it acts as like a grip, so you can grip things. Okay.
You ever grip the water to get out of the bath?
Well, not the water.
No, but the side of the bath.
Yeah.
Is Anderson. And back goes Smith. There he goes. He just parries it down, follows it, and glides it to backward square, and he collects a run. He's 6, it's 2 for 130.
Well, we all started in the water, didn't we, as the Beagles?
You remember that?
Or what are they? The little funny little sort of mud pluggers, I think they were. Weren't we all at once?
He started in...
Andy's looking at me there. You reminded me of one there, just when you're looking at me.
Thanks, Duffers. Enchanté.
Enchanté.
Turkish bath, have you had one of those?
Yes, lovely.
Yeah?
What, they slap you about with the sort of the towel and everything with
Oh,
the foam?
that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
You're into that slapping, eh?
Well, no, but I mean, they give you a good...
So they should.
Yeah, no, good workout, that is.
The one is the Indian barber, that's the good one, that gives you a massage of your head.
Yeah.
And while you're having a haircut.
Yeah.
You've done that one?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Stick a bit of Brillo or something on your nut once they've finished it. You like, off you go. Here comes Robinson. He bowls a ball. It squares up Smith and he sends it back down the pitch.
I was only joking, Andy.
I've had worse stuff.
I don't know.
Oh, dear. Can I read this? All right.
Have we got the thumbs up? Oh, this is interesting. This is exciting.
The punch word is probably going to be censored. So be warned. And just have your imagination next to your brain when you hear it. As Robinson comes up and on the back foot, it's played away on the offside. Okay, you ready for it? You know where this is going once you hear the first line. There once was a batter called Duckett.
Oh, dear.
Who attacked and scored runs by the bucket.
I think we need to go to an emergency shipping forecast.
Then he hooked around the corner and was caught out by Warner. But he just shrugged his shoulders and said,
Never mind.
Never mind. Robinson bowls, and it's poked away on the offside by Smith. We got close. Yeah, we got close to the magic word, yes.
Yeah. No DRS needed there.
Very. Adam is a very good producer. If he'd printed that word, I might have said it. He didn't. Goodness gracious. Well, there, Duckett. Yeah, it was demanding one of those, wasn't it?
Yes.
That name. And there'll be a few more. But thank you very much for entering into the spirit of the cricket, the conversation. And Robinson, short ball, he's after it. He misses it down the leg side. He nearly gloved that as he looked to put it away. There's no one down at fine leg. And Smith's now practicing his shot as he walks away towards the leg side field, suggesting there may be a conversation going on. And he was trying to lift it into the stand. So he's indicating, well, next time I'm going to hit it over the boundary. We'll see. So there is certainly some intent as a riposte from Smith here to keep the board moving. He's 6. Robinson bowls, pitching up, pushed away, and a look from Smith, but there's no run for him at mid-wicket. Khawaja sturdy as ever, 58. Australia having lost 2 wickets in the second innings. Warner LBW to tongue for 25, and Labuschagne caught behind point by Brookoff Anderson for 30. So Robinson in the murky light, the floodlight, runs in again at Smith, and Smith walks across down the leg side. A good take by Bairstow, but it didn't come off the bat. He flung his left glove and got it. It's the end of the over, and we're going to have a change. Ali Mitchell's coming in to join Steve Finn, who's very colourful today. Not quite the rainbow, but he's the man in black.
Jim Maxwell's on fire. It's nice to be here. Yeah, he told me earlier I was dressed like a one-day international umpire. I haven't quite got the concentration for that, though, unfortunately. Good afternoon, Ali.
Hello, Steve. I thought you also just matched the very dark piece of chocolate cake that you devoured.
You're not meant to say that live on air. It was a healthy protein chocolate cake.
You put it away like an expert.
Yes, I tend to do that with food, full stop. I had no breakfast today, so that's my excuse. I've allowed myself a treat in the afternoon because I had no breakfast yet.
I was part of the lucky crew that had breakfast at Abbey Road Studios.
Yes, that looked amazing. I cancelled around 7:30, unfortunately.
You missed out.
Good night's sleep, yeah.
Very, very special. Real sort of goosebumps moment, actually, being in those environments. Thinking of the history, walking into the studio where Sergeant Pepper's
Did you get a photo on the crossing?
We didn't actually. No, we walked out, and I suggested it. And
It's
then
frustrating. That
killjoys of Alistair Cook and Jonathan Agnew said, no, let's keep walking. Everyone does that.
it frustrates you. I live just up the road, and my journey from Lords when I played here would go through the Abbey Road crossing, and you'd just be sat there for 20 minutes waiting for people to... Because I stopped every time, obviously.
Josh Tongue here, bowling a shorter ball to Khawaja, who just very gently lets it go past him down the leg side, but the field's set up here for a short ball attack from Josh Tongue. Gloomy skies. Fielder also right back on the boundary in front of the pavilion behind Johnny Bairstow, a very fine, deep third position. So Australia know what's going to come. We saw it with England. I'm not sure Khawaja will directly go after every ball here in the way England did. We will see. Ducking under one, allowing it to pass harmlessly over him to Bairstow. And this is what we were looking at England last night, saying, would you duck under a few and perhaps tire the bowlers and let this passage of play pass through, as it were?
Well, it always takes it out of you. And if the player's not playing a shot, it just seems completely futile to keep doing it, because it does sap so much energy from you. So you give yourself a few overs, and if Khawaja ducks inside another over of these after this...
Here's Tongue around the wicket. Khawaja backing away. It's followed him and it's struck him. The ball drops onto the ground in front of Bairstow, who moves forward, and Khawaja's still standing. But it was a nasty one. He did back away as if to try and make room, as if maybe he was going to then go for maybe an uppercut, but Tongue directed the ball and it ended up striking him on the gloves as his bat was sort of raised on his chest height. So where will he go this time? It's 130 for 2. Khawaja's on 58, facing up again as Tongue comes in. And wider to the crease, another bouncer and ducking underneath it. And Bairstow this time, there's a bit of late wobble and drops to his left-hand side to take. But Khawaja, when he's able to... Well, ducking seems a much better option than backing away or swaying.
Yeah, with the atmosphere that we have here, all the lights are on, it's dark, it's dank. And we're looking through a slightly tinted glass, but it does look gloomy out there, and that brings sideways movement off the pitch, and the ball before that followed Khawaja did just nip back slightly, so it becomes really hard to be able to play a proper pull shot to him.
Khawaja awaits. Tongue again, short once more, and that's down the leg side. Taken by Bairstow, and Khawaja again just bends the back and allows it to pass through, and he wanders away towards square leg, still looking as calm as you like. He's been in his bubble throughout this innings, faced 122 balls. He's really gone about his business pretty serenely.
He's had a nice serenity about him, hasn't he? And especially at the beginning, and then under grey skies for a majority of today he's batted. It could have caused a bit of panic, but he's just been that calming presence there the entire time. Australia now find themselves with a lead of 221, which is hugely significant given that they've still got 8 second innings wickets left. 2 days of play to go. It does leave England having to force a breakthrough, or looking to force a breakthrough this evening again.
Joe Root's called for a helmet. He's in its short leg now. Tongue in goes full, and Khawaja is equal to it. Digs it out to the offside, and Robinson picks up. So an over of bumpers to Khawaja, which other than the one which nipped in and followed him and struck him on the gloves, he really just navigated, negotiated and let that over pass by. 130 for 2. Steve Smith with him on 6, and Australia still have, when you look at only 2 wickets down, still got Travis Head to come in, who scores quickly, and Cameron Green, who's on a pair whenever he comes out to bat, but then Carey before eventually getting into the bowlers. But I mean, if with this lead that Australia have already got, what do you think they're thinking of? Because they're fully in command and in control at the moment of where they take this innings in this match.
They are. They'll just be looking at time, I think. They'll be looking to try and get through this evening. They're playing a more traditional style of Test match cricket than England are. They'll be thinking, if we make it through this with as little damage as possible, we come back tomorrow, hopefully the sun's shining, the clouds have lifted, it's easier to bat.
New over, Robinson with the pavilion behind him to Smith. He's forward defending, running the ball out to the offside, no run.
And then if they come back with limited damage overnight, say 2 down in an ideal scenario for them over the course of the next hour and 20 minutes, they give themselves the opportunity to bat at whatever pace they like tomorrow. The chase at Headingley was, what, 350 odd, was it? Or was it more results? 359 at Headingley in 2019?
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I'll dig up the scorecard.
And that took one of England's greatest innings to get them over the line there.
2 slips and 2 catches behind the wicket on the leg side as well to Smith, but he turns this one to mid-wicket and there's no run.
It chased 378 against India at Edgbaston last year after conceding exactly the same first innings score of 416 after winning the toss, choosing to bowl. So they do have recent experience of successful chases. That Headingley one, plus 2 or 3 against New Zealand last year and the India game.
Look at batting conditions, you look at the pitch, the feel.
Well, and that's dictated a lot here at Lord's by the overheads. As it is now, it's really, really difficult batting conditions.
Pretty dank evening. Robinson is in now to Smith, and he's still squared up coming forward. He defends the ball, drops right down in front of his toes. So England allowing him there to bend down, pick it up, and tosses it to Brooks. But it's a pretty ugly evening at the moment to be batting, isn't it? With the lights on, there's a pretty stiff wind blowing as well. It's got a bit of a chill to the evening session also.
It's been said a number of times as well, Australia have had the worst of the conditions in this game so far, batting and bowling.
They've also managed to deal with them as they are here. Smith skips across his stumps, allows it to pass outside the off stump through to Bairstow pretty harmlessly. 130 for 2. To remind you that we've got a double header tomorrow of cricket because we've got the 4th day of play here, and then that's followed by the first T20 in the Women's Ashes. It's live on Radio 5 Live from 6:30 p.m. We've also got it live on BBC Two and the iPlayer. That means that today at the Test will be available for you still at 7 p.m. on the iPlayer, so you can watch it whenever you want. But all the Ashes, men's and women's, we've got with you. Oh, the rain has come in. Robinson was about to come running in from the pavilion end, and all of a sudden the gloom has taken a turn for the worst, and Smith and Khawaja are jogging back towards the pavilion, England rather dragging themselves away. But it felt a little bit as if something was closing in. Only the 1 wicket since tea. That was James Anderson who got Labuschagne a ball that was short and wide and struck to Brook at backward point. I think Anderson just about celebrated the wicket. Acknowledged that a wicket had fallen, but he hasn't had much of a joyful spring in his step throughout this match so far. 130 for 2 with the rain. Steve Smith on 6, Khawaja on 58, and Australia's lead 221. So it has really been their day when you go back to the start, Steve, and the fact that England resumed 4 down, and all the talk last night from Ben Duckett was positive. It was about, well, even though we lost those wickets last night, we've still got Stokes and Brook, and we can build an innings, we can get rid of that deficit, we could start to build a lead. But then those last 6 wickets today fell for 47 runs, and from that point Australia had already begun to move into the space of advantage, and they've built on it.
Yeah, but England had great hope, I think, turning up this morning. They received criticism for the way that they played yesterday evening, when they didn't negate the short pitch bowling, even though Nathan Lyon wasn't here in the attack, and we thought that overnight they might have reassessed, talked about how they might go about trying to creep up towards Australia's score. And I certainly felt this morning, I was down there by the pitch, that it didn't look like there were any demons in it. When the atmosphere isn't as close as it is today, or right now, sorry, the pitch just seems to change colour slightly. It loses that green tinge off the top of it, and it becomes nice batting conditions, and that's what we saw this morning. And England didn't capitalise on that, got knocked over, and then the atmosphere closed back in, and they were good bowling conditions again. But David Warner, I think, adjusted his technique really well to negate the round-the-wicket bowling that he knew he was going to face, and played well for his score until he got a good one from Josh Tongue. And then Usman Khawaja, as he has done in every innings this series so far, just held everything together, provided that calm, and has led Australia quite serenely into a position where they're in a really, really dominant, strong position in this game.
It's a real worry for England, isn't it? 1-0 down and 2-0 down, so much harder, everybody knows, to come back from. And Australia without Nathan Lyon, he'd really thought when he limped off yesterday, that was going to be the turning point in favour of England, and it just went the other way, didn't it?
Yeah, and we've compared this series so often to 2005, and that felt like our Glenn McGrath moment at Edgbaston, and it just hasn't happened. England didn't capitalise on that, and it's a shame that Nathan Lyon on the cusp of taking his 500th Test match wicket, so he looked devastated when he was walking round, but you did just sense a little bit of opportunity there without that holding spinner and then the attacking spinner in the second half of the game. If England could get up towards that score, you felt as though they'd have a really, really good chance of bringing themselves back into the series. But as it's transpired, Australia have pushed back and have played very well.
How much difference do you think not having Nathan Lyon makes on the way Australia now approach tomorrow, whether we get some more play tonight, as the green tarpaulins are being hauled out across the outfield at Lords as well, and the sky really is set in. But when you're needing to bowl a side out and you don't have your main spinner, are they sort of making a bit of adjustment in their minds about thinking how many runs they need or how much time they need to allow themselves to bowl England out when they've only got the quicks? Or do you feel that they're back themselves, that they just sort of almost go about things in their normal fashion?
Well, Travis Head ended up taking 2 wickets, albeit lower order wickets, but he took 2 wickets with his off spin, and actually looked as though he could control where they were going pretty well. But I don't think the loss of Nathan Lyon will affect Australia's approach tomorrow. I don't see that being a thing. I see them just looking to get themselves to a score. They're going to have to play traditional hard-working cricket at the beginning of the day if we don't get back out there, to make sure that they don't get knocked over and the pendulum doesn't swing again. But if they get through that initial burst, they'll be looking at something, I'd imagine, 400 plus, and give themselves plenty of time to try and bowl England out, albeit without Nathan Lyon.
And have you had a limerick written about you today?
I haven't. I've been hard at work over in the 5 Live box, as you might have seen on social media.
Alistair's with us again.
Yep.
No,
I
can
haven't.
think of a number of words that rhyme with Finney. I'm sure our listeners can as well.
I was thinking, on my walk up here, I was thinking if I could write one quickly about someone in here, but my brain wasn't quite working at the right pace.
Well, we'll let our listeners do the work then. Finney.
I feel like, yes. I feel like, yeah. I think someone called me Stephen earlier. It just felt so weird. It was strange.
Alistair.
Hi.
Well, what of this state of play?
Well, I said at the beginning of the day, couldn't predict what's going to happen today. And the last thing I thought would happen in England would be 40 for 6. I just did not have that on my radar at all. Yeah, and it's been one of those days that England, they lost the momentum last night, probably. And then today they kind of got punished for it. And Mitchell Starc was outstanding, actually. He didn't bowl particularly well yesterday, but actually he bowled very well this morning and hostile. It was quick. It was unsettling, and I think Harry Brook was unsettled. And England just haven't recovered from that 3 for 30 of the short pitch bowling. Keep going back to it, but from that moment, they haven't recovered from it. And Test cricket has this way of when you get it wrong, or you have a bad hour or so, it's unrelenting, isn't it? It doesn't let you get back in unless you do something extraordinary. And they had a chance today, but Australia were probably had a bit of the luck in terms of playing misses. They probably felt they due a luck because they've had to bat with the floodlights on and it's been cloudy, so they probably would due that. But they fought so well and so hard, and kind of all those bits where when England were looking 180 for 1 and it had such a different feel to it, every player miss would just be hammering away at those England lads.
Just to say, we need to be playing by 6 p.m, so that's another 45 minutes, or else stumps will be called. So, but at the moment, it's drizzling and the covers are on. Zoltz, what have you been looking at?
Movement to highlight what Alistair was saying about the different conditions, the average swing, and I'm going to give this in the degrees of swing, and it doesn't mean a lot other than in context with other numbers the same.
I think it sounds like a rock band or a pop band, degrees of swing.
In the first innings, the swing was 1.4 degrees. That was Australia facing England's seamers on day one. This is just seamers within the first 45 overs, so comparing the 3 innings like with like. The second innings was 0.5, so about only just over a third the amount of swing Australia's bowlers got compared with England's bowlers. And so far today, 1.2. So again, much more swing for England. In terms of seam movement, we've got 0.7 in the first innings, 0.45 when England were batting, and up to just under 0.6 in today. So basically both innings, I've probably not explained this very well, but I hope what it shows is that there's been much more swing and seam both times England have bowled, yet in those first 45 overs in each of the 3 innings only 2 wickets have fallen. So England have not been able to exploit the conditions advantage they've had in this game.
As we're hearing that, it's not even got to 6 o'clock, it's 5:45. The covers are on and play has been called off for the day here at Lord's. So England are lost the score from the screen. Andy, where are we?
130 for 2. The lead is 2-2-1.
2-2-1. So that's where the situation will be then tomorrow, with Khawaja and Steve Smith resuming. So a lead of 221, Australia 8 wickets in hand. Well, England have got to hope that they can instill some sort of dramatic collapse, and 8 for 80, and then they might be chasing 300.
There we go. England win. Off to Headingley we go.